Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. I have the stream open on my other screen and it just started blaring in my ear. Good lord. Anyway, it is now finally time for the podcast. Let's get off this. Let's get away from this this stream start. We're heading on over to the podcast art. I need new art so bad. But anyway, we're here. We're here for the 2021 year in review. We're going to be talking about all of the rounds that released this year, or at least a lot of them. We got a good gang for talking about these rounds. Scott, I hate you so much. But it's enough for me. I'm going to unmute my sounds now. And I'm going to be passing it over to the people who are also here. So I'm going to unmute them on the stream. So, going through everyone we have. We got Brodator.
Recorded round moments.
I hope so. We have Wacko Flipper.
Hi.
And then we also have some special guests. We have Maxaa, who isn't here. Great.
We killed Maxaa.
We killed him already. We have Kelawesome, who is totally light.
I'm light.
Max's mic's not working. That's great. And we have the man that everyone came here to see. It is the Fcrm.
It's morning.
And
it's 3 p.m. What?
Problem?
Mini.
No.
All right. So now we got the guests out the way.
All right, we're good. We're good.
Hey, there he
Max
is.
is here.
Awesome.
It's alive.
We'd love to see it. And now we're all introduced. Before we get into starting talking about the first rounds of the year, we do have some trailers, some exclusive trailers ready for this podcast. And I am now going to transition into the first one. I am incredibly excited to bring this to you all. And I really hope you all enjoy this one. So, first trailer coming through. Hope you all enjoy. Oopsie, surprise. All right, we're back then.
Take this out.
I'm good at that. I've done that a few
Wow,
times
that was
before.
unexpected.
I was actually not expecting that, yeah. That was a nice takeout.
Yeah, we also don't know what the.
Only
Oh, yeah, we have no
knows
idea.
what the trailers are for context.
Oh yeah, I messed up the aspect ratio on that one. I didn't realize it was in 1440. Oopsies. I'll make sure there's a good version of that uploaded at some point. All right, that was our first trailer, a little teaser of what we're going to show on today. And now we get to the part that everyone definitely came here to see, which is the
Very exciting.
the talking about the recorded rounds. This is how this is going to work for us. Is we're going through the list on the global RR stats. We're just going to hit each one. If we have stuff to say, we'll talk about it some more. If not, we'll just be like, okay, cool, and we'll move on. So we're going to start off with the very first round that released this year, which is Astrology 6.
Astrology 6.
This is a hot minute ago, so for a good number of these, I'll have to remind myself.
This
of that
was the FFA Mumble season with the library where you could go
Self-diagnosis.
trade with Fancy at the corners of the world.
I never watched this season, but I watched the montage, and it's a pretty good season. I'll be honest. I quite enjoyed it.
I
Wait, this
remember
is a
the
montage?
intro more than anything.
Yeah, it was Eric's
Yeah.
montage.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right.
Average montage moment.
Yeah, I remember the intro more than anything because that was a really good intro.
The intro's really good. Yeah.
I mean, I have to say about the game mode, I think that's my favorite version of self-diagnosis. Just like, I think the difference is that it tells you your health in chat every 10 minutes. So
Was it
it's
every
way
10? I
less
thought it was 20.
or maybe it's 20.
It was 10. No, I,
But it's anyway,
midway through the
it's
finale.
way less frustrating
believe you.
because if you take a lot of damage through like a creeper or something, at least you can figure out your health at some point in the season.
Yeah, it's like a more
Yeah.
like moderate way of self-diagnosis because I feel like self-diagnosis is a very like I don't want to say controversial, but like
It is controversial.
yeah, controversial game mode in the sense of like some people are fine with it and some people despise it. So
There's like literally people that refuse to play over that, so I'm very surprised that this is the only time that game mode happened this year.
also
I
had
could
a
see it
really
coming
good
back
season to go
eventually.
as well.
No, because like there was a lot of self-diagnosis, but people usually don't do self-diagnosis with that. But I think it's a cool addition.
That's true. Astrology just
Also-
doesn't miss. Astrology's awesome.
Yeah, I'm not much to say. The first thing I noticed, because I'm obviously a little out of touch with rounds, the first thing I noticed for season 6 here is the roster's quite small. At least
Yeah.
compared to what I know of
It's true,
astrology.
yeah.
From
I think
someone
it's
that
'cause-
was in the round, I can say there was a bit of problem with the scheduling of the season, where there's a bunch of people that did not show up because they were told the wrong time.
Ooh. Yeah, that's not good.
Not good.
And then there's a bit of people that didn't show up because either it's FFA or self-diagnosis. So.
Yeah, it's
I
FFA
know it was-
because
I could
and it's also at like 7 a.m. So
On Halloween, so-
a
Oh,
turn
no,
off as
God.
well for
Yeah,
people.
I can see self-diagnosis being a really big turnoff for people. 'Cause
Yeah,
I,
makes
I,
sense.
I mean, I certainly would probably not willingly choose to play a self-diagnosis game. It does not seem very fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
We can switch to the next one, I think.
Yeah, we're already shooting like for crazy here because the next round we get to talk about is Alphabetrum
Alphabetrum 5.
5. I'm just gonna sit back and just let y'all take control of this one.
I haven't watched it that much. I mean, I've kind of watched the end of it, but there isn't a lot of fighting that happens that season considering it's Dragon Rush, so there isn't much to
Dragon Rush
say
is-
for me.
There is
no,
no
it's just
fighting.
very hit or miss game mode. Sometimes it goes decent, sometimes it goes awful. This is one of those instances where it went awful.
I think I'd be a little bit more cruel on Dragon Rush. I think Dragon Rush tends to be way more miss than it does hit. It's
Yes.
a very risky game
Oh,
mode.
yeah, definitely.
Like if it works, it's like pretty cool, but when it doesn't work, which it does a good few times, it kind of just ends up being pretty lame.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is.
And
not
I don't-
The main
best
thing with,
Dragon Rush.
the thing with Alphabetrum 5 is that it's like probably one of the worst rounds this year just because it isn't even like a season, like because of how little happens. I think there's like 5 deaths.
Oh no,
I think
that's
it was
pretty
4.
rough.
Might have been 4.
Yeah, there isn't a lot of
It's 4 or
fights.
5. There was literally nothing happened. So
Dragon died.
The dragon did kind of low key
Very
die.
true.
That is
Very
true.
Yeah, it's the kind of Dragon Rush where I've seen it happen a few times where everyone goes for the dragons and they just don't fight each other.
Yeah, I don't like
Yeah,
that.
I
I
think that's
really
what
don't like that
happened.
about Dragon Rush. I've tried to like in rounds I've done Dragon Rush. I've tried to like suggest like cool ways to maybe change things
Because
up.
people just want to go for the win, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like I was always like, what if the dragon just straight up doesn't take damage if there's like above a certain amount of teams in the end? Like what if?
Oh, that's interesting.
It's also when TTE 15 happened. I also made the push that we didn't use 3 Ender Eyes only, because 3 Ender Eyes
Yeah, that's
only
also a
is
big-
terrible. Because
Oh,
it's just few enough that a lot of teams can think that they don't have to do anything. but it's just enough that if only like one team decides to go for it, then it's going to be it's going to fuck their whole game up. You need to have a lot of eyes so people can't just think they can get away with just coasting and caving. Like, everyone has to feel like they need to do something.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of the thing that changed over time, where a lot more eyes are needed for the game to not end like epically.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, it's also really dependent on roster, because I'll take example with, I think, the failed Astrology 5, where it was Dragon Rush, and it was 6 eyes missing, which is, I think most people would think, a decent number. But no one went for the eyes, so it went up to Ep 7, where I decided, I'm just gonna go for the eyes, and I went for it. And then I just like got camped at a portal. Like, it really depends on roster. Like, if you have someone that wants to rush for the eyes, then definitely more eyes for them. But if no one goes for them, then 3 might be better. I guess
Yeah,
depends on roster.
it's tricky. I think
It's really hard
the
to
number I
compare.
usually the number I kind of went by was usually you do 1 missing eye per team. So if it was a huge team game with like, if it was a huge teams game with a bunch of different teams, there'd be more eyes. But if it was just bigger teams, then there'd be fewer eyes.
That's fair. Yeah. Also, Cal, I see you put the death order.
I was gonna
It's a
say,
very
yeah.
awesome death order.
It was a pretty good one.
1 PvE death, 5 kills, then the dragon dies.
Then everyone gets an alive on their stats.
Oh my god, yeah. Look at that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a little rough.
It's
You
absurd.
want to see a 5-way 1 kill top frag? Actually, just so influential.
So, should we move on to the next round? I think Alphabetic's had its time now.
Yeah, we can move
Yeah.
on.
Is
Next
it-
one is Instinct Season 10. I mean, I think I'm the only one who played that. Or, Maxaa played it, actually.
I did. I died first. I have nothing else to say. I don't
think
know
Cal
anything else
played.
about the
I think
season.
Cal played.
Oh, did Kel play?
Yeah.
Instinct 10 was definitely an interesting situation, because Instinct is such a it's around on the subreddit.
I think there was a lot of game mode problems, right?
Yeah, there's multiple game mode problems.
Yeah,
the
I
game-
think they had to manually make the teams.
Yeah, it took a while. Like, episode 1 was full of bug, and after that, I think they figured something that was a little more disappointing, but worked out. And in the end, it ended up being a pretty good season.
Yeah, the
It's
season
probably-
was actually good.
It's probably the
Yeah.
They're
most.
just good, yeah.
It's
The
also
season
very
is
forgotten.
just forgotten.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like nobody
Which is
remembers this season.
understandable. It's very understandable.
Wait, Cypher won, right? Or am I just
It was
Yeah,
Cypher?
it was
It was
Cypher and
Cypher.
Carter alive at the end.
I'm
And
so
then their
smart.
team, the rest of their team was like, I think it was like Griffin. I think Bowfish Case was on it, or
Ooh.
Who?
and I also
Oh,
think
I think-
Tokyo Eat World was on
And
it. I think that was the
Tony, yeah.
team. Yeah.
I have really nothing to say about Instinct because I find I feel like I've said this before on a podcast, but I think it's like I wouldn't even say the round's bad. It's just probably like the most like forgotten round with like a lot of seasons.
It's a recorded
Yeah,
round.
it's just
It is a
exists.
recorded round on the subreddit.
That's not to comment on the quality because I've forgotten the quality. I genuinely do not remember. I would do a Discord overlay, by the way, Cold, to see who people are who is speaking, but I don't want to set that up now. And also, when I'm checking Discord, I just no. You're gonna have to deal with my jank setup for now. All right, is that all we've got for Instinct?
I think
I'm
so.
all out of
I think
instinct.
so. I have nothing.
All right, let's pop over to Desire Season 12.
Which one is that? Is that the?
That's the
That's
one where
the whole
Lake got
season.
like 50
the
achievements.
most? Yeah. Okay, that's what I was thinking about.
That's the round that I uploaded before I went to Bulgaria. It's the only Bulgaria round I have up because I couldn't upload the rest. Thanks.
I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, the thing I remember most about the season is Lake getting like multiple achievements.
What did he do?
He was going for achievements, like Minecraft
was-
achievements during the
It was
season.
on
what
Tommy's
the-
server, and the only person who can get achievements was Lake, and for some reason. But we found out it's because it was the achievements were on for everybody, but it just so happened Lake was the only person that hadn't played on the server like at all for some reason.
Oh,
And because other people could get achievements, like there was one point in episode 2 where my entire team made wooden hose, we all got the achievement time to farm. So like everybody just happened to have been on the server before except for Lake.
Oh, okay.
So he spent the entire game achievement hunting.
Oh my god. What were the craziest achievements you got?
Oh, he died. I think he didn't die from it.
That's a
But
good
he got,
achievement.
he got the pig achievement. Where
Oh my
he got
God.
when pigs
Oh
could
yeah,
fly.
he did.
Oh my
Oh
lord.
my god! Imagine going for that in huge.
Yeah,
You know-
he
you know
killed
what-
the
you
fence.
Was that in Minecraft?
Yeah, the only person I remember doing that is Vex in Minecraft, and it just fucking killed him. He just went off like you only have to take fall damage, right? But he decided he just straight went like 20 blocks in the air and killed himself.
I think the
Yeah.
pig has to die. Is what
Does
it
the
is.
does
Yeah,
the
the
pig
pig
have
has
to
to die.
die?
I didn't know that.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
I'm learning
Yeah.
today.
That's sad.
I mean you do
Rip the
small
pig.
amount of damage until it dies instead of doing a big amount in one.
Yeah, you could like you could just hit it with a
Bill
sword
was also
once
going
and
for
then...
achievements now that Bill's mentioned that.
Yeah, he
The
said
chat.
he got the cake is a lie as well.
Oh my
Mm.
god.
He killed me for my eggs. No.
No.
That's monstrous. Jesus Christ.
Okay, enough with the achievements. Yes, the season. The season was alright. I think the game mode for it was a bit. The game mode wasn't like the best because
It's underwhelming.
the game. It was a good idea in concept, but so the game mode was there were 4 monuments of it because it's Desire, and at the
Mhm.
monuments it told you if you were the mold or not to your team. So
Oh yeah.
so I'll just describe what my team done. So my team was me, Lake, John, Brody, and Wax, and we all just went to the monument. We all stood on it except for Wax, who was still caving. And then we were all not the mole, and then Wax was just underground. He was the mole, and he couldn't do anything because our team knew he was the mole now because we all stood at the monument. So it kind of fucks over the moles. The game
Yeah,
mode because-
Yeah, it seems like there's like zero is there any incentive to not go there? Because it's like, why wouldn't you just
Yeah.
go there immediately?
Well,
And then
I
if
think
someone
the thought-
refuses to go, then
And
they're
then
the
I'm
ball.
all-
Exactly.
yeah.
I think the thought about it was like Mikey must have thought entire teams would go and stuff. But it was just people who just went by themselves. Who were just went in groups. And
And when there's only like 5 teams, it's
Yeah.
even worse because there's just less moles in general.
yeah, like all of the moles basically melt by episode 2 or something. I
also
remember
think,
sorry, go
the
ahead.
main
Brody.
Yeah.
problem is that with most mold game modes at this point, I think is modes are not played the same as they used to be.
Yeah.
That's definitely
And a lot of the game modes account to the fact that modes are being played a lot like they used to, like in 2015 or something, where the
Actually, yeah,
overall
I
play
understand
style
what
of
you're
Yushi was
saying.
way different. And I think those types of game modes would work way more around those years than right now.
Mhm.
I would like
Yeah.
to mention something going back to the game mode. I feel like the game mode definitely encourages moles to like do stuff extremely early. And I know on the Gus team that Twinkie was their mole. And I'm pretty sure he straight up said, as moles got set, all right, I'm mole.
Yeah, he didn't even want to deal with
Forgot
it.
about
Yeah,
that,
I
like
think
this.
that's
Yeah,
true.
he said episode 1, if I'm the mall, I'm just gonna leave, and then
I do also find it very funny
Tough
that
word.
even after Twinkie, who was the best player on that team, got mole, that team ended up winning.
Oh,
Granted,
yeah,
they did
the-
absolutely,
they kinda
absolutely
smashed as
nothing,
well.
but they did.
Yeah,
win.
they won with like 4 team kills. I think 2 of them
Mhm.
didn't even have any.
I
But
think so.
Yeah,
Yeah, decent season overall, honestly. But like,
it had a really good build up. I think like the stuff pre-made up was really good.
yeah, no, like our team had a really good fight with Bobby's team. I remember in the forest.
Oh yeah, that was a good fight.
Yeah, next round maybe.
All right.
I think that's really. I think that's all we
I
have to
think
say
so.
about Desire.
All right. In that case, we're moving on to Evo 21.
Ooh.
That's the
Kelawesome.
one where the
Ooh.
intro got copyrighted, right?
This is the one I missed. So
Awesome.
Kelawesome, take the mic.
Evolution
oh,
season
guys, I
41.
think Firm's lagging out.
No?
Unfortunate.
It was definitely. I think it was a good season. It had lots of good fights. Couple bad ones.
Was this the team of 2?
No,
It
it
was
was
the
just
FFA.
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 Obviously,
Oh yeah.
FFA.
It's the
people
one with
don't
the
like
alternate
talking
intro.
about Small roster.
Yeah, FFA and
That
Evo
was
isn't
one of
gonna-
the big parts of it.
yeah, again, looking at this one, not a lot of people. pretty
Yeah,
small
just
game.
not many people wanted to play FFA, I think, in the Evo roster.
Which is
Makes
fair because there's
sense.
a bit of a skill gap in there, so I could definitely see that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure didn't like BGR win with like BGR got like a lot of kills, which makes
Yeah,
sense.
you got a lot
Uh,
of kills.
Yeah.
One of the best people in there, so
Diana's saying she'll never do an FFA again. I think yeah, that's fair.
That's fair,
people,
yeah.
people just
Yeah.
don't really want to play it, and there's a skill gap as well. Chloe, Chloe liked the season.
I mean,
Let's
I'm
go.
sure Wacko could kill
There were some
Kelawesome.
funny moments. That
There were
that
definitely funny
water
moments,
explosion
yeah.
For TNT or whatever.
I
it was.
have killed astronomical before. So.
Oh, so you could kill
Same?
Kelawesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I want to see that kill in your next round.
I got him.
Good luck.
Okay, I'm waiting for that.
All right, not much to say on Evo
don't
21.
think
I don't think so. All right, let's chug along here to Amalgamation Season 2.
Oh,
think
I
you can
like
have
that.
some next
one.
up.
Let's
I
talk
hate the
about
organizer for that
let's
round.
talk about the scenario
It's
that
a crazy-
everybody
it's a-
loved.
What's
It's
the
a unique game mode. Basically, there was two. It was two double dates pretty much, where each they started together, but each duo were in a different
Separate
call,
calls.
and they couldn't
They had
join.
to use a team inventory to communicate with each other.
Yeah, they actually
Oh.
used to use 3 by like renaming stuff
Yeah.
and sending them for team inventory.
It was a really fun idea and concept. But we're never touching that again.
How did it go?
It's a unique.
It
Okay,
Could have
from
got
my
a lot
perspective.
worse, to be
You
honest.
want to go first? Okay.
Let's see, I think
Yeah, go ahead. I'll say my
I
experience
know,
after.
I know you definitely wanted to just keep and move on because I know nobody wanted to play the game mode again. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure, right?
it definitely could have got a lot worse, but I don't think it could have gotten much better, to be honest. It wasn't the worst game mode.
I mean, I like
that
the
we
idea.
came up with. I definitely do like the idea and concept still, but it just didn't.
was interesting to
the
play.
in playing, it didn't go well. The application, yeah, did not
Dude.
go well.
The balls to actually like play that. Like you actually thought, yeah, we're gonna play this and it will go well.
We
Who
did
won that
something with
season?
it. Brinkwai won that.
I
season.
thought it was
Yeah.
Brinkway.
From my experience, it went like, I mean, it was fine until I had half of my team that just wanted to go at 0-0 F5, and then my other teammate that just wanted to continue caving. So I ended up being in a position where my other duo who was getting attacked, and
Yeah,
and
could
then
have too much.
yeah.
And then you won.
Yeah,
Congrats.
I won because Brico was the only one that survived that and was still
And
caving.
then so he caved like 15 gaps, full prot 3, and then won, as he does.
Yeah,
As he
it's
does.
just a
As
game that
one
makes
does.
that can give some frustrating death because there's a big lack of communication in fights, and you kind of have
Yeah.
to look for the other duo to like actually
I don't know.
have the same idea of like than you. Because if like one team is like, oh, let's take the hill, and the other one is like, let's cross that river on the opposite direction, and they just both split up mid fight, you don't really do much.
Yeah, it's not my favorite amalgamation game that I've come up with. I've come up with better ones.
I can't believe that's real.
I've come up with
I
better
never
ones.
knew that was the game mode.
I kind of love that. I kind of love the game mode on paper. it's
Yeah,
it's fun.
exactly. Yeah, on paper it's cool.
It's good. But when it's
It
executed,
didn't work. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh well, oh well.
Oh well.
Sometimes you just gotta experiment and then realize it
Never
didn't work. And
again.
you're like,
Yeah.
okay, that happened. All
Shall
right.
we move on then?
Yeah.
I think we can.
All right. Mystery Box Season 2. I remember Mystery Box.
Oh, I remember. Yeah.
Actually, I remember I did watch the montage for this one, so I
It
do
was
remember this one.
what's the name of the game mode where you identity theft?
Did he originally?
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
that was at Meetup. Yeah, it was identity theft only at Meetup.
Oh, it was Scenario Stack Up. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or switch. What was scenario stack up or the switching one? Whatever, one of the two.
And I think the mystery
I
box
don't
of the
remember.
season were Arctic loot crates.
It was supply drops. Yeah,
Yeah, supply drops.
which
Yeah.
was not the best idea.
It's a very weak execution of the concepts, I feel.
Yeah, I like the season
Uh,
1 and 3 mystery boxes.
I mean,
more,
I
but-
think it makes sense that supply drop is done at some point, but
I mean,
maybe
season one-
maybe season 2 is a bit early.
Didn't the season 1 mystery box break though?
The season 1 mystery
I
box
don't
was
remember.
basically a chest at 0-0 that was set to refill every episode, but I think it was a little broken, and then I think it ended up being destroyed by Gus or something.
Oh.
When it
yeah,
goes to
Gus.
0-0 with TNT.
Oh no.
So the mystery box didn't do much in season 1. So in season 2, at least it did a little more. I mean, I don't have much experience with it since I died up
Okay.
one, but we don't
Nice.
talk about that.
Proud
I've
of
heard
you.
this is a decent season though. Isn't this season pretty decent?
The season was pretty good, yeah.
It's all right. Yeah.
It's just Denstone carry.
We got a
I think
Sandstone
I-
win, yeah.
Let's go. Love
I
to
think I
see
might
it.
have
See a
seen montage,
Sunset
but I can't
win.
remember.
Yeah, there is a
Neighbors
montage of
won,
it.
so there probably was a montage.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, there
it
was.
was his montage. Yeah, I like this. I remember liking this.
Wait, that sounded kind of toxic.
That is toxic. Okay.
Very toxic.
Anything more to say, or
I don't think so.
I don't have much else to say.
I don't believe so.
I
Alright.
have a lot to say about this next one.
So this next one, keep in mind we're going by the global R stats stuff, so we will end up talking about non-Reddits that moved. So it's going to be a little funky. So, but next we're talking about Calamity Season 9.
It's a good
My
one.
first Calamity season.
My
it's the
first
best
Calamity
one.
season.
I don't. Oh yeah, we team.
Besties.
Oh yeah, we
We
teamed.
did team. That's
Oh my
awesome.
God.
And we fragged.
You guys are so cute
Yeah,
together.
we
You guys
fragged.
killed me.
You guys are inseparable.
We are inseparable.
I like what Kai said. Calamity Season 9 was the season of Calamity. It was definitely one of them.
It was the best season of Calamity because
I enjoyed it
my
because
first
I did
season.
well.
The only thing I remember from that season was there were I never played non-Reddit before, and everyone was getting revived episode 1. So I thought, is this just what it's like?
Oh yeah,
That's not non-Reddit. That's just Calamity.
That's just Calamity,
Like,
yeah.
You took damage.
I
you
mean,
already
it
up one,
kinda
and
is
like, oh,
non-Reddit,
might as well
to
just
be
jump
fair.
in the void to get respawned.
Yeah. Calamity Season 9 is the reason we no longer allow fishing in Calamity.
Oh yeah, what? Tell a story, man.
yeah.
Tell a story.
Because Calamity is always endless and cut clean because of the roster has a bunch of people who don't play UHC. So we do some endless and cut
Ooh,
clean to make
yeah.
it interesting for them, help them out a bit.
I can see how
And-
this is going to go.
Tanner and SR decided to spend a lot of time fishing this season to where they both got bows that won them the game.
Power 4 Punch 2 in Tanner's
Yes.
hands. You can probably
Oh,
guess
no,
how
it's
it
actually-
wins.
Ouch.
It's actually
Before.
season 11 is why we banned fishing, but this did not help that cause.
Wow. And it was slimy chunk.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
I
Slimy
do
Chunk.
think
a
it was-
lot
it
of
was-
void kills.
It
It
wasn't
was
Slimy
Slimy
Chunk.
Chunks, yeah.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It was Slimy Chunk.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, was there Slime Block? Oh, there was. Oh, there was.
Yeah, yeah.
How
Especially
did
how I
Predator
died.
fall out of the world?
That's how David63 died. I remember. Because he tried to like jump to the slime block. He
No,
just
rest in peace,
accidentally
David.
suicided against me.
Yeah, he didn't want Wacko to get a kill.
You know,
I
that's-
do
that's
think the
fair.
season was fine up until
Yes,
the
honestly.
very
I
end.
thought the season was alright, yeah.
I remember
The
I
very
remember
end
trailer.
kind of ruined it.
The season
remember
was
the
fine
trailer
up
for
until
Wacko's footage.
Tanner and SR played the game.
I wouldn't say that. I would just say until they
Wow,
fished.
that's kind of messed up.
I don't think playing the game, but yeah.
All right, that's all I have to say.
All right. Let's
Oh, yeah.
let's head on over to Insistence Season 5.
Oh, okay. Considering that I won that season, I think I have a bit to say about that one. But,
Go on.
that team commentary was like probably one of my best team commentary ever. But the toxicity that season probably after like I
Oh,
think
God, don't
F5
remind me.
probably completely ruined that season for me.
Oh no.
It was,
yeah,
it was
there
bad.
was a team.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there was a fight going on between two teams, and I think one of the teams had like Brinkwai and like Kahootercade on it, and the Gus team it was like the team that found it was Gus, Brody, Madge, and Fang, I think it was.
Yeah.
And they found it in like the middle of nowhere, like 800 blocks out, and like unintentionally cleaned it, and that team got pissed.
Oh,
that season was
no.
anonymous too, right?
It's such a good team though. Like Brink Kahooter.
They had
Blaine,
wins as well. It was such a busted
yeah, it was a
team.
really good team.
That's crazy. I don't know how they didn't win.
I mean,
I also don't know why I didn't draft them either, because I remember I ended up winning the draft, but I don't think I drafted anyone on that team.
Trust me, I
Yeah,
always
I don't
win.
know. I don't know what
You
I
should
was
draft
thinking.
me more often. Yeah.
I don't know what were you thinking?
I
Even
think I had,
Randy
like,
says it was
Gus
an
and
awful
Madge
season.
and
We're
someone
justified.
I mean, Maj did get an extra kill because he team killed me, but
huge.
That's
I was
pretty huge.
I remember I was in your guys' channel muted when that was happening, and Gus's like scream when that happened.
No, from that season, I just remember the clip of Will purling on me because he realized that I'm
You were
double
double
like
tapping
that.
So we're gonna do a counter, by the way. We're up to 2 recorder rounds this year that Birdie has won while being dead. How many will we get?
Oh, is I feel like we're gonna tally this up
Actual
pretty
count,
high.
Mhm.
All right.
I won a live this year. I'll just spoil that.
Good for you. Good for you. I'm proud of you.
Spoilers.
All right. Next up, we got Mythical Season 5.
Oh
Kelawesome.
boy,
I guess
Love
you can start on
Kelawesome.
that one since you organized it.
this was the most stressed I've ever been for a recorded round ever in my life. It was so like
Yeah,
it was the
I can totally
culmination
tell.
of we started planning that in 2019, and it came out at the beginning of this year.
Oh my god.
That's how long that was in the works for, and it was insane. I just wish it wasn't lagging at the start.
When are you getting any replays back?
Vouch. Vouch.
Huge, if true. All I remember from my team in this was we did awfully. We lost to a terrible team, and then Jamie went on to die to Katie Lawson. So that's all I remember, and I'm like, all right, I can do without remembering this.
There was a bunch of funny kills in that season for sure.
I loved Brock falling into the hole
Yeah.
that separated the quadrants when the walls fell down. That was awesome.
Hey, Tar, you don't have to remind me that our team couldn't handle Taran, Tony, and Gavin.
One thing I noticed about this season was that it actually turned out pretty decent, despite having such a huge ass roster and very
definitely.
unbalanced teams. But it actually
Yeah.
turned out alright.
This had potential to be absolute dog shit, but it was not dog
Yeah,
shit.
that's true.
It was
That's
fine,
true.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wendigos have never lost.
That's true.
Maybe the Wendigos are just busted.
No,
Have you
I
guys
think
ever,
so.
have
Not-
you guys
not
ever
possible.
played
It's
Until
it's
Dawn?
the spaghetti diff.
They never lost, so I think they're busted.
They're probably busted.
No.
I think so. I think it was fine.
They never,
wee bit.
even the scrapped them. They never lost anything. Like anything.
It's fine.
anything.
Anything.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
Oh no, no one is here.
that's like
was
that's like 10 different UHC wins.
Getting boosted up by Latin.
Oh yeah, Joey, I forgot. Yeah, the current podcast art still has your jacket there. I've just been kind of hoarding that thing.
He just really likes it.
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't Rocky. It was
Defs, Rasquare, and Eze.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember that. It was pretty good. It could have been a disaster, but it was good.
There were also, understandably, a lot of people who were not active anymore when we actually uploaded. Like an entire team.
Yeah,
Entire
that-
team of
I love
Cat,
a team of
Benny,
Cat,
and
Fine, Chipsy, and Frozen Benny.
No
It's
perspectives.
okay. They're
Don't you mean
each fine.
Z-Cent, John? That was Z-Cent. What do you mean?
Didn't Chipsy like randomly upload like a
She
episode
did.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
And then
Back for like
Yeah,
some
And
months.
then didn't upload.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think he wasn't completely gone at that time, and I think people saw him on Arctic and messaged him to upload his stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We like Fang and I got on the call with him at some point. And we were like,
I
"Can you
also
please upload
like-
these?"
I like hard messed up the beginning as well. Like, because we didn't really, because we're really stupid. We didn't rehearse the talking intro very much. So we forgot to do like half of the things we were actually planning on doing, and then we just had all the guests join at the same time instead of like calling out everyone, which is
May
what
still
we were
work pretty
planning on
well.
doing.
It was kind of scary, to be honest. They didn't stop joining. It just kept going.
Yeah, everyone. We needed exactly one person to fill the last team, and everyone kept giving these recommendations of people they see in the Arctic Hub. They're like, oh no, I don't want to get that person. No, I don't want to get Katsmic. I don't think he'd want to play.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
That was very stressful, but it was definitely worth it. But we're never doing it again.
Oh yeah, we
Just
don't
season
recommend
10.
it. Yeah, season 10. It's like it's the same thing, but it's even more monsters.
God.
Speaking of season 10,
I wouldn't even know what all the monsters did at that point. It's too far away.
The next round.
Speaking of season 10,
Sorry,
Oh,
I'm
good
interrupting you guys, but did you have anything else to say?
When are we getting Higgy as Bigfoot back for S10?
Fouch.
You're lagging out, sorry.
All right. With that, we'll move on to Geology Season 8. I have a feeling someone in here probably will want to talk about it.
Yeah,
Just a hunch.
I can start on that one. It's probably one of my favorite game modes. Just like mixing worlds together is a cool idea. The world was perfect for that. Like even Saya got a trap kill using the features of the world, so that was pretty cool to see. It's also one of the better season. I really like that season. Just like all the fights went, and I think that was probably one of the best season. Well, there's one winner that didn't age the best, but I still like it.
Still a fine
Yeah.
season.
The ice track that season was really fun, and
That was
I
a lot of
especially had a pretty funny experience with it
I
because
just like it in general.
I got to do a drive-by on an entire team of 3 while going down the ice track, which I thought was really funny.
It was pretty funny.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I mean, the ice track is just the best thing in general. I think it's like perfect because it just like helps for early fight and people like to use it. It's just fun to ride. The only thing is like if the next season I use it, I'll make it so you can break the ice so it can't be trapped anymore.
Boo.
Boring. Don't do that.
Boo.
I am.
Stone is crumbling.
You're no fun.
I never played this season, but the one big thing I remember was the ice track was really fun.
Yeah, it's just I don't want people to be scared to use the ice track. Otherwise, like, why would you use it if you can be trapped now?
Yeah.
But keep in mind that the ice track technically with the trap was too small, and it only killed Rocket because Andrew told him to slow down because there was a hole.
Yeah, he probably would have like zoomed right by it.
Yeah,
He
because
just
Andrew
used
passed the
it.
hole, and he told him to slow down because there was a hole.
Oh no.
Poor
You
Rocket.
hate to hear it. Alright, anything else on Geology 8?
I just think it's a good season. Yeah.
I have nothing. Yeah.
It's just a
I
decent
mean, I'll
season
say
overall.
this, so I'm very happy with the intro because it took me a while to
Oh,
do the
yeah.
animations for this.
That's a good intro. It's a lot of funny callbacks in that.
Yeah, there's a lot of callbacks with the intro itself, with the clips, and like just references to for like everyone with what they have in their animations. And I really wanted to like do some kind of animated intro in a while. I'm definitely not the most happy with it because there's definitely stuff I would want to do different about it to make it slightly better in my opinion. But
Fang Brody made the Geo8 intro. He did everything except the music.
you made the PowerPoint.
Oh, yeah,
you made,
I
like,
remember
PowerPoint
this.
presentation.
Yeah, I remember this intro. This was a really good intro.
Yeah, Brody did everything and then Flute did the music.
Imagine not doing your own music. Oh my god.
I mean, I had to get Flus for music. Like, it's always the best working with Flus for intros because he literally takes the time to make the music so I can actually so the beats works perfectly with the amount of teams I have. And that's just
That is really
the
cool.
best thing. Like, it removes completely like one part of the work to get like the syncing done because like literally told me like the beat to sync it to. It just like saved a lot of time.
Isn't Flu's like not able to make music anymore? Or
Yeah, no, he's not able to make it. Well, last time when this was made, so in November, while making the music, I think one of his he didn't specify it, but one of his instruments that he used broke or like can't record the music anymore. So,
That sucks. Damn.
but I don't know
Aw.
if that changed since November of last year. Could have fixed it since then. You have
the
to
end of an
ask him.
era.
But it would be sad if we never see Flus make her music again.
Yeah. Hopefully at least one more time. That'd be nice.
Would you won't be the same? Alright, okay, we're gonna move on from this one. I know absolutely nothing about the next one. Absorbed Season 8.
I think
Alright, so
only
Notorious
person who knows-
season 2?
I think the only person who knows like anything about this one is me, just because I was like the only person who would like peek at
I know nothing.
like random non-Reddits.
I made
think
reminders for that.
The only thing I remember from this season was that Immortal Death 1 cleaned a Team of 2 final fight and won. I think it's really the only thing I remember.
Nice.
Yeah, I knew there was like a lot of
That's
toxicity from
exciting.
it as well. It was like I think it was like a team of 2 of like Alex Amami on like a heart, and then like Brink Y on like 5 hearts, and I think Immortal still had like 8 gaps left or something.
Isn't that where the
Oh,
copy
God.
pasta came from?
Which one?
The copy pasta.
No. That's from
Okay, never mind.
that's from Ultimo.
Okay, then I'm wrong.
It was a
Share with
copy
the class?
pasta from my. It was a guy that didn't upload a round.
Oh,
and really
that
annoyed
copy
at
pasta.
people for like
Yeah.
calling him out on it. I can find the copy pasta real quick. I'm not gonna like read it off, but I'll just put it in the Discord to.
Yeah, I know literally nothing about this season. Or
I think-
the- Oops.
I think you know the copy pasta because that one. on
Yeah, I
Twitter for a
probably
while.
know that.
Yeah, that's not this though, so never mind. Yeah, I know nothing about Absorbed. I hate to say.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
All
All
right.
right, I can't find it. Never mind.
All right. In that case, we'll just cleanly move on to Notorious season 2. Subheading Pirates, by the way.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm gonna be
So
honest, I
didn't
don't
you
know
have
much
a
about this
funny-
one.
Thank
Did I
you.
have
That's
a
funny
fun-
this season.
Cypher
Didn't you
can
go-
came clues.
Didn't you go in someone's boat?
Oh, I did go in someone's boat. Whose boat did I go in? I can't
it was like-
remember.
I think it was like.
But-
Wasn't it Wizards?
No, Wizard was my teammate.
Wait, you were teamed with them. Never mind.
Yeah, we were just boating around, like just looking to relocate, and we run into somebody. So I get off the boat, swim to the other person's boat, and just ride along with them until we reach an island where we start fighting. I can't remember who it was though. Maybe
It
it
might
was
have been.
Andrew?
I know Connor got like 3 episode 2 kills because of that.
It must have been Connor then.
mess.
It was probably Connor then.
Oh, that I you found it, Brody. You found the coffee pasta.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's certainly a copy pasta. Oh my god. I
Yeah,
will not be
Notorious
posting
season
that.
2 had a cool game mode, but I feel like there maybe was a lack of teams in the game.
I feel like that's kind of sadly just happens with Notorious because I wish there was more interest in like the newer versions because
I like the game mode because the game mode was all based on looting, and like I just spent
Yeah,
my
the
entire
first
episode
was
1
really cool.
boating around, looting structures, getting a lot of stuff because all the chests were like randomized. So by just exploring the runes chest, which can have like 10 chests, you have like a decent amount of chance of finding a end city chest, which I did, and I got like a prot 4
Wait.
chest plate from that.
Ugh.
Why did that winning team exist?
oh, what Cypher and Mav?
Yeah,
I
I
think
know
it
it's
was
a new
wished.
version, but like,
I think it was wished. No?
It was chosen, I think.
oh,
Didn't they like underestimate Mav very badly? I believe.
Actually, you're right. It does say chosen on the.
I
mean,
know he
some of
did.
some of the people in the Notorious roster are kind of cracked, and I think some
That's
people don't
true.
realize that.
They weren't the only good team. I know that. There was definitely some other good
Yeah.
teams. But I also do know that Mav ended up dying to like an explosive target or something like that. It's like something in the new versions. I don't
Interesting.
really know how it works.
He
We
would.
love to see it.
Yeah.
Wood.
Actually, the match was to say that one of the game modes was that the targets instantly explode when shot. So
Oh, Mav. did
Oh yeah,
have a-
Yeah,
bullseye.
that-
That's
yeah,
what it is,
that'll-
or
that'll do
Xbox
it.
is mod or something. Yeah.
Um,
Do you remember Mav's bet? No. And so Mav had a bet where if he won this season, he would be invited to Destral.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that did come true. He just never
Yeah, he
played.
did
before
get
Destral
invited. He
died.
played this crap
Take.
season.
He played a
Aw.
fail take.
Did he?
unfortunate.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I think that's all for Notorious.
All right, cool. Next up, we got Past Glories 2.
I cannot complain about an
Wow.
anything snowball.
It's a pretty
Oh,
cool.
that's what it was.
oh, was
Cool
that the
season.
end 5 kills one?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
pretty cool
Fang
season.
5 kills, yes.
Yeah, Fang got 5 kills. That team dominated a little bit more, but it was a cool season to watch. But I think
It's
if
one
you
of those. It's one of those seasons where if you look at the kill board, it looks terrible, but then it's actually like good.
Mhm.
yeah, which
There's
is
a few
like
of those this
I
year.
think that's the I think that's like the problem with that season is mostly like the problem they had with season 3 with like the roster kind of shrinking, which is why like the currently releasing teaser is kind of cool because now it's like growing back again.
Yeah, Past Glories is a cool round. I just wish it had like just more like a slightly bigger roster. I don't think it needs to be like anything like super big. I think even just
Yeah.
like low mid-20s would be fine.
I think
But,
it does
yeah.
work well with a small roster though. Like some rounds, small rosters don't really work, but I think
Okay,
the Past Glories
it doesn't need to be
kind of does
big,
work.
but I think it needs
No,
to be
yeah,
like
just
around
a bit
20.
bigger would be nice. Yeah.
I think it
Yeah.
needs to be around 20.
It also gets like oddly good seasons because like the Past Glories roster is like not one that you would think would be oriented towards like getting good seasons. Like you'd think it'd be more of a commentary round, and then it actually gets like good seasons, which is also actually like really cool to see.
I mean, yeah, it's cool to see. It is a lot of luck too, I think, but
Mhm.
it's
Yeah,
very
Chloe,
cool
you
to
only
see.
get good seasons because you're lucky.
I mean,
You're a bad
okay,
organizer.
okay, getting good season is a lot of luck, but I think it's
Yeah,
cool
I feel
to
like in
see.
general that's like a common.
It's cool to see Past
concept.
Glories getting like so many good season in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Karma's been on the screen the whole
Yeah,
time.
shout out to the people in the chat appreciating the Karma Season 1 logo. I just haven't thought of anything to replace it, so it just stays there. I can replace it if I want. Like I can get rid of that, but
No, don't.
yeah. I probably won't be updating it midstream, just so you know.
I just got a ghost notification in Auto Hype. Sad.
Oh, let's go.
What is it?
I don't know.
I can look.
Oh yeah, we can scout. We can go figure out who did that.
Oh,
Call them out publicly.
Wait.
I don't see anything.
Was it?
oh, I see what it was.
Ghost. Oh, I see
That
the
was
deleted
Quill
message.
posted the nude on thing, then removed it.
Yeah, but it couldn't ping. No.
Should
I
be.
don't know.
I meant like a ghost like notification, like
Oh,
because
this
a ping, like,
notification, okay.
message.
Yeah.
okay.
All right.
All right,
That's all I have to say about Past Glories, I think.
All right. In that case,
If anything, I don't know.
we can move over to Flip the Switch 4.
A flip of combat.
Flip
Yes.
of Combat.
This season gives me bad memories.
I think I watched a montage for this.
Flip the Switch, there's
Slicestone
nothing-
just got paid to
Yeah.
make the
Oh, he did. Yeah, it just happened. There's nothing
Size-
wrong with a round going to 1.12 for one season. It's just it didn't work with the FTS roster. Like no one wanted to do it, and so
There was a lot
Yeah,
of
it-
PvE devs.
A lot of the fights were kind of just like, I think the
Disappointed.
main thing with the season, I know I had absolutely zero fun playing it, and that's also just because I wasn't having a good day on the day it was played. But I think the final fight,
It had a good
was like
ending,
the-
though.
the final fight was the main thing that were like, oh, this is actually all right. So I think I could.
Yeah, the ending
It's
was pretty
a
cool.
season I can live with.
Are there seasons you would not be able to live with?
I will
We'll
not
get to
answer
those
that
later.
question.
We
Okay,
can skip
those-
that one.
Also, yeah, I can confirm. Having a one-time switch to 1.12 is only good if your roster is interested in it.
yeah.
I learned that the hard way.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Anyway, moving on.
Anyway.
Oh, speaking of new
Moving
combat,
on.
Destral Season 3.
That is the last season I organized, and I'd say it definitely was not the most motivating season to organize, and kind of pushed me more into just stepping down and giving the round to Love and DJ. I mean, I think it is a round that's very hard to organize, getting like competitive 1.12 players or like just combat update players. When most of the Apollo players don't care about rounds and want to upload,
Yeah.
and then the rest is like most people are good that are from the Reddit community are mostly. There's a few exceptions of like Red player that plays Apollo, or like I think Mav played Apollo, Cypher, stuff like that. And then the rest are like all people I have in my rounds. So it becomes very hard to make the roster either original or get a lot of Destral players and like original players, and most of the original players ended up just going against me and either not uploading or just losing footage or being cancelled or all that fun stuff.
As you do.
I remember
The
I
three
skipped-
directions that you were player can get.
I remember I skipped this Destral season. I think for like Azure or something. I think Azure was the same day as it. And I just
Yeah,
like
it was that.
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know. Destral kind of just happened. That's really all there is to say about it.
All
I
right.
mean,
Maybe
yeah.
we can move.
One thing I have to say before, I mean, is the fact that I think the fun fact from last minute, we like had one player that wanted to join, and Loaf goes to be like, "Oh, can I add Chug to the RAM?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, Chug Mitchell is good. I'm fine with adding him." He just adds him, and then he has the agent Chugabunga, and I'm like, "Who is that?"
They
Turns
aren't
out it's
real.
not the same person. And every time this all three gets mentioned, I always get asked the same question: if Chugabunga is Chug Mitchell. And I have to answer it's not. Sadly.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's Chugabunga.
Yeah, Chugabunga.
Great name.
Never to be seen again.
I have really bad news that Rocky was canceled.
No.
Said it was canceled by Culture.
No.
No.
I hate
this
to be the one
sucks.
to break the news.
This is awful. All right. Okay. Moving on now. We have Calamity 10.
Okay,
This season was like oddly all right. It's like
I
it's
think
one of
it's,
the,
there's one good POV. And
yeah. I was gonna say this
Oh, yeah,
season
true.
is carried by one team. So there was a team, and it was quite a good team. Like it was definitely one of the best ones in the game. It was like Connor exists, Gus, Joseph, Kai Smarty Pants, and I think like Spricket was like their one nerf.
That team
Silence
that
Cricket.
team's insane for Calamity. What the hell?
you just destroyed
Yeah,
it
it is.
anyway.
And I think they got like, I want to say like nearly 20 kills.
Cool.
Something like
Something
that.
I mean, it was
57
like-
player game,
It was
right?
like a 57 player roster to be fair, so it's like only a third. I shouldn't say only a third because a third is still a decent chunk, but like
Oh, yeah.
when you know how big the roster is, it doesn't sound as bad.
Mhm.
So
But it's the main
Oh.
POV to watch for this season. They pretty much did
Yeah,
everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gus had Jacob
had-
highlight.
I was saying,
POV, so-
yeah, I got a Jacob highlighted POV.
It's a good POV to watch, yeah.
That team had like no healing the entire game as well. Like they would pretty much just do well in all their fights, which makes sense because they're like the better team. But like they like deserve the win. I was happy they won.
Oh yeah, they do
So.
deserve it. It is also the one round with the best team name.
Oh, is it the one where it's like
Oh, yeah, my
5
team.
sentences long?
The mini team, yeah.
That's my team, yeah.
Okay.
If you read
That's
to
a
the
good
end of it, there's a
intro.
special surprise, by the way.
Is there? Oh, there is a surprise.
Yes, there is.
And recently in the R Discord we watched the playlist of all Shakey's intro, and I think Calamity 10 was there, and then we were like 10 in a call, and we read the team name Maxaa. So I'm just saying.
There's a bunch of us. there.
Oh, it's a big promise to uphold. I don't know if I can do that.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Brodio and Calamity.
Also,
Yeah, maybe one day. We'll
Also,
see.
to answer the questions in chat, so the thing is, we do have a bunch of trailers and stuff scheduled. The problem is, we're like just over halfway to the first break, and it's been an hour. And there are 4 breaks.
Yeah.
Maybe we should speed up a bit.
I
I think we
think
should.
let's
we can just skip like the next 20.
Did we do Winter Wonderland 3? I'm pretty
Well,
sure
yeah.
Winter Wonderland 3 does not fall
No,
into
Winter
2021.
Wonderland
Bobby.
3. It started coming out last year.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Bobby.
I think there's a Winter Wonderland 4 this year.
That's the only notification you get about it. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. We'll try and be quick. So just from this point out, fellas, if
Yeah.
you don't have much to say, probably better if we just don't say anything.
Yeah.
Fair.
All right. We'll start hitting these now. So Conjure 7.
Ooh.
Is that the time one?
Actually, I
I got
this.
stuff to say.
Oh no.
You go first, Rob, yeah.
Okay, I'll go first. So, this was a misjudgment by Car, I think. I think the game mode for was really good, actually. The whole monument thing and
I think the game mode was good.
skulls.
agree.
Yeah, it was really good game mode. But big team sizes, it just went wrong, and the teams were unbalanced, and Yeah, just watch the
Rage.
montage and it
Mole.
just shows up really. Yeah,
There
there
was
was
a
a lot of rage as well.
There's a team that had Torn FBF, 78 Ford, and Chloe on it. And then there was a team where the worst player on it was Rocket in a team of 5.
Yeah, but Glyph won.
That is true.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it was one of my best commentary. Like, we had such a fun time, and there was
one thing
a
I
funny
also-
Sacrive moment. But the
one
thing
thing-
is, when we reached meetup, there was so much toxicity. And, like, everyone got just
Yeah.
salty, and it just ruined everything.
Yeah,
It's a shame because it's a really good game mode.
Yeah, the toxicity was the main thing I was going to mention. I feel like the toxicity like made the season so much worse. Like, yeah, I don't know. It just didn't leave a good taste in people's mouths.
Next one?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, move on. Ambition 25.
Among Us.
Among Us.
Oh, it's just the Among Us season.
Among Us.
Is this? Oh my god! I
We're
love,
so
I love the
weird.
intro. That's all
Okay,
I
next
gotta
one.
Do we have anything to say other than Among Us?
I saw the montage. Isn't this one where Michael used the Higgy skin?
Yes.
Yes. Oh yes.
Yeah, we have to
Yeah,
remember
that's awesome. It was a
White Higgy
I quite
won the
enjoyed it.
poll.
So
I quite
glad we
enjoyed
have
it.
such enlightened commentary about this round.
Among Us and White Higgy.
I think this season just generally was one of Ambition's better ones as well. Like, I remember it being pretty good.
I did
So,
enjoy
I
it.
think I
Yeah.
remember being good as well.
Happy
Alright.
every dub is a dub for the world.
Hell
True,
yeah.
true there.
All right.
Okay.
Addiction 14.
I have some things to say about this one.
The montage just released about it, so
It was.
Oh yeah, true.
it's a good
So-
one to watch if anyone hasn't watched.
So going back to the things you guys were saying about, I think as we were on FTS, it was like moving your round to another version
Mm-hmm.
for like one season. That's
Mhm.
why the season had a lower turnout. Like Addiction has kind of a lower turnout nowadays, but well, not really, but it has like a lower old player turnout, I should say. But
Mhm.
this season had a lower turnout because of the version change, which you could definitely tell. But the season turned out all right, I think. And I also just want to say again, sorry to Major Whiff. It was an accident.
What happened?
He
I-
killed him.
Team killed Major Whiff in this season.
That's kind of messed up.
Oh.
I think the main
Well
thing
done.
I have to say about Addiction 14 is when I watched the montage recently, because it was a Brink montage, I realized how badly the winning team played. Because I think there was a fight between like a full Iron team that was like Matthew and a couple other people. And then I think it was your team, Wacko, actually, as like a team of 2.
Yes, they cleaned. I
And
remember.
then it was like Edvin, Scott Peary, and Sammy Bacon as like 3/4 diamond and full diamond
Mhm.
each.
Hmm.
Just got like, I don't think either of the 2 initial teams that were fighting got a single one of the kills.
Rip.
Also, I just want to say, Whipple. Whipple just said, "I played that and I killed some fucker." By some fucker, you're talking about Antonin. I think that's a bit mean, Whipple.
Come
about
on.
Antonin.
Put some
Come
respect
on.
on Antonin's name. Come on. Jesus.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we got
Next.
Amor.
Ooh.
That was a
It's
good
one of my favorite
season.
Max, we steamrolled this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a pretty good ending, but I feel like it's also a one time with laughs, so it doesn't have that much of a
Mhm.
purpose other than release at that time and have a name fitting with that date.
Love.
So
I feel like
about
if
it.
you were,
Teams are very funny.
I feel like if you were a solo in this game, you hated your game, which is completely
Oh yeah,
understandable.
all the solos hated
Like
it.
there
Yeah.
was only like, I think like 3 or 4 good like team POVs. I think the ending was actually really good though.
The ending
And-
definitely saved it. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Quite frankly, I'm sort of glad I lost because I think everybody wanted us to lose.
Yeah, I agree. Do you remember your quote from that season?
I don't. Wait, what was my quote again?
Your sad virgin quote?
Oh yeah, it was on the R No
What?
Context Twitter.
Yeah, it
It was
was.
just me at the beginning of my episode 2 talking about how I'm a sad virgin because I was a solo in laughs.
Oh my.
Can't
Good
help.
God. All right, let's move on from that really fast. Mythical Season 6.
Oh,
Kel,
Sex
Kel,
loves
please take it
UC.
away.
What?
I like the spectacle.
Typical.
Yeah, I know.
Recorded round.
No, I know. This was another winter-based recorded round that just Nolan got double-digit kills in. However, this one was actually good.
Yeah.
Because I
Whoa.
Max will get carried.
Whoa! I mean, it was good season. Good season.
Yeah, it was a pretty good
Right.
season.
I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed
the
watching it,
main
yeah.
thing I have against the season, I'm kind of disappointed that the monster didn't do much.
Oh yeah.
That's-
I
all-
can see
okay.
that perspective.
In
but
all fairness, the
Yeah.
monster did also have to fight a 3/4 just Nolan, which
and
is
almost
like
killed him with getting
Yeah.
like half the hits.
I mean, yeah, I know. Wish there could have been more for the monster.
Yeah,
'cause
I-
it has
I
cool
think
powers,
the
and they didn't get used
monster-
much. But
Yeah, they had good powers. I think the balance was fine. It's just they took a bad fight. They didn't get as many hits, and the season didn't have much effect from that monster, but it still ended up being good.
Yeah. That's
I mean,
fair.
hey, the
As
monster.
for the
is-
concept, it was a little weaker because it didn't get involved as much.
I mean, hey, the monster was the only person to have killed someone on the winning team.
That's true.
Oh yeah,
Let's
that's
go.
true.
Because it was a team of two, and you can't win when your team's dead.
Yeah, Nolan did all that work himself, but that was like a complete. He earned that win.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
completely
really
earned
deserved.
Okay. Next one.
Next up, consumption 6.
Food round.
Food round.
Which one is
Yummy.
6? Firm, you probably know
Did I
that
play
better than me.
Oh, this one also left a bad taste in my mouth afterwards.
I see what you did there. Taste,
Ah.
food.
That's really funny. That's really
Ah.
funny. Don't give him that much credit. Do not give him any credit for that.
I don't know nothing about this.
I think the winning team this season was like by far the best one in the game.
Which team
was
size
like-
is this one?
3.
It was team of 3,
Okay,
and
it's
there was a team of Connor, Gunner, and SR. And if you don't know anything about SR, he likes to play Fortnite.
Oh no. I hate
Awesome.
I hate this guy already.
I did kill him, but they still
Oh,
won.
okay.
You eradicated this world of Fortnite. Congrats.
Thank God. Yeah, looking back on it, the season actually like wasn't like that bad. I think it was actually like a pretty like average season.
This is a season. There's a funny tidbit about this season that Brink scheduled it. It was a Monday morning. He was like, there was already 2 failed attempts, and he was like, you know what? Screw it. Why don't we just do a season tonight and keep it? It felt like he got like 21 people. They're like, okay, why not?
Honestly, I've done that before.
I had
For
already
Mythical 4, we
scheduled-
had 2 failed attempts, and I just put on a Thursday that it was good,
Yeah.
or it was better. So
I had scheduled a DoorDash shift already that night. I was like, I want to make money. I'm not going to cancel my shift because DoorDash, it's not whatever. It's not like
Yeah.
an actual regular job. But I was like, I'm not going to cancel my shift to play record around on a Monday night. And so as I was like driving between restaurants and houses, every time I got to a new restaurant, I would join a different call.
Nice.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It was interesting.
You were door dashing during the food round.
Oh my god,
Oh.
it was!
Shut up.
All right, moving on. We have
Shigeo.
UHCGO 3.
Nothing to say about
It's
this. I
the
don't know
one
anything.
where-
This is
Well,
the round
know-
with the really good art.
All I know about you, Seiko, is that amazing.
I mean, there was a cool effect or like roles with everyone having effects. I don't think it had massive impact on the season, but it's a pretty cool season. You have Pelly carrying at least some offense to win.
Yeah, I was gonna
Let's
say the
go.
2 things I remember
Oh,
about
yeah.
the season are Pelly gets like a really good win, and Evson table spec spoiled.
Ooh.
Oh dear.
Oh, dude.
Okay,
You want to
next
see
one.
it? That's all we got. All right. Apocalyptic
No.
season 12.
Okay, this one's mine.
Fuck.
Oh,
We're
okay.
we're screwed.
I won this season.
This season.
I win this
I want to see it.
I mean, yeah, I kind of agree. Like, there's like so many people that got screwed by PvE. It was pyrophobia, and
You're welcome.
the amount of people that either died in lava or got drained all of their healing in lava was insane. And I think we were I don't know if there was another team like us, but we're like the one team that managed to not get drained out of our healing from lava, and we also stayed a team of 4 until the end.
Yeah, we were like one of the worst teams in the game, and we ended up steamrolling because we just were the one team that did well in terms of like
Yeah,
PvE and numbers.
We're the master of pyrophobia. That's all.
The thing
Oh,
is, it
yeah.
also didn't help that it was like 50% removed ore rates and like Gapple Roulette. Like the game mode, and it was also Enchant Paranoia. The game modes were like not good.
With
So-
our master of Pyrophobia, we can end on that.
Oh yeah, and also the rest of my team ended up like one tapping 2 people final fight, which was I told them not to do it, but it happened and people were annoyed. So, God,
Yeah, I
that's
think
about it.
Apaka, something that it struggles with the most is game mode selection.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
mean, it doesn't have much of a concept, so it's kind of hard to figure out what you want to do. And sometimes
Yeah.
CJ kind of just picks game modes that make the game harder, and is like, okay, we're going with these.
Okay,
All right,
next one.
Evo 22. Kelawesome, you suck.
Sorry.
You.
This is the team of the one.
I
I
hate
knew
you.
that was
I
coming.
hate
That was a
you
pretty cool
so
season.
bad.
I did enjoy that.
I was having a
season, yeah.
great time with my good pal Brodio, who I have never teamed with before in RR, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that part.
Yeah, never teamed before ever.
Hell.
And I got fragged out in my staircase.
Oh,
It's
Disgraceful.
okay. He traded it back. It's all good.
Oh yeah,
This
you-
is the team of 2 season, right?
yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was the
Great
one
season.
that BGR like pulled out a really clutch double.
Yeah,
W.
V2.
Oh, yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
Why he's so fucking
Yeah,
Really good final fight.
BGR's just cracked.
Yeah, he's insane. Remember this season? It was very good.
Yeah, I think the only
And you
I
had
think
the classic Whipple John Space Pod team.
Also never happened
Oh.
before.
never
Yeah.
seen before.
Never. Really never. Favorite part was when John was not listening to Liz at all. And Liz got crit out by 2 people while John was shooting at a different team. That was pretty exciting.
Great teammate.
Yeah, John wanted to hawk tap a kill, and that was why Bliss died.
What do you mean that's not true? Or did your mic cut out? That might have been what it was.
No, I said he wanted to hawk tap a team, and that's why
No,
Bliss
not-
died.
I'm not talking
never
to
mind.
you.
Oh, never mind.
TeamSpeak didn't transfer me shouting, double pearl. Oh no.
I think that was the
TeamSpeak
last
decided
season
to be the
on.
villain.
Was that the last Evo season on TeamSpeak?
I don't remember. I have no
That's
idea.
hilarious.
Um,
Lucky.
yeah. All right. Next up, we have Masked Season 1.
Oh, season 1, oh my gosh.
There's not
Ooh,
much
is that
to
the
say
first
about that
season
one.
one?
Other than, like,
Ooh.
This
the
one
winner,
has not aged well.
Yeah, the winner didn't age well,
Yeah.
but I think the season is overall is pretty cool.
It's actually decent.
Yeah. And maybe one day we'll get a season 2 for that.
Maybe one day.
I've heard they've had troubles getting fills. Right.
I did
I've heard-
suggest them to do the Mask of Dream. I don't know if it's going to happen.
That would get views.
That's what the mask is.
It's taken like all my internal power to not sing the
It'd
awful
get
version
views,
of that song.
It also get death threats.
Yeah.
One thing I do remember from the season is that Dauncey made a trap, and I think trapped like Coach Joshua or someone who was like extremely stacked. And I think Dauncey ended up top fragging with like 5 kills or something.
She did,
which
yeah.
is
Goddamn.
not something you see every day.
Oh my goodness.
I forgot she trapped, but yeah, she did get 5 kills.
All right. Cool.
Alright, next season?
Next we got Paradox 5.
Oh, this season's a good one.
It's
a really
a
good
very
season.
funny season because I think the mall teams looks very busted, and then they end up not doing anything.
Kind of fixed it.
Yeah.
The weird thing about the season is that the moles were set in episode 1, and it was Mumble as well and City World, so it was a really weird combination.
That one,
for-
it's terrible.
Our mole was Smear, and our team was like a Dino Clan team. Well, Dino Clan's dead, but it was basically like a lot of people from that friend group. And then it was just Smear, who I'd never spoken to before in my life. And then Smear was the mole, so he just fucked off and let him talk to us the whole game.
Oh no.
I went in team with his mole teammate, Crow JRC, who's in the chat. Smear hated his team, yeah, because we didn't know him. Nobody knew who he was.
Every time I hear of this
I do
season, I get
remember-
sad. Oh, sorry.
No, you can go first.
Okay. I get sad about the guest team that never happened that Bacon has mentioned a few times. I think it was like
Yeah. What was it?
I think it was like Tommy, Craft Crank, X Hockey, and I forget the other 2.
That's
That
wild.
already
But-
sounds
I-
right, yeah.
I
That would've
remember-
been- that
I
would've
remember they
been-
all dropped out except Tommy, is what Bacon had said, and so
Aw.
I'm sure someone on the route
Paradox
remember
was
what the whole team
robbed of
was.
General Hawk.
This sucks.
I can't say
Yeah, I'm sure
General
someone
Hawk
on the
was in
route
the round at one point.
Oh,
That would have been a
He's
really
not
fun
in
guest team.
Oh.
Yeah, it was actually really good. I think Paul won on like 5% or something. Like, I think like
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
Paul,
another
Paul wins a
paradox.
good win.
Another
One
Paul
hit
top.
away from a different ending.
Okay.
all right, cool. And now we have Rising Stars 4.
Ooh, that's a fun one.
I won this. I won
I
this.
can Kelawesome in this.
I find
My
it,
mouse disconnected twice.
I find
my
it
God,
funny
you're so
that my team managed to get most kills in this.
Geology UH.
I killed your best
Yes.
friend.
I find it really funny that I can do like absolutely
Okay.
fuck all organizing for like over a year and I still get rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the
played-
team invited were pretty good picks. TDC was probably the worst pick.
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not doubting that.
I think the problem is more that it received a vote for being in there, and it passed the votes over like some other rounds.
Oh yeah, that's kind of crap.
I didn't get to vote. Don't blame me.
I would like to mention real quick, Bill. We don't talk about that.
Oh no, what did Bill do?
He ruined firm.
I jumped him when I had more gear, and he almost killed me.
Oh god.
Do it again.
Although, yeah, no, our team had like zero right to do as well as we did because we were like one of the most average teams in the game. And then I think
the
we
1.12
found
team snowballed in the
It's alright.
Yeah.
1.8.
You found the spellbound
with
team in the
no
purple.
brain
we found
cells.
Spellbound team who had like
No
a
offense.
2 sets of like pretty much like 2 sets of full diamond and like over 2 stacks of gold, and we just like kind of stomped off of that for a bit.
Yeah, we just went in for the fights, and we ended up being run out of healing very quickly.
Yeah, I liked our fight versus Mythical though.
Mythical, yeah.
Yeah,
I
it was a
don't
really cool
I don't
fight.
remember what the fuck TDC did in this. I have no clue.
I actually remember.
You guys did
I
well.
actually remember them because our team went to me up and found your guys' skulls. You fought in that 20 team. I think. Next
No,
to
they
the fort.
fought lore. It was lore.
Who was it?
Yeah.
Oh, so it was. I remember Vinyl got a couple kills in that fight. Yeah, you're right. That's
Yeah.
another round that hasn't aged well being in that because Lore hasn't done anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the time it looked like lore would
Yeah.
continue, so I think that made sense for it to be invited at the time. But if it happened now, of course it wouldn't be invited back.
That's a shame because Lore is a really good round.
I'm so
Yeah.
excited to not be invited to Rising Stars 5. Let's go.
There's a Rising Stars 5.
I mean, you just have to record a season.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to do
Yeah.
it. Although, you have to do it, otherwise, like some people will lose perfect attendance in Rising Stars.
That's true. That's true. All right. Okay. Next up. By the way, this is the last one before the break.
OMG.
So next up we have Abstraction 9.
Banger season.
I made
I'm
teams
the
for
teams
this.
for this.
Don't care to ask.
Sad cat.
Oh my god.
I was like, let me remind myself what my team was
Wacko.
for this, and then I'll judge you based off of that.
Oh,
Uh,
I know
it
what.
was-
Who should I
It
put
was
John
you,
Ryan with?
Jake, and Sig. It was
Okay, no,
it
you
was
made the greatest RR team of all time. I appreciate you.
Let's go.
I actually had a fucking blast with that team. That was an incredible team.
Didn't you get a kill too?
Who should I
Uh,
put Jonathan Ryan with?
I killed someone.
No one.
I killed someone.
No. I remember watching a montage.
Oh wait, yeah, this is the season where it was THS3 terrain, and at meetup while John's team was going to 0-0, he was like leaning against the edge of the wall while going down it, and just hits a cave
Oh,
and just
yeah.
clips it and dies.
That
That's
is
a
bad.
funny death.
That's awesome.
It's really good.
Liz's reaction was amazing as well to it.
Mhm.
I can't remember what she said, but it was so funny what she said. I can't remember. What
I
she
think it was
said.
just I'm gonna kill myself.
That was, yeah. She just said,
That is a common Wibble quote.
it was just complete silence and just Ripple said, "I'm gonna kill myself." Just- but yeah, it was a really good season.
Yeah, I
it was a really
like
That
good
was a
fight.
great
season.
season.
You got the iconic Sad Cat team.
Oh, yeah, it
and
was
they won.
You did win. The Sad Cat.
First. Stop giving fraud to our wins.
It sucks.
Like, he had 0 wins other than Pursuit UHC, and he got like 5 this year. He's crazy.
It's kind of not okay.
Yeah.
Too many.
I mean, Whacker Flipper having 8 wins this year is also not okay, but that's a different story.
I mean, he lied to us. He told us he would get 9 wins, and I only see 8 right now.
fail.
I'll be honest. I said I get 9 wins around like this time that we're at right now. I said that.
Yeah, I don't know how it almost happened.
I didn't think
It was
I'd
rigged.
get this many.
It was rigged from the start.
You're just that good.
No, it's not.
I am.
All right.
Is it a...
Alright.
Anyway, with some friends of
Moment.
distraction, we're gonna hit the first little quick break here. I have things to show. I have some more trailers. In fact, I have a trailer and I have a brand new intro, full on recorded round intro to share, and I will be sharing those now. Let me make sure I don't forget this time to enable audio at the start and actually make my transition to the clip correct. But without further ado, I hope you guys enjoy this little break.
Drown this season. No! Oh my god. That's you.
Jeremy.
Oh my god. Hey everyone, and welcome to Evolution Season 25.
There we go. A little bit more there for you.
This.
Got a little intro, got a little trailer, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You know,
Do we talk about it now?
you
or-
can quick thoughts.
Gotta talk about that intro. That was a crazy.
The intro, I
That
have
was
to
a really
rewatch
good
it because
intro.
I haven't like.
Wait.
I have to rewatch it because I haven't like exactly got all the players that showed up, but it's a pretty cool roster. And
I know there was one team that I just didn't see who else was. I think it was like the
I
fourth.
think it's the
team I
last
just
team.
didn't see
The
who was
last team
on
I
it.
didn't have time to read. That's
We
about
should
it.
let Wacko talk about it.
It's a good idea.
I also haven't
Yeah,
had
that's
the
my
time.
round, guys.
I haven't had the time to read the name of the round, so.
You'll get to it, it's fine. That's it. Wait, you're crazy. How'd you get that?
I looked.
Yeah.
Kelawesome.
Yeah, we had some pretty crazy players. One person that played was we got Terry. Terry NL played. That was his first round. Dar played. That was his first round. Dar is a 2014 player.
That was Dar's first round.
Dar's first round, yeah.
It's crazy. Holy shit.
It would have also been Ori's first round, but World Cup came out first. And Captain to 20 played, who hasn't played a round since Fcrm Season 1.
Oh fuck.
Oh,
Oh my.
That's old.
Yeah,
Aura
where he
gaps.
starved to death.
You're
He
going
starved
for the
to death in
gaps.
that round.
That's
Yeah, I'm
gaps.
going for the gaps, dude.
god damn.
And
crazy.
Rocket killed the intro, and Panda done really well off the art.
Yeah, that's a
No.
freaking insane intro.
What did the intro do to him?
What?
What?
Why did he kill it?
You're so funny. Oh my god.
Why did I laugh at that? That wasn't even funny.
But yeah, you can't quite read the names at first, but if you go back, you can see
Yeah.
them. Once you know what they are, it's fine.
I'll figure it out later.
Why didn't you invite Whipple?
Good point.
I did, then she left.
Oh. Oh.
But yeah, awesome
Damn.
season. So yeah, awesome season 1 intro, and then also I'm just always excited to see Evo doing Terraria. I just fucking love
It's
it.
a cool game mode.
I fucking love the
It's a fun
Terraria game
game
mode.
Anniversary season 25. Banger.
Excited.
Big number, probably I'd say the
Big
most
number.
iconic. Big number, probably the most iconic
Like the 7-year
Evo game
anniversary,
mode.
right?
7
I
years.
think it's- That's a lot.
Oh,
of years.
UHC's old. Ugh.
I believe the intro maker for that season is public knowledge, right? So
Yeah, it is public knowledge.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm excited to see the Kirby intro for that. That'll be fun.
Alright.
Ballin'. All right, okay. Now we're gonna get back to the fun part.
Rounds.
Ladies
Recorded rounds.
ladies and gentlemen, when scars become stars, season 2.
Hell
Isn't
awesome.
that the first Kelawesome monkey moment?
The first
No,
what?
it's not
No,
the-
agency
no,
one.
no, it's
Agency
not. It's not the first one.
Oh, the second one then.
No, it's the third. It's the third one. No, connections
Okay.
as well.
Oh yeah, I forgot about connections.
Half of them don't know what we're talking about. It's okay. Anyways, I think Scars. I think it had a really good theme. There's not a lot of rounds that are actually like story based, and even some of the ones that were just ended up dying, even like this one did too. But I think it definitely had. It was going in a good direction. It sucks that it didn't make it any further, but
There was a story.
Yes.
oh, it has a story. I thought you said that
or
wasn't.
wait,
Yeah, it did have a story.
Okay, what was
I
the
think
story?
it was mostly like shown through trailers and episode posts, not really during the season. But
Say, wasn't the story themed around like like a zombie apocalypse of sorts or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the season for it like wasn't great, but I think people had fun, which is like the main reason why I got kept. So,
Mm-hmm.
and we teamed
had
with them.
fun,
So.
funny moments,
Oh, we did. Wow.
bad winners, good losers.
Yeah, fuck you, Hagrid.
Oh,
Ruined.
despair.
Jesus.
Who won that?
He's not even here to defend himself.
It was a team of George, J-Size, Wibble, and Hagrid.
Wow, 4 terrible wins.
No, I'm
Couldn't
just
believe
kidding.
it.
I love you, Hagrid, if you're here.
Literally the only good person on that team. No one
What about
else.
Wibble?
Literally 0 other people on that team we're talking about.
Next one?
All I remember about Wibble is she got dropped in the forehead when Kel was getting 4v1'd. But she won, so who cares? Who cares?
Woo!
Hey!
Oh my god, Looney.
What the fuck are we?
Holy shit!
Oh my-
Actual ruining.
Anyways, next round.
Next one, Razlika 4.
That is Pelicosaur Snowball. That's all I had to say.
It gets a Pelly highlighted POV, so I have no complaints.
I think I'd missed
I mean,
this one, right?
Yeah, there is. Yeah,
Yeah, I did
there,
this
it's
one.
the FFA one. There's a thing with Razlika Snowball where 90% of them ended up in a snowball. So that is one of them.
Yeah, it's just the issue with Bedrock. I think it's just so unbalanced that
It's very easy to snowball in Bedrock.
Yeah.
It's
and it is a
quite
Pelicosaur
clunky.
Snowball.
which I'll talk more about when we get to season 5. But like, even if you don't know what you're doing, it's just
Next one.
Alright, anyway, moving from one 4 to another, we now have Gateway 4.
Gateway 4. Which one? Which team size is that one?
That's a
That
4.
was Team of
It's
4
also a
season?
4.
Oh, okay, it's a team of 4 one.
I won
Okay,
this
isn't
season.
that? Yeah, Wacko won that one.
Okay.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, yawn.
You guys hear anything?
I won the season.
I think
No,
Black was
unironically, it was yeah. Julie did win this season. Julie, don't tell me to shut up. You were dead, if I recall. You were deceased. Sorry. Anyway, it was really good season.
Julie is kind of spitting though.
Everyone in Gateway tends to think this is the best season, which I agree with unbiasedly.
Of course.
Yeah, just really good. I like the game mode was a dinosaur world basically, and all the like mobs were like changed to dinosaurs really, and the terrain was really sick. There was a bit of a problem during it with like the ice. It was what was it called? Cryophobia. It was cryophobia in the first
You're welcome.
shop, and there were like these pads to go to the next world, and the ice went up and rose so that the last 2 teams of the first world couldn't step on the pads, and
Oh,
that
no.
created some difficulty. And there were 2 teams stuck in the first world for like an entire episode and couldn't do anything. But then one of those teams won anyway. The other
Ah.
one didn't win though. The other team got fucked over really hard because of it, which is
Oh,
really
yeah.
sad.
Yeah, I was gonna say my one like. Yeah, I would say I think really the only issue with this season
I think
was
it's
what
the
happened to
biggest issue.
Bill because he pretty much got like
Uh-huh.
camped by like an entire team of 4 and just died, and just kind of sucked for him. But yeah, otherwise I think it's a decent season.
was funner than that, yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
cool.
next.
Next up, we have Fission 12.
Astronomical Redemption arc.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, after
I like
his
this
season 11 performance.
Redemption from
It's a cool
what?
season.
Well,
This is a really good season.
If
Yeah.
you didn't, you see Kelawesome, if you didn't know, the season before this, he kind of died episode 1.
Oh yeah,
We love dying
And
at
then-
one.
that's true.
And then he won this season with like I think like
9
9
kills.
kills or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a pretty deserved win, to be fair. Like, he didn't understand POV. So decent overall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
DM.
All right. Next up, we have Nuclear 10.
Oh, this season was actually decent. As
It's
well.
a cool season. I like the roster for it because I got a lot of people to come back for the season, and the season was pretty cool. I'm a little disappointed because that was around the time where I had server problems. I still have server problems to this day. I mean, I finally got my server updated to 1.17, so just saying for a future season, that'll be interesting. But yeah, there was a lot of lag in that season, so that's the one disappointing factor. You can't see it in fights. You can see the lag. It's
Yeah, I
like
think the-
still
I think-
playable, but you can see the lag.
Wasn't the armor buff also kind of broken with like iron
Oh
armor?
yeah, there's also the armor buff, which is also a thing that comes up in another round later on, where
Oh yeah, we can get to that
the
later.
iron buff protection usually set as 10%, but for that round was set at 20%. So pretty much iron armor was as good as diamond.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, wow.
No. That's bad.
Although on the bright side, Nuclear 10 was a pro JRC dub.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Maxaa? Hello?
I don't know what the fuck's happened. My Siri just went off. Okay, thank you. It scared me. I wasn't
Professional
expecting that.
podcast.
It's awesome. It's fine. They're going great.
But yeah, we love a pro JRC dub. You love to see it, chat.
Big fan. All right, next up, Creation, Season
please
3.
let me have this one.
Firm,
Okay, go on.
Whoa.
be
Go on.
nice.
Oh my.
Firm, please be nice.
Play
really-
nice.
Is this a Wang one?
This is
Yeah,
the
It
wing
is the
one.
Wang.
Oh my god!
Did he upload?
Yeah,
He did.
He did.
Oh okay.
you can
Why are
talk for
you,
him.
why are you upset then?
All right.
Sorry, we're not
so
lagging out yet. You're fine.
I'll lead off with the game mode. So first off with the game mode, I know I wasn't like so it was creation of vaccines, and I know each person had like a bad effect at the beginning, and I'm pretty sure one of them was mining fatigue, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
And if you don't know anything about mining fatigue, it sucks to play
It
with.
sucks.
Like, it's awful. So pretty much half the game had to deal with that. So that's already not a good start. And so pretty much you would go to like monuments to like cure yourself.
we love monuments.
And oh yeah, Brody got to team with his bestie PCB, and they got killed no armor at a monument like 5 minutes into F2 by
Yeah, while
Rose.
trading at the monument, that was great.
Good
And
lord.
so that was not great. Then the terrain. The terrain was custom, but the ore rates ended up being absolutely like jacked into the ground. So every team at Meetup ended up having like, I think like full diamond, like 20 gaps each.
Mhm.
Stuff that's not fun to fight with at all. And then the meetup ended up being just a complete clean fest. Like I think like every possible fight in the game that ended up happening would get cleaned by like 2 different teams, and like everybody in the world would just drop with healing, and I think eventually it just ended up with like Brinkwai and Summer Bash having like over a stack of gaps each or something like that. It was like just an absolutely absurd amount of healing, and it just people were toxic. It just wasn't a good season at all. The good thing is though, we did also get the funny John Wang logging on to Rose's account at Meetup because Rose like timed out. That was actually really funny, and it
was
made the
amazing.
season have a it made the season have an actual final fight. So shout out John Wang.
Shout out.
Let's go.
I also have a very sad personal.
Wow, Rose got
connection to
much
this
better. What the
season.
fuck?
Prisma, you're insane.
Prisma is not missing, guys.
My next one,
Alright, yep, next we
Alright, moving
have
on.
Comical Season 3.
the final comical season. Huh.
Ooh, this was dramatic.
The meetup was
Season?
interesting.
I think the main issue with this meetup is I'm pretty sure people didn't have arrows, so I think the team of 3 just ended up just rushing everyone as soon as they like would just run out of arrows, and so everyone just ended up just dropping and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Oh,
Also,
right.
it was flooded. Also, it was flooded city world, which just isn't good terrain to fight in.
What are you talking about?
So
This was also the season that had the drama based on the game mode.
Oh yeah, I was going to say this is
Yeah.
this is the Hurricane
I
Katrina
forgot
one.
about that.
Yeah.
It's definitely not as bad as other situations like this, but it's also a case of
What was the
You-
drama?
it's the theme of the season was a comic which was based around real survivors of Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah, and then the game mode was pretty much superheroes or something.
It's not as bad as some
Yeah.
of the other ones people have done before, but it's another
No way.
it's another case of maybe don't
Maybe
do it.
don't.
Probably better if you didn't.
That's not real, is it?
Real.
It's real.
Why did they
Real.
do that?
Unlucky.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
All right.
I have nothing else to comment. Unfortunately, I know nothing about the season other than
All
the,
right. I got double killed in a cave episode.
I think
too.
that's about it. It's a record round season.
Brent, I'm gonna
It is-
Brent,
it is-
Brent, I'm gonna
it is a
frame that
recorded
comment
round
on the
season.
wall. I'm just gonna frame
Which comment?
Brent's chat comment on the wall.
Oh no.
Just out of context, it looks so beautiful. Anyway, Calamity 11.
I don't have much to say about
This
that.
is the one that got fishing banned.
Oh no, who did
Oh,
Oh,
it?
it was
Season
9.
nine.
Who did it?
Wait, you
No,
let
'cause
fishing
fishing-
until 11.
Fishing was still allowed in 11.
What?
'Cause I remember me and Lance got flamed
Why?
from Tanner.
Of course
Oh,
you
no.
did.
Why?
And then after 11, it was banned. I mean, it was a good Calamity season. I wanted it. It was a good thing.
It was
No,
pretty alright.
No bias, no bias.
No, it was no. But for as far as some Calamity seasons go, we're not like the round that's gonna try and get the best seasons ever because we're just not our thing. Our thing is more just having fun with a roster that doesn't play UHC a lot. But as far as quality goes for Calamity, this one's probably up there. I don't think many people had a bad time. And
I would like to
think
mention
it was
that
a
Arctic
decent ending.
Seagull getting a pentakill is still really funny.
He did do that. That was awesome. Did only get the first 5 of the game, right?
He got, I think it was he got the first 5 of 8. I think I think the only other kills in the game were on either him because he double killed or his teammates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
So-
you're right. That sounds right.
Yeah, it was an alright season overall.
This is the second season in a row. Spricket got carried to a win as well, which is always a good thing.
We love
Silence
Spricket
Spricket, the man in Calamity, was with 1 kill, a lot of seasons played, and 0 live wins, but 3 wins.
That's impressive stats.
He's really up there. He's played almost every
A
season.
lot.
He's only missed 2 or 3. Yeah,
All right.
he played most of them.
All right. Next up, Flip the Switch 5.
Is that the flip of
yes.
trust?
This is a fun one.
It is. It's the moles one.
The moles one, yeah. It's a mole
The
season.
season-
It's a pretty good season actually.
It's probably the best
th-
FPS.
is
there's,
very good.
there's actually a lot of moles moment, and it is a pretty good ending. So
Oh
Yeah,
this is a fun.
I agree, Kai.
This is also my favorite FTS intro.
Oh yeah,
it's
One
a
of Gus
very
It is also-
good one.
it is
It's
also
one of my
a,
favorite Gus intros in general.
it's also a Shy Gus W, which is you
Mm.
always love to see a Shy Gus W.
Always love to see that.
Don't tell him that though.
All right, I think that's really all you have to say.
All right. In that case, Venus 9.
Was
I
that
guess
the
it was-
team of
this
3
one
one?
was-
Did I spec that one?
You
Yeah.
did.
Wasn't this the
It
last
was-
Venus season?
It
It
is.
That's a shame.
Oh,
I quite like
yeah,
Venus.
must have.
Yeah, I mean,
I,
we're
thi-
sad to
I
see
think
go,
that was a
but,
good. I think that was a good season.
Oh yeah,
think-
this
I
was
think
the
they're-
s-
I
they
think the
got
problem is the
cool
roster was
people back.
shrinking.
They got cool people back though. Like didn't they get someone back from LOL?
Oh,
season
Abigail,
one or
Yeah,
two?
Abigail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool turtle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
BASF. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was crazy.
They got some just literally just pulled some people out of the abyss for this season, which was like, wow. I didn't know who they were when it came out, and then like with the recent trivia and stuff that was happening, I was like,
We discovered
wow.
they got
Yeah,
big
I was
gaps.
Oh yeah,
I was-
when I
it was.
cracked the code on that one, I felt so smart. I was like, oh my god, they played LOL.
Lol.
This all came together in my brain.
Lol.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sad to see VS go.
Yeah.
It was
But,
fun to
yeah.
watch with my besties.
Your besties, your squad.
And next up here, one that people have been waiting for in chat apparently. Ad libitum 1.
Kelawesome.
I mean, I
Kelawesome. What are your
think
opinions
that's
on
probably
Frozen in Time?
I think it's probably the worst ad lib season
Oh,
out
by
of
a
the
long
4 that
shot,
released
yeah.
this
Yeah.
year.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
hey, Skylord.
I died early in, so I didn't do much. But from what I've seen, some of the fights are cool. Some of them are not as good. But
The final fight was kind of yushy, but I think the rest of the season was. It wasn't like a terrible season. It definitely wasn't great, but I think it could have been. I definitely could have been better. Also, yeah, I do like that screenshot that you just put in the Discord chat, Cal,
What is it?
where you died to lava in episode 1 because of Frozen in Time, and then Diana B just ended up drowning herself at 810 negative 400 later in the game.
It was so iconic.
Go sick, Dad.
She acted out the voice lines too.
She rehearsed.
It's great.
Appreciate dedication.
Full production.
All right. Next up, we have TGF 11.
TGF 11
Frontier.
is pretty much a very confusing season. It was mystery teams, and there was a lot of problems. I think I know Flus got confused with his wall, and then
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. He was so
so did I.
pissed. Oh my god.
and the other thing is also there was a lot of PV there for mystery team, and I think the teams ended up being way smaller.
Oh yeah,
It was pretty
I was gonna say I think TGF 11 is like not. I think the main thing is like it's not even like just like bad because like there are some bad
No.
seasons in existence that like are memorable. I think people just forget about the existence of TGF 11.
I think I've definitely seen the worst for mystery teams, but I definitely feel like mystery teams affected the season for the worst.
Yeah, I was gonna say if I've seen worse from mystery teams, Hello Hill and Quiver 11.
Hey, at least Eric got a win on his birthday.
Oh, is it a
Did he?
birthday?
That's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, and he died at 1 or something.
Oh, that's not as cool.
Guys,
What you
does
got
anybody
doing?
know who Mr. Teams is? This is important.
Mr. Teams?
Mr.
Mystery
Teams.
teams, Mr. Teams.
Mr.
It's
Teams Raven.
original player.
Oh my
Oh,
Wait, where?
You guys just said original player in front of Dom.
You fucked up
started-
big time.
Oh no.
All right. Next
And
up. Yeah. All right.
Next
Next
up.
up, we have Solitude 6.
Oh, I love that one. I love that one.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
because you killed
funny,
Blowfish Kicks.
yeah.
You love it.
Oh no! Okay, there was a funny fight, and I straight up like hardcore targeted him, and that was so funny. But that's not the funny part. The funny part is in F1. It was recorded on Arctic, and I find the Surgeon M team next to a ravine, and they're like, if you try to cross like a spleef you down, and then I go around and get on their side and mine cobblestone, and I mine one under them. And it's like as the Arctic message where it tells you can't break blocks if there's someone above the block. So
Oh.
I go bridge. So I just start bridging under the ravine, and it's like I asked them to break the blocks under me, thinking that the blocks would just not be able to be broken like that. But because I placed them, they are able to break them. So I just die there.
Oh my god.
That was a pretty funny moment.
What I was gonna say is, yeah, Eric said in the chat that there actually is a montage of this apparently coming Monday. Which
Oh,
is really
nice.
cool to see.
Yo.
I want to watch that.
There we go. That's another announcement for you. Another podcast
Yes.
exclusive.
Another RR Direct. So yeah, I think it was an alright season overall. So
Yeah, there was a lot of cool fights, and there was a lot of good communication for like Alone Together.
yeah, it was Alone Together Mumble. I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty fun to actually try to communicate with Fast, trying to fight in that, because you don't see where your teammate is, and then you have the other team, the two of them are splitting up, going for each one of us, and like just trying to stay together. That's pretty interesting. It's a good
Is
game.
this
I'm
the
coming in soon.
season where the Arctic Seagull first death streak is broken, or is that next
Yeah.
season?
It was, but by his teammate. So
Yeah, his teammate died first instead of him. So
unlucky Pelicosaur.
Very sad.
All right. Next up, we have Connections 8.
the final season
Oh.
of Connections.
Hmm.
Quote-unquote finals.
A little quirky.
The fifth final season of Connections.
But yeah,
I mean,
think
it was a decent season. I think the winner ended up being somewhat predictable towards the end, but
I mean,
they
that's
got a
the
lot of
issue with
people
finals.
back. So
yeah,
it was cool.
there were some really like good team. I think my team was one of the really good teams, but I think the winning team is like the best team in the game. It was like Lytton, Wizard, Logan Delfino, and Bluists. I think was the winning team.
Yeah.
It was
I was
Yeah.
very surprised how good that team was.
Yeah.
Can I just say I was really, really excited about being cleaned in that season. I was
You
there
were
were tears
cleaned
of
with
joy
Big
streaming
C.
down my face. I didn't have to play Connections anymore. I could go play Agency with my good friend Kazmik, and everyone was having a great time.
Yay.
The one thing I remember about that is it was like the second round that came out on my Bulgaria laptop, and I had literally 1,000 ping for like the entirety of me up, and
Holy shit.
my footage for it is so funny because I'm like everyone is just ghosting around. Like during the final fight was like a melee. It was against your team, Kel. It was like a melee. It was a 4-man. It was an 8-man melee, and I'm just
Yeah.
lagging throughout all of it. It is so funny for my POV. It's
And then
hilarious.
you get cleaned by its Colin.
I don't remember. No, I was on Colin's team. I don't remember any of it. I got
Wait, did
killed
he
by
team
Colin.
kill
actually.
you?
He team killed me. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh no!
You can't tell what's
Ew.
happening. My POV is hilarious for that. That's all I'm gonna say. But
I think overall, it like wasn't even like terrible for like a big recorded round season. It definitely could have been better. Like I don't think it was great. It
yeah, it
was
wasn't insane. But
it's a recorded round season.
I can't believe there were that many people that played. Like, I don't
Yeah.
remember that many people.
Yeah,
playing.
that's
There's also a bunch of guests, to be fair. I think, which
Yeah, there were. There.
yeah.
All right. Next up after that, we have Pathfinder 14.
Ooh.
Oh,
I love this
Pathfinder-
season.
Is that the
Ooh,
like
that's a
1
fun
point? What I don't know the old version one.
at one point,
It
Yeah,
was
I
the old,
think
it
it's
was
like
the old
one-
version, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I remember watching the montage. It's a very cool season, actually. Like the fights in that season.
Didn't like Joris win alive and alone or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
That's
It's a really
fucking
fun winning
awesome.
team.
Fancy would have been there too, but your boy over here went a bit crazy.
Kazmik going crazy in this fire aspect.
I mean, it's their fault for not picking up the fire aspect. To be fair, like my teammate had it, died with it to that team, and then like 10 minutes, and like no, 10 minutes is a big exaggeration, but like 5 minutes later, I went back for the loot pile, and the fire aspect sword was still there,
That's on them, yeah.
and I swerved him.
It's
Yeah,
a cool
good
season, but I
That's
feel
fun.
like a lot of people kind of forget about that Pathfinder season in general.
Yeah, it's weird. I think it's really good.
I don't know if
I
it.
don't know. Yeah.
At first, I thought it
Oh,
was because
Bill.
of the intro, but I don't know.
Oh, Bill, don't remind me. But the reason that Ninja couldn't play that season
Oh no, I know the story.
is because the season was in 1.5.2 and Ninja was trying to log on 1.2.5
Oh.
and he didn't know until
Very
after that he was
unfortunate.
joining on the wrong version.
Ooh.
Yes.
Ooh.
That's
Lucky.
Rip.
Absolute clown
It's
moment.
just painful.
It is, that's the reason I remembered which way it was around, because I went to the Pathfinder subreddit to check it out. Because it's still the header.
I'm not sure if you guys have mentioned this because I was kind of zoned out a little bit, but the winning team for that, as well as it being Joris winning alone, was also easily the worst team in the game. It was
Oh,
so
yeah.
bad, and they ended up winning with like a lot of kills, but they were snowballing as well, which I thought was
Fancy
great.
does good in Pathfinder, though, doesn't he? A lot.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
got
he
an
does.
absurd amount of kills.
I think Fancy's
It's like a
underrated,
full-
to be fair.
Yeah, but there were some pretty good teams in that season.
Yeah. I mean, it's also an old version, so some of the skill kind of goes down.
That's
Wow.
true.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Next up, we
I
have
want this one.
Dragon's Nest.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Other than
This
the
is the
fact that the
most-
winner did not age well, I think it's one of the best Dragon Rush season.
It's a really good Dragon Rush season, but fuck, this is the most. This is one of the most poorly aged recorded rounds ever.
It might just
Like,
be.
Yeah. But this is such a
Uh,
good Dragon Rush season.
This literally
I mean,
had.
like
this
I
probably
wish.
had. Actually, you go first.
I wish Dragon Rush season could go more like that and like less like everyone shoot a dragon at the same time. Like this season and like pretty much the meetup be like everyone jumps in the end and just starts fighting each other all around. And I think it helps that 1.12 makes it harder, I think, to kill the dragon in some ways.
Oh, Enderman.
So
are
I think it was getting less targeted because every time I went to the middle, no one wanted to rush it. So the only thing people could do is fight each other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can-
So what you're saying
What I
is
was gonna
Dragon
say-
Rush 1.12.
It's
Solve
also
all
the
issues.
it's also the other round that we mentioned at the Iron Armor thingy.
Yeah.
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 It
I
was
was
really
like-
noticeable in the montage.
I think I was middle pieces
You were
with a
three-quarters.
sharp 3 diamond axe, and I died because somebody notched on me, and it did no damage whatsoever.
That's just awesome.
Connosaurus.
I just want to quickly say, because like we were saying that it's not aged well. If nobody knows it aged well, it didn't age well because Bowfish had a clutch win, and the reason that one of the reasons that the round was so good is because of how clutch the end was. But it's the person who clutched is the issue, really. That's why.
This is literally probably.
It's so sad
probably
because
had-
it's like the third time it happens.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, this is probably gonna. I honestly think this might have had like best one time of the year in the bag for like probably about 2 weeks, and then now it just doesn't.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it actually like hurts. So, yeah. All right,
We're still
next
in
up.
April, guys. It's been 2 hours.
Yeah,
can
no,
do it.
please,
Do
yeah,
it.
please, no one bring attention to the fact that it is nearly 2 hours in, and we are on round number 46 of 147.
God.
I was referring to
We gotta
roughly.
speedrun
We're
these.
speedrunning.
Okay, consumption 7.
It's
Food round.
final
Yeah.
consumption season
Oh.
before it died. It's a season.
Quote unquote final season, decent season. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I double killed JCR. We're good.
Well,
I'm
that's
proud
crazy.
of you.
Thank
All right, Nat 24.
It's
I
a
mean,
There are
This
no
one-
24.
I feel like the main thing that drags the season down is the fact that the episode before the finale was just one team before, just like aggro-proing at everyone, and it was just like kind of toxic. And then the finale episode for this bangs. So
Mhm. Yeah.
You,
I like how you
you,
said
you
that.
were real into that.
It bangs.
all right, next.
Next.
next
Alright.
one.
Party of 1-4.
It's a cool FFA season. I mean, I think the winner could have done a lot more fighting, but other than that, there was a lot of good fights. A lot of FFA fights, and I like that game mode. So
The quadrants one.
Yeah,
yeah, the quadrants one being split.
Yeah.
It's always cool.
It's cool.
All right, next up.
Next one, Solit 4, Among Us.
So sussy.
Among Us.
Among Us.
Oh my god. Oh my
Like,
god.
I think the second worst team that lost their best player Wilson being the mole managed like to win, so that was very funny. It's another Stenson win too. We have to mention
Always
that.
love to see it.
Hashtag
Oh,
so
yeah.
sus.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of very funny moments in that season and a lot of very funny mole moments.
Bro, yeah, that clip of Matthew in like half health, clean iron, getting jumped by Scott Peary and winning because a creeper backstabbed Scott
Oh,
Peary.
yeah, that
in the
was
fight
funny.
is so
Oh
funny.
yeah.
It's
Very
so
Scott Perry thing
good.
to do, by the way.
Very
Perry
Scott Perry
moments.
thing to do.
He's here, by the way. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
and he's
no.
not happy.
we don't
I mean-
speak about my death a little
I also have
bit.
to mention how
Alright.
sad everyone was that just to find out the second the season finished release that Solid was just dying.
Yeah, I miss
Oh,
Solid, man.
Oh yeah, Solid was an awesome round.
That was
I
a great
actually-
round to
It was
play.
really
so
cool.
yeah.
Yeah, I miss Solid. All right.
All right, next up we have Fission 13.
The welcome season.
Good season.
I actually like this. I think this season is like honestly probably the best of like the 5 seasons since Daphs has stepped down.
Agree.
So,
You can see that. That's fair.
yeah, I think it's. I actually really like this season. So
I think it's really good. If I had to shout out one thing, I'd shout out Syndic versus Vinyl. One of the really good
did he die to a ravine?
He fell down a ravine, yeah, but it was really good because like they were bowing each other, and Syndic was destroying Vinyl, which is usually the opposite way around, and then they meleeed, and then Vinyl started destroying Syndic, which is usually the opposite way around. So I don't know. I thought it was just a really good fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool season.
I also liked the newcomers for the welcome season here.
Yeah, I mean,
it was the welcome
obviously.
season.
Apart from that one, yeah.
Wow.
Apart from you.
All right, next up we have Apocalyptic 13.
It's one of the best recent seasons.
This
It's
is
an FFA season with what's the name of the round? Compensation? FFA compensation.
FFA compensation.
And you have Arctic Seagull winning in a round where there's like people like Kelawesome and Fcrm.
and Cypher Kai and DJ.
And it's actually a very deserved win, so it's very interesting.
No, yeah, I genuinely think that Apoca 13 may be one of the best FFA, if not the best FFA recorder round to come out this year.
Go watch the
Damn.
Rage montage.
Yeah, it's very high
watch
praise.
the Rage montage.
I'm probably biased because I got like 7 kills, but I do also think that it's a really good FFA season.
I mean, yeah,
And
it has good moments.
I do know that when this montage came out, it actually brought like a lot of hype back to like around. I think this was like came out like a few days before like one of the unreleased seasons was played, and I think a bunch of people were like, "Oh, I want to play this" or something like that, just because of the montage. It brought a lot of hype to it. Which
my fights were extremely good. That's like me and CJ had like a 5-10 minute fight, and I killed him on like half a heart or something. It was nuts.
Yeah, you both started with double-digit healing, and you were on half a heart of healing.
I was sad because I jumped someone in my cave and I was on 10 hearts and I ended up jumping someone on 30 yards.
Yeah, it's got very unlucky with that.
You really just said someone. You just ego casing. Can't believe that.
I can't mention it. Doesn't deserve it.
This season.
I remember I caved like 3/4 episode 2, which is like I actually caved well for once in a UHC, which is rare. And then I think I just like snowballed for a while, and I killed for a flame bow. I killed Rose, and then I think I lost a fight to Pelly, and he killed me on like half a heart or something. Most of my fights were kind of just like me rolling over people, but I had a couple really good ones as well. So.
Yeah. Next one.
All right. Next up, we have International 18.
The season was kind of
it's
not
kind
the
of
best.
sleeper.
Like I think
I'm gonna be honest, I don't
kind of
remember
one
it.
team that dominated.
Wasn't it like Greeples, Kubislav, and
this season,
it was that one.
yeah.
I mean, I like the clips where
it's-
I have to mention the clip where Fang combos Rod flew.
Oh, that's a great one.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I'm rotting the hell out of him. I'm rotting the hell out of him.
The reason
Shout out
that's always
Sid
funny,
Garcia.
that has been Fang's dream in a round for like forever. Like Fang for like over a year straight was like, oh, I just want to rod the hell out of Flues, and it finally did it.
She finally got her dream.
Can finally retire. All right,
Next round.
Next round. By the way, shout out to Sid Garcia. Just someone in the chat said that.
What?
Go shout out to Sid Garcia. Next up, Amalgamation 3.
The season was fine.
Here. This is the go to hell one.
Yeah, it's good too. I mean, it's a cool season. It's a cool concept for a game mode. I just think people's playstyle when they're forced to fight in the Nether is not the best.
yeah, Nether fights aren't great, I think, because people just like lava spam.
Yeah, there was a lot of lava spam.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with Go to Hell. Is it's just lava.
Yeah.
And you're like,
Yeah,
cool,
and
I'm just dead. Okay.
Yeah, you literally had to go Nether because it was Enchanted Hell.
Enchanted
it was
Hell,
Enchanted Death and Go to Hell.
You
So
had to
literally
kill in
to
the
go-
Nether for
You had to
instance.
get a kill in the Nether to get enchants. Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
So it was you literally like it's either do or
Yeah,
die.
like the
yeah.
meetup was not in the Nether, so that was.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Yeah, we did do a custom terrain though to
Yeah,
make
the
the
custom terrain was
0-0 look together. Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, that's
all right. Next up, Phobia 18.
Ooh.
Who organized that?
Mark.
I don't know.
From someone that played, I mean, it's a cool season. I think there's definitely some people that dominated the season more than others, but
You think?
the game mode is just amazing. And honestly,
game
I
is
didn't get to experience the ghost, and I wish I would have the chance to do it. I just suck at PvE and always was on low elf, so I didn't get the chance to really go for players.
Well, yeah, that was the thing we kind of knew going into it. Is you're like, this game mode has like so much potential to do like really crazy things. So like unless like something goes horribly wrong, I can't see how this season is not releasable. And it definitely went. It definitely went pretty well. So
Yeah, there was a lot of like the game mode was awesome. I think it definitely is gonna probably get a spot in like this year's RR Awards. I think Colin's POV was awesome as well.
I was gonna say,
that's gonna
definitely.
I was gonna say that's gonna definitely earn a spot in RR Awards. I
That
think
might
as
be
well.
POV of the year, to be honest.
I think
to have backstabbed
you also got Frost Breath to come back from the grave somehow. Don't know how you did that.
I don't know what the fuck like Mark's smoking. Like he was just like, oh yeah, Frostplay next season, and I was like, okay, sure, he's gonna throw that out there.
Frost
All right, cool.
As a final RR season of TTE,
Dedicated
does
to
not
him.
refuses to elaborate, then comes back and plays Phobia.
Yeah, I think the season itself like could have been better. I think the season itself is like a tiny bit overrated because it's mainly
I think the main problem was the
kind of
turn.
just Skylord stomping, but I think the moments and I think the game modes, like a couple of the POVs and like stuff like that, it still makes it like a notable. It's definitely a memorable season. So
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah.
movies were great. I think the main problem was that Ors in the Terran was 50-50. Like, there's people that gave nothing, there's people that gave full diamond with prot free.
certified my kill never lucky moment.
Make it never lucky. Also, shout
next
out to Tasty getting another amazing phobia kill.
Casey needs more kill.
He does. All right.
Deserves all the kills.
He does. All right. Next up, Golden Globe 4.
That is the coming back of Golden Globe a year later. It was
We'll
FFA.
see it again next year.
Fromm made a cool overlay for it. I actually like that
too.
overlay. But it wasn't FFA season. I think Zach ended up doing pretty well.
Yeah, it was pretty much Zach stomping
That
for
was
a bit.
crazy. Yeah.
It was like Zach stomping for a bit, and then I think like Brink got like a low. Or actually, he got like 3 kills. It wasn't like a low kill dub. It was like all right.
There isn't much else. I have to
Alright.
say.
All right. In that case, next up, Campaign 6.
I think this is probably the best campaign season that is released.
I
This
think
year.
I think most people can agree with me on this, but I think the original campaign revival was kind of disappointing, and I think this season brought a lot of hype back to the round.
Oh yeah, it got, the
100%.
roster was good. The game modes were good. The season was good. Like
Intro was amazing.
I would say I definitely think campaign has a very good shot at being in the most improved category for this year's RR Awards, because like compared to like last year when it had like a kind of just mediocre revival and it was like, oh, this is cool. It's like, wow, this is like actually like good, solid.
Good, yeah.
So,
Yeah, it was awesome.
Everyone likes it.
I would also just like to bring this to people's attentions. If Campaign decided for a season to do Among Us, they would not be the first people to do Among Us. They wouldn't even be the second round to do Among Us.
Yeah, Among Us is overdone.
I know Firm had a lot to say about this next round.
What is the next one?
wow.
The next one is Geo9.
I'll start first though. You lose.
Why?
Firm.
Good idea.
I organized this round.
What?
No, it's not the best season. I mean, the game mode is amazing for it, but it goes again with around the time where I had server problems, and the server ended up being extremely laggy, and the field that was supposed to be around 35 and 40 ended up being 52 last minute.
Oh fuck!
So
You
yeah,
had to turn mobs off, didn't you?
yeah, I had
you
to turn
mobs
mobs off,
off.
and that is the most disappointing part for me in that season, because mobs had to be off. And it's funny to look at the stats for geology and just look and see the S10 season. I think it's like the round with the most creeper deaths.
Wait, it's actually.
It will be, yes.
That's so
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, it has had a lot of PvE deaths.
It has a lot of creeper moments. But yeah, so it's very funny. So it was disappointing to have them off in that season because it's literally the first season without a creeper death.
I'm just
Aw.
gonna, something
Wasn't
just-
there not a single
Disappointing.
PvE death either? I don't think there was any PvE deaths.
Yeah, there
period.
wasn't any PvP death. It was hard to die that. But
Yeah.
there was some cool fights, but it definitely was. I think the main problem with the season is probably just all linked to the fact that mobs had to be disabled. But the game mode was great, and
I think I like
so,
the
so,
game mode. Like I think that the thing of doing achievements to get on teams is cool. I just think it kind of just was unlucky because I think Frost to die with like full diamond and like a stack and a half of gold to a team, and then they came to beat up with like a shit ton of stuff and just held W on everybody, and it just resulted in like a 50 long minute meetup where everybody ran from each other, and it just like was kind of toxic, and it just resulted in like the predictable team winning, and it just wasn't great. I also kind of have PTSD from that season because
No, you don't.
I had
Because of
I
who?
got
I think you're lagging out.
I don't think we have to follow in that part.
You know what? Let's move on.
All right.
Sorry, I'm fine. Moving on.
Ceviche season 2. Oh, we're getting close to a break, so
Griffin.
hold on. Ceviche season 2.
That was a pretty good one.
Kel has a lot to say about this, I think.
Yeah,
Griffin,
Kel, what do you not
we
win?
were gonna win our second to last fight, and this guy hurls away into a lava pool, drops all of his healing, and then I lose final fight to Cypher Cup.
I mean, you could have won final
So
fight even
sad.
after that.
I could have
Yeah,
won, but
just
he had
don't drop.
It just wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just be faster.
I do think
That's true. I should have
I
thought
will
of
say,
that.
though, I do think Ceviche definitely. I think the first two Ceviche seasons actually were like.
Yeah, they end up being
oddly
very
good.
close.
Like
for
I
the-
think it actually. I was gonna say like, it's one of those rounds that you think like wouldn't be close. It actually is close. So.
Next,
I agree.
And then the last one before the break here, we have Agency 15.
the montage
Okay.
actually is
Oh,
good.
yeah, the
That was one
montage-
after Connection 2.
The montage for that came out recently, and I was gonna say I really like Agency 15. I was gonna say Agency 15. I know this is gonna differ from the majority opinion, but it is definitely my favorite Agency season that is released this year. So
Oh.
It's not mine, but it's still a cool
Hot take?
season. But I think the best thing I've heard about it is literally what Gus said, where it's a good season, but it's not a good mole season.
oh yeah, no, I think
Last
the,
Stop Hunger?
the moles definitely didn't do much, but as
Yeah.
just like a general record around season, it's actually like really good.
Yeah, the
Stop
moles have
Hunger.
literally no
That's fair.
impact. So
I
Stop
find
Hunger
I find
favorite
it
season.
I find it real embarrassing watching the montage and seeing my team kicking ass in that fight, and then it just cuts to me going into melee with Keoki and losing.
Okay, he was three quarters in all fairness.
Yeah, but it was just like it's just such disparity compared to the rest of my fucking team. Just me losing big time.
Stop Hunger.
Stop hunger.
Stop Hunger.
I wish they showed that montage.
Yeah, I wish
Yeah.
that was in the montage. I was disappointed when it wasn't
That's
there.
so sad he didn't include that.
All right, okay, if we're done with talking about agency, then I think we're gonna hit another break here.
Yeah.
This break,
Yes.
we don't have two things to show in this break. We have one trailer to show off, and I think it's a pretty cool one. I hope people will enjoy this trailer. I viewed my like the sounds on stream, and Wacko said something, and it threw me off. I can't believe him. Anyway, trailer coming. Hope you guys all enjoy.
Hi, Colin.
Hey.
Coming soon.
Colin.
Well.
Hi, Colin.
Hello.
Hey,
I had to negotiate
No
this.
way.
where's my Winter Wonderland trailer?
Yeah. So Lampoon's back, and I'm here to represent because I asked to. So, what I'm here today to do, I know Lampoon. It's been a while. You guys haven't seen Lampoon in quite some time. I'm sure some of you weren't even born back then. So, what I'm here to do today is just give you some facts on the round in case you don't know that much about it. So, if you don't mind, Tom, I guess I'll get beginning.
I guess you will.
Okay. So, for season 1, Fimber actually made a montage, but unfortunately, the following participants lost their footage. Chalk. So, that was really upsetting when Chalk lost his footage. That wasn't that cool, but there was another thing that happened in season 1, and it was actually Shy Gus related. He was actually kicked. Oh, that was season 2. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Season 1, Shy Gus was kicked the day before we played because he X-rayed in the test game. What's up with that, Shy Gus? And to think we invited you back, that's not cool. Anyhow, as you saw in the trailer, season 5 is coming out next. I actually won season 4, and it's now officially canon. If it wasn't before,
It is.
I just want
canon.
you all to know it is canon.
You needed more
If
kids.
that wasn't clear. So speaking of the season 5 trailer, everybody you saw in the trailer actually did play the season, including faces like 20th and Eggs, who have not been around in quite some time. But that does not mean that's everybody who played, so there will be more. There were a couple of missing faces, though, from the original roster, which is upsetting, including Aya's Cheesecake Lake.
No.
Lake was actually kicked from the group because of the whole I don't know if it's been publicly talked about, but the whole Denny's incident that happened. Lake.
All right, I'm gonna give you 20 seconds to wrap up here.
Okay, Lake basically killed 3 people at a Denny's. But the worst part is that Lake actually went to a Denny's, so that was upsetting. And then the last thing I have to say is that, unfortunately, with
4,
Lampoon, a big
3,
thing was the max art,
2.
but the
1.
max art is being left behind for new max art. So that's pretty good news.
Bye.
Bye,
All right,
guys.
thanks, Colin. Your time is up now.
Lampooning.
Yeah.
Happy Lampoon.
I just get that.
Removed. Zone.
Anyway, moving on. I didn't realize he would take that fucking long. All right, Adlib season 2.
Adlib season 2 was Mumble with Alone Together, and I think you had to figure out your teams by not being able to see them when you talk to them.
Yep. It was actually a really cool concept.
That was a very quirky game mode. I mean, it can be
It
very
was
frustrating.
absolute cancer.
It can be very frustrating to play.
What'd you say?
It was very frustrating.
It was
to fight,
frustrating.
but I
I
think
said it was
good
frustrating.
for not
It's
playing.
a cool concept, but the fights can be very annoying.
I got
It's
hit by
interesting
my
to hear
team.
Charlotte win.
I think my team hit me for about 20 hearts of damage. I got hit by my team more than
Yeah,
anything.
you have to consider it's 4 teams of 6 with Alone Together. So there's 5 people you don't see. It's kind of tricky to fight the other team in that position.
I mean, I think the death montage opening with Scott Perry attempting to combat log kind of, sets the tone.
That's the tone.
Yeah. It was around.
Yeah.
Wait, it opened with that? I thought that was Flameworks combat log on Scott Perry. No?
Oh no, that okay. Noah. So it opens with Noah combat logging, then it's the intro, and then it's Scott Perry attempting to combat log.
Okay.
Anyway, next up, Animate to Life 9.
This is a season that playing it looks really AIDS, but watching it actually is pretty good.
The Batman pop-off
Speak
is
for
the
yourself.
best thing to happen this year.
Oh yeah, Kelawesome. How was your experience in Animated to Life Season 9?
A creeper exploded about 10 blocks away from me, and I got poisoned for half my health.
Kel, you have
Good.
some embarrassing
Nice.
moments this year. I'm not gonna lie.
I wouldn't call that
This is like
embarrassing.
the
I'd call that
6-year rule
bullshit.
But everyone has different vocabulary for explaining things, so it's okay.
Yeah, it was actually it's definitely one of the better ATL seasons though, and Batman getting a lot of kills was swag. I also must say there was a moment in the montage that released recently. It was an Airs montage where it's just the entire Gus team running in a 4v1 against
God.
Bonefish and like acting like they're the police, which is the best
It
aged
is
moment
so just
ever.
Aged like fine wine.
Honestly, yeah.
All right. Anyway, Calamity 12.
It is a Calamity
Ooh,
season.
this is funny. This is a season where my IRL friend played, and he died to a wolf.
How did that
You
happen?
can catch him in a... How did he play, or how did he die to a wolf?
Yes. How did he die to a wolf? Did he just punch it?
Yes.
Yes.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense.
He tried. He thought that I don't know what he thought, to be honest. But his new deal is he will never play Calamity again unless he is teamed with me. So catch season 19 sometime in January, because he will be teaming with me.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a couple cool fights that season. Like there was a Jack and Saya fight that was like in like a long range like one hit each bow fight, which is really cool. The meetup flopped so hard though. The meetup was not good. It's because it's just one team like cleaning everyone. I don't know. Not really much to say about it.
Okay.
Moving on.
All right. Next up, we have Combat in Progress.
Oh, I organized that.
I steamrolled this.
It was, yeah, I mean, it's not the best. I mean, it's an okay season. It's just not a lot of players and firm steamrolling, so it's cool.
Sorry,
Tasty
guys.
got a kill. I have to mention that.
Let's go.
It's
Always
still a deserved win for firm. It's just at one point
It was deserved,
winner.
but
it was a cool concept to do for once, just trying the combat update.
Mm-hmm.
It was the most stable one, so that's the one I tried. But I think the other one I would have liked to do was the previous one with the 5-1, where you can basically just throw snowballs at people or just the vertical knockback is way up and you can easily launch people on the sky by just attacking them. And that just is the funniest thing. That is very quirky. It's just that version is even more unstable. When I was doing tests on it with like 2 or 3 players, the server would just crash. So
Unfortunate.
I don't know. I didn't feel great about steamrolling it, but I don't know.
take it. 3
What
kills.
can you do?
It is what it is, I guess.
Kills. Kills are kills.
All right. Next up, we have Spellbound 6.
Ooh.
It is the best balance.
Ooh, this is easily the best
This is the
Spellbound.
best Spellbound season. Yeah. I actually really like this season.
And got a lot of people back.
Oh yeah,
I
the roster was
Did,
really good
yeah.
as well.
It was a really cool roster.
And Pelly got the shortest ep to ever.
Oh god, yeah, like 20 seconds, right?
Isn't there short? I think there's a shorter one coming up. Is there not? Because of one of the Calamity seasons, Maxaa.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Excited.
Later, though. We'll get to that. We'll get to that soon.
We'll get there.
All
Next.
right.
Next up, WMC 28.
That's the mystery teams one.
The game mode for this one is cool. I like the game mode.
What was
yeah,
this?
it's a really cool game mode.
It was the mystery
Mystery
teams
Teams
one where you
Pride.
leave
Oh, it was a
like a
stripper
colored
season.
trail. Yeah,
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah,
remember this.
the color one, yeah.
yeah, it was.
It's
Cool. I
also,
feel like this.
also really good newcomers.
It was cool.
Amazing newcomers.
I mean, does WMC ever miss with newcomers though? Let's be honest.
That's true.
Yeah,
no,
no,
they
the
never
game.
do.
Bro.
I
We never miss.
mean, Cool J
Take it
one.
back.
What I say?
Hate that guy.
it was a cool season to watch. It was fun to see Ripper not getting kills.
I feel like it's like kind of forgotten, but it's like actually like it's a decent
Yeah.
season. I just feel like it's kind of forgotten.
I think it's kind of more forgotten just because of the fact it's mystery teams, and I think mystery teams usually don't get remembered well.
Yeah, there was like only like 2 people that caved anything in like the entire roster, and it was like they were on the same team. It was like Ripper and Mark, and they just kind of won. Although I must say though, I'm surprised. I think most people thought that the team that had Tyler and Costanza on it in WMC would win because that's a really fucking good.
But to be fair,
They
it's kinda hard
did do
to-
good too.
It's
They
kind of
did,
hard to predict who's gonna do well when it's a version that you haven't seen all those people play. A
That's
lot.
true.
Mhm.
So,
I mean, yeah, but I feel like there is also still like a game sense thing that transfers over.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. R&R 16.
there's a lot of banger returners.
This is
The
yeah.
roster for this
Really
was
good
so,
roster,
This is such a
yeah.
good roster.
This is
Yeah,
this
a
is
really
this
good
is this is
roster.
Joey group impact right here.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
Joey group, in
Yeah,
fact.
I was. It's kind of still shocking the people that I got to play.
preambling.
Crazy.
Yeah, the season
Yeah.
has pretty cool moments.
I think this finale
The ending is
saves
good.
this season so hard. Literally, I think the season before the finale was really bad, and then the finale
That's
turned it
fair.
around.
That's fair.
Because it was
Mhm.
just Edvin and Matthew killing like everybody in the game just by like outgearing them and like cleaning them. It was
Yeah, that team was pretty good for the roster.
It was a very good
Mhm.
team, and it also was really concerning because I Edvin in the
Yeah.
footage, and I was like, "Ooh,
Yeah, it was just chosen. It was just chosen team.
But yeah,
Yeah.
Tommy and Zeneker, BJR went nuts, and Tommy and Zeneker ended up winning, and
Oh.
that's just who banged their desk. Hello.
You okay?
There's a funny story from this season. So there was one person left over that didn't have a team. It was Ford, and I think Fluz was in the Discord, and he said something like, "Oh, am I able to play?" And then nobody like got back to him and said that anybody needed a team, so he just left and played another round instead. The other round being like geology, I think.
Geology, yeah.
It was like geology 9, I think. No, it was geology 8.
No,
It
it
was
was
Geology
Geo.
8, I think.
No, it was.
No, it was Geology 8, I can say that, because that's why Fancy missed this season, I'm pretty sure.
No,
Yeah,
I know.
I didn't play geology 8.
I was gonna say Geo 8 was the same day as R&R, and that's I was saying. But I know Geo 9 was also the same day as the WMC season that we just talked about, and that's why Flus missed it. Actually, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he lasted like too long in Geo, so he couldn't play WMC.
And
Oh,
who's
actually?
played?
Yeah.
Who's played Geo with
Oh,
WMC?
crazy.
now?
That I
day
did not
for
know.
Twitter round.
He played Geo over R&R and WMC.
This is so sad.
Honestly, that's dedication. Like,
Dedicated to the
I
craft.
mean, I have Flus supporting me, so it's great.
Faster.
All right.
I mean,
we're keep
next
going?
round?
We're gonna keep going. Okay, we're keeping
Ooh.
going. Evo 23.
Firm, I don't know if you know
Brent
this about
killed
Evo 23.
2 stacks worth of mutton of sheep.
Oh, God.
what are you asking me, Max?
I don't know if you know this about Evo 23, Firm, but Fruit Berries had a very light green Teletubby skin on that game.
Oh yeah, you told me about that.
I discovered that recently, and I thought it was very funny.
I think this. Oh yeah, I will say the one funny thing about this season is how Hannah and John were talking the entire game about how they wanted to find the team of Apex Twinkie, Dibscraft, and Tommy SX, and then got
then they find
absolutely
them.
Destroyed
shafted by
them.
them.
Rail.
They
They actually
lost-
got railed.
That is the only reason they
ruined.
lost the game, by the way.
Mhm.
So
I think the Rocket funny moment or funny bits compilation is a very good indication of this season.
You do got
That
some
was a
funny
good
bits.
video.
it yeah. I think overall the season is a season.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Apparently.
That's awesome.
Wow.
It's a season.
Next.
Alright.
Next up, we have Subspace 1.
Oh.
I like the concept.
This is
I
a
think
really
the
fun
concept is good. I just wish that the roster was because isn't there like a lot more like characters?
Yeah,
in
from what
Smash?
from what I've heard from Foss, the game mode they coded a lot of characters for it, and I feel like, well, they're not all coded, but Foss told me something like between 30 and 40.
It was like 40 something, yeah.
Yeah, only like
low
half
So
of
I'm
it
like
is used
seeing
then.
a 20-player roster with like when there's like
Yeah.
40 roles, I feel is a little disappointing. I think also the concept is literally Smash, which I think a lot of people in the community are into. So it's very possible to get a 40-player roster that would be interested.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like the roster definitely should expand a bit as well because like I don't like generalizing rosters, but I was not super impressed with the roster for S1.
That's fair, yeah.
So I feel like there's definitely like people that have interest in Smash that you could get to
Mhm.
like take interest in this round.
I will
So-
say in the Discord there are a few like more people outside of that friend group. It's just a good chunk of them didn't play.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the thing is, I feel like you have to go like I feel like you'd have to get more than just a few.
Yeah, you have
people,
to
don't
get
you?
more than just that.
Because
so
No,
it's
that's
like,
fair,
I feel like
yeah.
I feel like if you have just a few people, it becomes just like a sort of situation where it's like, oh, they're there. It's like the same situation that was happening with X-Files for a while, where it's like, oh, Mop 19 and Break Sound are there. That's cool, I guess.
No, I get your
So-
saying, yeah.
The season was actually pretty good for it though, and I think it's like it's a decent one. I just wish the concept is executed better with
That
the
is-
roster and stuff like that.
That is actually something that was brought up, Ripper, about inviting people from that Discord. I forget who brought up inviting some people from there, but it had been brought up before.
Next.
So it might happen in the future.
I hope so. All right, next up we have Insistent 6.
I'm gonna tag Torn real
I-
quick.
I
I
don't
think-
think- Alright, give
I
a-
think-
give
I think-
Torn the tag.
I think he asked to
Kel
get
tagged him.
tagged for this.
I tagged him in
Did you?
Twitch.
I tagged them on Discord.
I
But,
tagged him on Discord.
We're just all
anyway,
tagging
someone can
Discord.
just clip it for him otherwise.
Let's get
clip that.
get the Insistence clip.
Insistence, I don't think it's the worst season. I think it's a terrible game mode combination, though.
Oh yeah, wasn't it like dungeoneering achievement, the paranoia, something like that?
I think the main problem was like it was dungeoneering with.
It was dungeoneering, fast melting, naked and afraid,
Yeah, it was Naked and
scenario
Afraid as
mania,
well.
whatever that is.
Was
Well,
it
what is
Scenario
it?
Mania?
I think there was a scenario combination that annoyed me. But the dungeoneering made me cave nothing, and I think it ended up being frustrating for a lot of people. But I think
Dungeoneering, especially on I know the Arctic Dungeoneer. I cannot speak.
It says the word wrong.
Arctic Dungeoneering is like really nerfed rates. I feel like I was gonna say playing Arctic Dungeoneering is like painful. I think. So,
yeah, but I think the meetup ended up being decent.
I was gonna say I was gonna say I know the winning team was actually not an expected one at all. I think it was
Didn't
like
they have poison
like-
pots?
It was
they
random.
had, oh yeah, they had extended. Oh yeah,
It
extended
was Randa
poison
and
though.
Joseph.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
Rand-
extended
coming out.
poison is like not great though. Is the thing. I feel like I think even like regular poison is fine, but extended poison is just so excessive. I don't know. The winning team wasn't unexpected though, and I think honestly,
It was
I don't
not
know.
Randy's idea, guys. It's fine.
I don't know. It was definitely an unexpected winner though, so I don't think it was the worst season in the world. So.
It's also the cheesecake season.
Oh yeah,
Cheesecake season.
you joined Cody's call as he was killing someone, and you're
I
like,
was
"Ooh, I was
really enjoying my cheesecake.
yummy cheesecake.
It was really good.
All right,
Uh
we got
That's
next.
all.
Next up, we got Flip the Switch 6.
oh.
That is a season you could put in the lower tier season. Even as I won that season, I was like, yeah, that's a terrible win. And I think the main factor into that is that Arctic Kings is way
Kings.
too busted.
Like
It ended up giving
So
me like
hard.
strength, speed, resistance, and the double health.
Your haste as
Yeah.
well, right?
Yeah, I think just the health is fine, and you don't need anything else.
I don't think you need speed or strength or any of that.
And then I
shit,
think it was
yeah.
also Undead's Revenge, I think. Or
Yeah, Undead Revenge does so much damage.
yeah,
Like,
the Undeads do way too much damage. I think I saw a clip where someone gets hit and they take like 30% or 40% from that hit.
I killed someone
So,
in a cave and I took
There's
3
a lot of
hearts.
people that dropped with that, and the main reason I won is because I had 20 gas, because I ended up killing someone that dropped so many because of the Undead's Revenge. Like, there's so many people that died because of that.
Oh, yeah,
That's
no.
fair,
FTS 6 is definitely the worst FTS season, and I think most people have agreed on that. So, and then the meetup just wasn't good as well because like everyone was like just like running and
Running,
fording and
yeah.
shit like that. Like I was just saying, like I don't know.
There was a lot of running.
Fun to
I
play.
mean, I think that's all we can say about this.
All right.
All right,
Yeah.
in that case, we're moving on next to Hunter X Season 1.
I think Hunter X for a season 1 had everything it needed except the game modes.
They
Yeah, the game
I-
modes were
I was-
lacking.
The season
season
was
was all right.
interesting. There was some good fights. It was interesting. Could have been a little more early on fights.
Yeah. The game
Oh yeah,
modes
I do remember. Yeah, I remember this one.
The game modes was a little disappointing.
It's so
I mean,
horribly executed.
yeah, I mean, and the roster was great, but I think the game mode is like the kind of thing where it's also the first time those two runs are kind of organized stuff. So so at the same time, I don't expect them to have the same view as the community in terms of what is in our game modes. So
Yeah,
So what
if you've got 4 game modes, 3 of them are irrelevant to the concept, and one of them is just a single structure that exists on the map that can't be interacted with in any meaningful way.
Yeah.
It really just doesn't. It doesn't feel like the
It
theme
doesn't hold
whatsoever.
up.
It's
No,
the kind of
yeah,
thing like I was gonna say where the organizer didn't know about how to do Reddit game modes, quote unquote. And they kind of learned from the season, so we're gonna hope the next season is better on that.
Yeah, I was just like, I hope next season like executes the concept better because I remember when this came out, it was like, wow, this is just not Hunter X.
This is
Well,
around on the subreddit.
Well, I think
It
the
is
roster is
certainly
pretty
around.
interesting. There's like some people you don't see.
Yeah, and
I
I think you did say it right. It had everything it needed to, just not the game mode. It just that was the one part it like seriously lacked in.
All right.
Okay, next we'll move on to Fission 14.
Ooh.
Michael can
This
take
one's
that
kind of
one.
a miss.
This is my take on this
Yeah.
one. Well, before saying anything, the fill was really small. I'm not actually sure why it was so small, but it was just really small, and a lot of really good people played. So, like, the team balancing was really difficult for it. So I
Yeah.
can kind of see why some of the teams were just completely jacked. And obviously, the winning team was the best, and they won. And I can't really blame Cold or Chloe for that because the tournament was just really rough for them, and I don't know how much better they could have done with it. But that being said, it was a pretty bad season. Yeah, I think it's maybe the worst Fission season in my opinion, but
It's one of the worst. Yeah.
it's just a miss. I don't know. It wasn't the best season ever.
Yeah.
It happens sometimes.
But the change was a really good.
Happens. Change is a great
Oh,
idea.
yeah, I love seeing change there. Just sucks that the season wasn't good.
Unfortunate.
Next.
And it's all his fault.
Yeah. All right.
Fuck you,
Change. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Next up, we have Incidendo 5.
It's a
This is
Dragon Rush
another good
season.
Dragon Rush. I would say this is actually another good Dragon Rush this year.
I mean, the Dragon won because Firefly, but
Common Siastone.
I think a little more,
Ah,
a little more teams would be good. I think there's a very few action for the entire game until it opens because of that. Other than the fight with my team versus Frost's team, so there was a low lack of action early on. But the end section when the portal opens is pretty interesting.
Yeah, the meetup was actually really good. I liked it. It was a decent season overall. All right, next up.
On the Fly 4.
I was gonna say this is like the third attempt I remember, and I think it actually went like.
It went well actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the roster definitely was demotivated about the round.
I
for
remember
that
both
season.
the failed takes were like 60 players because they tried to get a shit ton of guests, and then this take was like I think like 32, and it was like wow, that's a pretty drastic change.
Yeah,
It was
there a
also
low
full
turnout.
random teams with no swapping,
Yeah.
which can
Oh
sometimes be
yeah,
a bad
random
thing.
teams actually went like oddly because like I think the two best teams in the game. There's a team of like Higgy, Old Man Chris, Normo, and Griffin,
That's somehow.
and then there was a
win.
team of like. And there was a team of like It's Colin, Brinkawai, Space Phoenix, and Diter, which I think both those teams ended up getting like 1 kill each.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I think the winning team. I know Caden got like an 8-kill win. I think that's like his best RO performance.
Yeah, he did well on that.
He also double pearled on Kanako, which yummy.
Love the double pearl.
Oh.
All right. Anyway,
Next.
Exploration 1.
Oh yeah, this
It's a
actually
pretty cool season one. There's
This
an
is-
interesting roster.
this is definitely one of I'd say this is like probably like one of the best S ones this
It's
year.
an interesting
talking about,
concept to explore.
season, but I think it like definitely has potential as a concept, and I'll get to this when season 2 comes up later. But I like the direction the roster's going in.
It's a cool season
That is
to.
pretty cool.
It's a cool concept to explore. But,
I see it there. Explore,
Right.
exploration.
no, but I think I'd be interested also to like some of the biomes. I feel like you can't really do without 1.17 or newer version. So
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Because-
They could always
because
explore that
they-
in the future.
because some of those received so many massive updates, then doing it at one point feels like kind of missing the point of the biome. But
Mm-hmm.
But there's still a lot of options in 1.8.
Hey, we'll
I'm
see what
actually
happens.
like, I'm noticing now, but this is only like, what, the third or fourth real season 1 that isn't like a one-time this year?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's not a lot this year.
Yeah, this was
halfway
really
through.
not a prevalent year for new rounds.
I think
Yeah.
Compared to last year, it was
20,
like 17.
2020 was heavy on new rounds, so I think it makes sense that it slowed down this year.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And with the fact that
Yeah.
also a lot of non-Reddit moves, I think it balances out.
That's
pretty well.
true too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why make S1s when you can just move your non-Reddits?
Yeah, I think
So-
a lot of people
Walk
end up
of
getting.
Fame coming to a Reddit near
Yeah,
you.
there was a bunch of
No, I
other
don't
rounds there
think
that
so.
owned both a non-Reddit
I think
and a
so.
Reddit round, and just either created one after the other. So I think just moving a non-Reddit was a move that a lot of people are picking, and a lot of people will pick over next year. So that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Next.
Hey, okay, yeah. Next up, we have Ad Libitum 3.
We're finally in July, guys. We're halfway done.
We're somehow-
Yes!
It's
Oh my
only
God.
been 2.5 hours.
Adlib 3 was interesting. The wall generation is very cool too.
That was really cool. World
Yeah, the terrain was
Oh, yeah.
nice.
What was it again? I forgot what it was.
It's like
It was
Rare
very
biome.
small
stacked up. It had
biomes.
gap roulette.
It's like very small
Oh.
biomes of rare biomes. There was like a mix of very small mesas, mushrooms, and a bunch of rare biomes like that flower
There's
forest.
another unlucky
looks good.
moment for me.
What happened to you that time?
I ate a gap, couldn't jump, and then the person that I was fighting got strength, and I died in 3 hits.
Fuck.
Uh-huh.
Jesus.
Unlucky, unlucky, really.
Yeah,
That's
the
brutal.
winning
I
team ended up
think-
getting a free win from that.
I was saying, the
so,
winning team did like nothing in one.
That's
So.
another fraud win.
This sucks, man.
He did say amazing winners in chat. I'm just calling him out for that.
He would.
All right, moving on. Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna go a little out of order here because I feel like it would be better if we do the next one kind of
I agree with that.
out of order.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Let's
yeah.
talk about
That's fine.
the RR clash.
I've heard,
Are we just
I've
doing
heard,
all of the R class?
Yes,
or-
the
Yeah, all of
RR clash.
I've
So
heard
the
mixed
all
opinions
five.
about this. I definitely
Yes.
think the format is better than before, but I definitely feel like the format still isn't perfect and definitely caused some problems with how people play.
Yeah, because it's like the thing. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, you can kind of just sit back and do nothing and get a win. Well, it's
Yeah,
either-
because
it's
you
either-
don't
it's
have to
either-
win to get to the next round. So I think
Well-
some people goes into alternative way, which can hurt some.
Yeah,
rounds.
people either just sit back and do nothing, or just try to completely stomp the entire game. Like
Yeah.
it's one way or the other. There's no in between.
Bros,
It does what it needs to do. That is being a clash, and to balance that out, the finale for that was actually interesting. It was
Oh
actually a
yeah,
good
that's the
season.
finale one. It had,
And I think
yeah.
the fact that it was the finale put less pressure on it. So I think
Silver
that allowed
Chief
it to
top
be a better
frag's
season.
awesome.
Love to see
Always a
it.
banger. Yeah. The
Yeah.
Fury that JN was playing on his account.
Yeah, I was just watching it, and there was like other people alive that could still get kills and steal the top frag, and I was like, please don't get kills.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's about it I have for Clash.
I thought it was
Yeah.
just interesting.
I was a big
was.
fan of the way they handled the format.
I
that
did
time.
really like
The,
that. Yeah.
the format managed to
Might have
unlike previous clashes actually make it end. So there was an
Wow.
actual winner
Incredible.
For once.
for
I
the
mean,
first time
time.
ever.
It helps it's
Thank
only
God.
5 UHC instead of like 18 or
Yeah,
something.
Mhm.
definitely big time. And yeah, I just thought it was very awesome. I was a big fan of I was a big fan of my TDC efforts before our match. That was
Yeah.
nightmare fuel. Like 'cause Phobia, we were fine. Phobia was fine going into our match. Day of, like 6 hours beforehand, TDC, literally no idea who's playing except me, and I had to scramble hard to get a team for that.
See, you follow one with the TTE team. TTE team had the exact same problem. It was like,
Oh yeah,
I
shout
was
out
just
to Millen by the way.
talking to Wibble. I was just talking to Wibble. I was like, "Have you planned a team for this?" She was like, "No." I was like, "Okay, let's get a team."
Yeah, shout out to Millen.
Literally, the only newcomer in the Discord, Millen, played. The only newcomer in the Discord.
Coming in
I mean,
clutch.
it's probably the only way he could actually get involved in anything TT related.
Yeah,
anytime
that's the
soon.
only that's the only TT season he's playing.
All right.
Yeah, big fan of the Clash. All right, next up we have Solitude 7.
Oh yeah, this is Safari Zone. Safari Zone.
Oh,
Mumble
yeah, that was
Oh yeah,
fun.
it's a cool game mode.
You just say the Mumble season.
It's a mobile season, yeah.
Oh my god.
I got some news for you,
Congrats,
Brody.
You
This
figured
guy,
it out.
bro, like
No,
You cracked
the
the code.
Safari game mode is cool. It's a
You're
nice
showing
way of
your
creating
NPC.
teams. I like that way of creating teams.
Uh-huh.
The season is cool
It was
too.
fun.
I
It
mean,
was a lot of fun.
It
Yeah,
was pretty awesome.
yeah.
there was some funny moments.
This was like, I mean, this was still like, this was before like the incident, but this was like one of the first major non-Reddits to switch in the year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
that
think it was
UGBO before that.
UHDGO
That
and
was
then
the second one.
Oh
It's
yeah,
also
yeah,
the
but yeah,
1,000th round on the Global Arsa.
Currently, it is.
Oh.
Yes, it will
That would
change though. Eventually.
definitely change.
It'll definitely change.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well.
All right. Next
Alright.
up.
Next up we have Calamity 13.
Jackson exists through.
It's the cave.
Oh yeah,
It's the cave.
I actually
strat
really
where
like this Calamity season.
We just dig in a cave and I kill Maxaa.
I mean, in my defense, that was because I had to go. But yes, you did.
Yeah,
I'll
say
give
that.
you the credit.
everyone.
I remember this season because I teamed with Chloe and Change and Decop, who's Change's IRL friend, who was about zero. He was like 0-13.
0 and
Calamity.
12. Yeah.
0-12. He got his first Calamity kill because he trapped me in this season.
That's so sad.
It's a cool season. The only problem is there was a lot of healing in the game.
I think this might be my favorite Calamity season that I've organized, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I loved that season. Like even though if it wasn't the best season because there was so much healing.
It was just a lot of good, cool things that happened in that season.
Yeah, it was a cool season,
Jinx-
and
Jinx
we love the
freaking kill
peacemakers.
Frickett did kill Emily.
Okay, the
Oh, the
Peacemaker.
peace-
are not
Peace-
canon.
Peacemaker
being
singular. The singular Peacemaker.
No,
Well, didn't
there
we-
was two
didn't we
peacemakers.
canonically-
they're not counted in the stats.
no.
They're
There
not
was
counted in the
one.
stats, but there was two
Yeah, I was
peacemakers.
gonna say we canonically removed the Peacemaker.
No, I thought-
Peacemakers.
I thought we kept one in. I thought we kept
No,
one in. We removed the other
No,
one.
Will
Oh,
played that
okay.
season
We got
after.
rid of both of them. We got rid of both of
Oh,
them.
right. He did play. Right. That's what I'm thinking.
No, the
Okay.
peacemakers
Yeah,
were
You're right.
Colin and
You're
Will.
right. Yeah.
Alright.
You are
Right,
correct.
okay, next up, Agency 16.
I like this season actually.
It's a cool season.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, there's definitely one team that has more healing than the others, so
I was gonna say
it's all
yeah, I
predictable.
think
But the
the
fights are
season
good.
definitely had a good build up. Like I think it definitely had the potential to be good. I think it's just the main problem was the team of Griffin and Emily got fed extremely hard by Quilliam J1.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, unlucky really.
Yeah.
I think the season was fine overall though. So
I liked it. Yeah, there were some really good fights, and I'm glad that Griffin and Emily won because they're besties.
I wish I would have lived past Sep too.
I watched Light's POV for this. and
You can do it, Brody. One day.
Light's POV was good for this because he is really good at highlighting. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just liked it. I don't know.
Highlighting.
It's a good round.
I'm so funny.
Oh god, Whack is gonna keep
Stop
talking.
making fun of me.
Whack is gonna keep talking. Next up
next-
is it's Cinema 10.
Waku can start on that.
Did I organize that? Yeah.
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 Yeah?
Yeah. We Maze Runner season. I thought the game mode for this was alright. I think we could have done a lot more, but the thing with this season is, it was like the end of the year, and I was like, all right, guys, I'm gonna go into a holiday to Bulgaria. When I come back, I'm gonna do work in this season. Then I got stuck, and then I have inactive organizers, and all of a sudden we didn't do anything for months, and then the game mode was kind of rushed. And I think we could have more of the game mode, but I think the game mode was okay.
I still think it was interesting.
It was
My,
fine,
my,
but
my game mode, by the way.
it was Dom's game mode.
As is, as is half the
that's-
cinema game modes.
Shut up.
The beautiful X, but
Oh my gosh.
I love Carter's death.
I mean, I just have to,
It was hilarious.
I just have to, yeah,
42.
I just have to big myself up before I talk about anything that happened to me in the season.
Hey, you had one of the better POVs.
I had a good fight with Madge. I also had Carter. I also had my kill on Lord.
You had a good POV.
I had a POV.
Yeah. I cursed you with Carter, but you had a good season at least.
Yeah, well, it was doing pretty nice, and then Carter was like, "Ooh, stairs."
Yeah, I thought the season was alright. At the time, I was like, God damn it, I can't believe Haggard and Syndig are going to win with like 20 gaps each, but I actually turned it pretty good.
Worked out well.
Yeah, they were doing nice. All right, next up we have Gateway 5.
This one was actually. I like the game mode for this one.
Yeah, the game mode was cool for it.
Yeah, the
It's
game
like a
was great.
callback to all this.
Yeah. A little, yeah.
Uh,
The intro,
Yeah, I
gateway
always-
intros are unmatched.
I
So.
always like.
Oh, yeah.
Gateway
stuff
in
like that.
production is really good as well. Yeah. Gateway just stays a swag round.
Swag.
Whack.
Hell yeah.
All right.
We have nothing to say, but it's like just it's all praise though.
Gateway's just good. Yeah.
Swag.
It's just good.
Swag.
Just can't say
Yeah.
much more than it's just good.
All right.
I will say one more thing. I think they made a new made-up world where it was like this barren wasteland with like bars and stuff. I just want to shout that world out real quick. That was really awesome.
Oh, shout out.
So I'll just want to
Alright.
shout that out.
Okay, next up we have Clash of the Underdogs 3.
I think Torin wanted to be tagged for this, so it's
He's been tagged.
Yeah, you did get tagged. I made a great spectator PvP of that. From a spectator PvP, though, it was a cool season to watch. I mean, there was one team that mined full diamond while no one minded. And that's actually like one of the rare seasons where like the poison pots actually helped dealing with that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And then there's also
wasn't the only poison instance though like Tony using it on like a 4 hearts like Parker knives? I swear.
No, there was a little more.
Oh, what
There
was
was
the
a
other
little more
one?
before that. I think there was around. I don't know exactly, but there was a lot of fighting between 3 teams. I think there was the Parker team with the Flus team and the Nora team or something like that.
I like
And
this
then
season.
there's also the moment where Ninja opens Spoder's chest, which had TNT minecarts under it.
Oh,
Explodes.
Loads.
you'll have to see it.
I liked seeing Wibble and Parker and Ford pop off.
Yeah, that's actually it's like I think that it's Ford's 2nd kill
I believe so.
Ford's
yeah.
second kill every year. He's got a kill in a random polygraph.
after I think Polycraft 17 or something.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
And then he just like did well the rest of the year somehow.
Yeah, then he managed to get a lot of kills in a lot of other rounds, so that was cool.
Yeah, I was a big fan of that. All right. Anyway, next up we have Abstraction 10.
Arm was a newcomer.
Oh, I know who won
Also
this.
newcomer.
I won this.
John Space Pod.
I think the one thing I keep saying about that season is the one clip in the village.
Oh, the
What's-
ice cream truck club.
What's the item? I somehow do not know about the ice cream truck.
Okay. Well, it's only called the ice cream truck clip because of what I made a reference to. Pretty much. So my team was fighting Gus's team. We were having like a 4v4
Mhm.
after I just killed like Radish Trainer or something. I don't know. And in a village house was Mav's entire team of 4 just coming out of the village house and just 4v1 backstabbing Connor.
I remember the image from that. The image is so
Oh,
funny.
that's the image!
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
the
god!
It's actually a vile image.
It's so funny.
Also, I definitely did not eat 13 gaps against Astronomical in a 1v1.
You would never do that. You would never.
But about the season, I think the season was like it was alright. It was
decent, I
it was a
think. I
pretty
think
above average season. I think it was.
Yeah, it was fine. There
I
was
liked
good
it. I enjoyed
moments.
watching it.
The most I knew about this season before it released was that John would name his CS:GO like weapon skins in his inventory.
he
he would
named
name
his-
them the recorded rounds he's won before
Yeah.
they came out.
What-
So only like a handful of people knew.
Wasn't it the
But I
Discord
just
banner
thought
the
that was
screenshot of the
really
win
funny.
It
too?
was, yeah.
Oh yeah, his Discord banner was his winner screen for
God,
Abstraction
yeah.
10.
I remember someone
John is
told me.
awesome.
So I have John on Steam, and someone told me, "Oh, you should look at MGD WoW's Steam." I'm like, why do I want to look at MGD WoW Steam? And then I looked at MGD WoW Steam, and then I looked at his thing because someone told me to. And I saw I won Abstraction 10. I'm like, what the fuck? Why did MGD WoW play Abstraction 10? I was like, oh wait, John's just called MGD WoW.
Oh
Why
my
would
god!
MJD be bragging about that?
Good point.
All right. Okay. Next up we have Campaign 7.
Oh yeah, funny Pac-Man.
That's a
Pac-Man.
That's a decent season, I think.
The winning team, I know actually, the winning team actually really deserved it because
Wasn't there like a lack of arrows in that season?
Oh yeah, the main problem with the season was the fact that nobody at all had arrows during like the last step, and it was actually like a really close season. Like I still think it's like a good watch. I just think it could have been like infinitely better if people like actually had arrows. I think the winning team like definitely deserved because they were fighting like the entire game, and then there was like one.
Yeah, there was a
team
lot
that
of
had, like,
cool fights.
Yeah, and also Frog got like 4 kills. Actually, the bad ending.
Yeah, that's pretty bad actually.
Never good. At least it's not bad.
True. Shout out Vinyl for taking it away from him. Prop 49 is still not top fragged a single recorded round. I'm so happy about that.
Yeah, he's the person with the most run plays with zero
He
top
passed
frag.
Frost Breath.
Wow.
He passed Frost Breath.
We are still in the good timeline. Thank God. All right. Okay. Next up, we have Party of 1-5.
Ooh. That is a very good season.
Is this the Bubblegum season?
Yeah.
It's a Bubblegum season.
Really good season.
The game mode is also cool to use, even though Fcrm did not come to me at any point. I blame him for that.
Yeah. Well, don't die episode 3 challenge.
You should have predicted it. No, it's a cool season. It's very close ending. I think there was a very good ending. I wish Jared would have won, but
it was all the story behind it as well, because PCB was backstabbing people and stuff, and he interrupted Bars right before. I don't know.
Yeah, that was the best thing.
That's so satisfying.
Yeah, that was satisfying because I think a lot of people when it happened were like, "Oh, PCB is gonna make the season worse by cleaning people that are low health when he hasn't been in that many fights," and then he just got destroyed. So
as somebody first-hand spec'd Proof 5, I think that might be possibly the best final fight clutch I've seen this year.
Yeah, it was a pretty good one.
Like, actually, the amazing ending.
It's amazing.
Although, actually,
there's another one.
Actually, I want to mention the Fang thing real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, during the season, I think Gavin accidentally TP'd Fang to the other... I think Gavin TP'd Fang to Nora. So Fang got randomly TP'd to 0-0, and then Julia started killing Fang. And, like, Julia didn't know that Fang had just gotten TP'd to 0-0. And Fang, like, didn't know how the fuck to say, "Oh, I shouldn't be here," like that. "Oh, I got TP'd to 0-0. So Fang died and didn't get respawned because he got TP'd.
Yeah, I think Gavin wanted footage proof of that happening, and by the time it was up, well, it was too late.
I don't think anyone's blaming you, Julia. It's just
nobody's blaming you. It's just,
if
you knew that and kept going for it, then I think I'd kick you from every single round you're in if you knew that.
Yeah, because that is coming.
I'm sure we knew. We know that you didn't know that. It's fine.
I'm gonna blame you anyway, though.
Next one.
After that, we have Paradox 6.
Okay, who takes that one? Wacko or Fcrm?
Wacko? You wanna?
Wacko, you can have it. You played.
Before it's too late.
I won.
Well, did you?
Yeah, you did clean Final Fight. In
crazy.
I mean, it was a nice game to watch, at least.
Was it though?
First of all, yeah, it was. I don't know. I liked it. It was good. I had a good game mode.
A good game mode.
The terrain was great. Obviously, it was like maybe the first Paradox season where I could actually see the ores.
Oh, nice.
That's crazy.
You forgot.
I think that was the first season to highlight ores as well.
You forgot it had guns.
Oh, I had guns. Oh my god, yeah, guns. It was so fun. I thought the guns was
violence.
It was actually so fun to use the guns. And
spectating during
I had some great moments.
Fun until I had to do post commentary for no reason.
Yeah,
about no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a season of Paradox. It was pretty good.
To be honest, I think you guys cleaning Final Fight was like the only like thing. Like I think the season overall was actually like pretty good. I think that's really the only thing that like takes away from it. So.
Yeah, but hey, me and Drake won.
Good for you.
Okay.
And yeah, the final. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, next.
Well, you see, the thing is, next is a break.
Ooh.
Moment.
Yes.
So, we're on our third break now at the 3-hour mark.
We're doing it.
It's gonna be. This is brutal. But, alright, so start the mutant here. We have another break with 2 teasers. We have a trailer and we have an intro to show off here. So, it's an intro that no one has seen yet. It definitely has not been released yet. So, yeah, I hope everyone enjoys this next segment.
Yes, Bunny, yes!
Yes! Okay, he killed me, but he's from 1 heart.
Take him out, Drailer. Got him. Thanks.
9!
Oh yeah, there. Oh, Jesus.
Yes! Woo! Oh my god. Tana, you legend! Oh my god!
There we go. Really hope everyone enjoyed that trailer, that intro that definitely has not been released
Intro's
yet.
still going for me. I think I'm
The
behind.
intro has not been released.
Well, yeah, no,
There we
I'm
go.
tuning back in on like when it's on my stream end. It's like we're back, but the Twitch stream is behind because Twitch doesn't play at the same time as as it streams. So I have to tune in back early before you guys have finished watching. I'm sorry, I don't own Twitch.
I got all of them right, Crow.
Why not?
Every single one. I'm the
Dead.
1 in 1 billion.
I really don't like that Creeples and Joseph art team. I like the art. I like the art. The intro team. Yeah. No.
Joseph
I don't
looking
like it.
kinda.
Okay, chill out there, buddy.
Joseph.
Alright.
Oh yeah, the screenshot I just put in the Discord. By the way, that's your answer. By the way, whoever asked it.
Oh, okay, yeah, no spoils.
Interesting. You are getting ratioed in Twitch chat.
What's up? What, guys? I'm confused.
Anyway, let's go talk about rounds. So now we return from the break. We start off with Addiction 15.
Banger intro.
Let me
Oh,
talk.
yeah,
Let
banger
me talk.
Yes, great intro.
Oh, fucking amazing intro. It was so funny because like it was played in like March or something. No, February, and there were no updates for ages. And then about June, July time, Chippy just drops that intro. I was like, oh, what the fuck? That was the best intro I've ever seen in my entire life. And you just drop it like that. The season was alright. It's kind of the same thing with the Kings being broken. I think the Kings were imbalanced. Yeah, I don't know. I did well.
Good for you.
Wow, you keep pointing that out, huh?
No, but Bacon has a really good POV of this. Sam Bacon.
Oh,
The only problem maybe is that his team didn't really do much until they me up.
I know your team was like kind of stomping for a while, and then you guys died to that team.
Yeah, Astronomical might have solo flanked against a king and got triple perilled on.
Unlucky. Yeah, I in terms of like, if you think about it in like just general RR seasons, it's not like the best one. But in terms of like King's RR seasons, it's like actually like decent.
Yeah,
because Kings, it's like it's hard to get good Kings seasons, and this was Arctic Kings, by the way, which we discussed earlier with
busted,
FT6. Arctic Kings kind of sucks. So
Not great.
all right, next up.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we have Notorious 3.
Notorious 3, best Notorious season.
Best Notorious, yeah, I say it's the best Notorious season.
And also explosion moment.
What is the explosion moment for people like me
Didn't
who are unaware?
Shark Bob use an end crystal? I think.
Have you heard of?
Oh no! Wait, I think I do remember this actually.
Apart from
Yeah.
clutch.
I'm gonna just remind myself. I'm gonna watch this episode of Notorious, which is titled "Going Out with a Bang." That's probably the one where the explosion
That's
happens.
probably it, yeah.
Comical references be like.
I don't get it.
I love comical, you would say.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty good season. Also, the game mode is amazing. I think the idea of pretty much Soul Brothers with teams of 4 in F is in the overworld and F is in the Nether, and they have to meet up. Is
Oh yeah,
a
I like
cool
that. I thought
concept.
it was really cool.
And also,
That would've
it's,
been a better
I was
idea.
the Nether team, and it's just fun starting from the Nether. The idea of starting from the Nether and being able to survive in that version is fun.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I thought it was awesome. All right, next up, Calamity 14.
Oh, this is
okay.
this is
This is the one that is the new Ep2, like fastest Ep2 death record. I'm pretty sure.
it is. Well, it's also the most Ep2 deaths in a single season ever.
19
probably.
episode 2 deaths.
Oh,
It was
That's a lot of-
hilarious.
32 players, by the way.
UHC.
32 players, 19 of them died episode 2.
how the fuck?
Terraria craft.
Terraria crash.
Oh, Terrar. Oh shit, I see. I see.
I
how that
survived
happens.
the Ep2 massacre, guys. I survived.
Good for you.
Wasn't
Good
the,
for you.
because you had the world also like really small, right?
I think
It
it was
wasn't, like,
really small. It wasn't
Terribly small. Yeah.
it's- the thing
Okay, I must be
is-
thinking of something else.
No, you're thinking of Campaign 8, is what you're thinking of.
Whoa, what?
Well, the thing is for this. The thing is for that though, they did like the one that Evo 18 did, where it's like the X, where it's like 2 Terrarias, like one on each
Oh,
axis.
yeah.
Calamity did only 1 axis, so it's literally like if you just run down the axis, you're gonna find people. It was no name tags as well,
Yeah.
but you would still find people like very frequently.
Yeah, and a lot of people are not as fast, so I think some of them might be closer to surface than others.
I believe it was about 8 seconds for Code Joshua to kill Julia, and then 5 seconds later he burns to death.
It was like a split second, bro.
It was
like
whatever it was. It was a double kill. 8 seconds
It was a
in
double-
first death.
Yeah.
Good lord, Jesus
Should we
Christ.
move on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can move on. Next up, we have Mystery Box 3.
I think that's the best mystery box season. That was a very interesting
It is.
season.
It is
I enjoyed this one.
There was a lot of very funny moments. There's even the Maxaa clip.
This is the one where I 10 Ethan, but I forget to record it.
And then,
Oh
also,
no.
and then Ethan's ep was also never put on the post because TJ never
That
updated
too,
the post.
yeah.
So,
it's
it
just
just
not in the
didn't
montage.
and it didn't end up in the Aris montage.
Aw.
Very
Yeah,
sad.
and the game mode was very interesting. I didn't really use the game mode, but from watching other PVs, that was very interesting. It was team of 2, and there even was the possibility of if 2 solos found a ticket, they were able
Yeah,
to
that
cross
worked
team.
really
Oh yeah,
well.
that got used because
It worked so well.
Faust and Allen were both solos, and they got to take a 2v2 final fight against the winning team.
Yeah,
actually
because he
made
got
the
the
game closer.
tickets, and yeah, that actually made it a close ending. And then Tanner
Yeah, when
ended
I
up
found
dying.
when I found out about like that originally, I was like cross teaming on hello.
I mean, this could
I
go
was like-
wrong, but
I was gonna
think
say
that-
it's
that-
like
that
I
helped
think
this
it's cool to
season.
have as like a one-off instance. Like it's definitely like it's
Yeah,
definitely
definitely
different,
never again.
But I don't think it should be like a consistent thing. So
I don't think it will be either, but it was definitely cool for that one time.
Mm-hmm.
This was also the first Rocket intro.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah,
First of
Mini
many
Rocket.
bangers.
the first of many greats.
Exactly.
Yes.
All right, next up we have Ambition 26.
The All-Star
Guys,
Star.
All-Star 6 is
All-Star
here.
season.
Yes.
I actually adored the teams for this.
I love this. I lost it when I was watching the intro.
The teams
No,
for
it's
this
we
are
were
fucking
talking about the round.
hilarious.
I dropped you in, other way around.
Yeah, I fucking adore the teams. When this intro came out, I was like, this is amazing. I love this.
I wish the season for it was better because I mean the winning team. I think it was like Lake and Perpdan, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. I wish I don't know. They
it's
just kind
always
of like
Krypton.
they kind of got like a free win because Jinko kind of just killed everyone.
Damn,
But-
Fission what was that? Fission or Cataclysm?
Kata was the Perp and Lake team, which was the winning one. And I
Yo,
think
Cat won All Stars
Jinko-
again.
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
Wow.
And then Jinko was the out of orbit team. And then I think the team that killed or the team that drained Jinko a shit ton was I think it was Simply Sam and Fensua, which was the Fission team, I think. So.
Wait, was it the
Dawson Ryan was
Invis season?
What?
Was it
This
the
was
what?
The Invis season.
Oh yeah, the one.
Oh, yeah.
We do
the
not-
one- Yeah.
We do not
That was
talk
a-
about the Invis pots.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
let's move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
Let's not talk about the Invis pots.
That
All right.
didn't happen.
Next up, we have Dilemma 3.
It's a season.
It's a recorded round season.
It
Yeah,
was
this-
called lack of education, guys.
I think the game mode is very interesting. Like it has a lot of potential. Where I
I
think
made this.
it's-
I made this
you-
game mode 2 years ago. So
you
if
need
it's
to
bad,
go to
blame
different
me.
parts to gain access to different things. So it definitely gives you the opportunity to explore and maybe have more early fights. But the main problem is the part where there's a teacher and a student, and if you lose your teacher, you're pretty much dead and can't do anything.
Yeah.
So some players just couldn't do anything because of that.
Yeah, I
And
know
that's
Rebel.
the part
I know
that kinda
Rebel ended
sucks.
up killing himself or something because I think Pelly
Lost his
was
teacher and, yeah.
he lost his teacher and I think he was on
Couldn't
a
do
hard
anything
already
else.
in the cave, so he's just fuck this. So
Probably smart.
and then I think the winning team was Radix and Zach MCD or something. It was just one
Yeah.
of the best teams. They're just a better team. Just kind of how it works. It's a recorded round season.
Yeah, I agree. Next up, we have Destral 4.
Oh, actually comedic recorded round season.
As an organizer, I'm very happy for this to be the final season. There's actually so much good stuff about it. I love the 30-minute boat chase between Stormplays and Fcrm. It's very funny to watch. Fcrm is modding so much. It is funny to watch. Just the fights in the season. A lot of them are not the best, but some of them are really good. And then Shark Bob is a god, and pretty much Ferry, which has no footage because apparently it got canceled or something. I don't know much about it, but apparently, so he didn't have footage, but he was snowballing and killing everyone, and he had the best gear in the game. And Shark Bob pulled the best TNT trap in the world, and with having no stuff and auto healing on a few arts, he managed to kill him, and that is the craziest art kill ever.
Yeah,
It is one of the craziest arc I've ever seen. He should not have won that, and the fact that he won that and the trap worked, and he killed the person that was going to snowball and make that season a kind of man thing, kind of just changed everything.
I was gonna say
crazy.
I did not expect to win after I spent 30 minutes chasing a clean iron in a boat, but it ended up happening. So I mean, yeah, me and Shark Bob were the saviors of that season because Shark Bob killed Ferre, and then I killed Stormplays, and also I think Brink had a shit ton of healing, so I got to drain him as well.
Guys, why did Fury just play Destral?
I was thinking that to be completely honest. I forgot who Ferry was. You said Ferry was for a second.
Yeah, Ferry.
It's I mean, the season is pretty good, but also I just find it is incredibly memorable. There's just so much watching the montage and stuff. There's just so many just quirky things that happen throughout, and it's just all leads to something that's just. I'm not going to be forgetting it anytime soon.
Yeah, Destro 4 is a very funny recorded round.
All
Also,
right.
probably one of my better wins.
Next up, we have Mythical 7.
I want that.
I did not die to PvE in this.
I'm very
You did
sad. I
not
could've played
die
it.
minutes into episode 2 or anything.
I
There was
watched this.
no, there was nothing crazy happening this season.
I spent an episode sneaking after Gavin, where he did the commentary for him,
You
and then
are so.
when I
awful
get
for
next
that.
to him, he tells me, "Oh, I'm on a fart. Can you not kill me?" And I
And
just
you
won't
kill
kill
him.
And then you killed
You're
him.
awful. You're
I
the
cannot
worst,
believe you do
Fishman.
that. Yeah, this was the first mythical season that didn't actually have like somebody playing the game as a monster. They were just impacting it in different ways than just being a regular player, which I thought was interesting.
It was interesting.
But-
At one point, I was being chased by a skeleton. It was just landing every shot on me, and I was like, "How is that skeleton so good?" It took me a bit to realize it was Cypher.
Yeah, I'm so sad I missed this season because it was such a fun game mode.
That is really funny.
There were a lot of good
Yeah.
fights. There were a lot of good fights, and I know like your team versus Ethan's team was a good fight.
Yeah,
And-
it was awesome.
There's also like a cave. There was also a cave fight between like Nolan and Alan versus like Rose and Cody or something. That was the fight that ended up giving Nolan the freest win ever because he had like 20 something gaps after that.
Well, yeah.
I just like
So-
how me and
I mean,
Golden
you
wanted
and
to
Paul
meet
could have
up,
had a
and we were like,
free-win.
we just
Oh,
like,
yeah,
we need to
if I
find
didn't
Nolan.
fucking die, then me and Paul could have won. Oh yeah, and also mini combat log this season. Wow.
We did. Wow.
You had to mention that.
Next season. Let's move on.
Let's
Yeah,
move
we
on.
move.
All right, next up we have UHCGO 4.
Ooh, I won the season.
Generally good season. I
Yeah, it's a
don't.
good season.
there's
The
so
one
much
thing
to
I know
say.
from the one thing I know from that is that Fra is sad that he didn't win.
He's
And we're all,
so
and we're all happy.
Won. I almost screwed that ending up so badly. Fra had a really good chance to win, but
Yeah, that was very close.
I
Yeah.
must say, I think the one conversation that happened like the day after this initially was that people freaking out about like a really good player dying, even if it's in like really shitty circumstances, is pretty cringe because that's what
Yeah,
happened in this.
Scully never
locality.
died at that point where season 4 was recorded, so people really wanted him to die, and
He got like triple cleaned or something like that, and then he died.
Yeah, it's kind of
Oh, yeah.
the weird situation with stuff like that because a lot of people in the game will not understand the context. They just see good player died. That's insane. Ah,
yeah.
That happens a lot nowadays.
you.
Whoa, I wasn't saying anything.
Oh well, I mean, I'm not wrong. It does.
Yeah, I
happen a
know.
lot.
Yeah, it does.
I
Every
definitely-
once in a while, it'll be good though.
The failed
Kelawesome
connection
dying to Lego Beast.
was a really bad example.
True.
of
That was a good one. That was a good one.
All right, next up we have Nuclear 11.
Banger ending.
Banner is great.
Actually, banger ending though.
Actually insane.
I don't know. You just win a 1v3 like that. Like I couldn't do that.
I mean, in all fairness, two of the people on the team were Plushy33 and Charlotte, but it's still a
yeah.
really
Plushie-
impressive clip.
But Plushie isn't bad. Zahiri isn't bad. So very good, impressively won, and then he gave the win to Gavin, Feng, and Madsy. So it's good. And,
Oh, yeah, no, I
yeah,
think-
it does have Wyvern as the first
Only-
round.
My only gripe with Nuclear
And
11
first
is that literally nothing happened before Meetup. Like, pre-Meetup was sleeper, but Meetup was actually really good.
It's
So-
kind of a thing with the Nuclear roster where most of them don't play a lot of Yushi, so
I
they're
know,
not gonna be
it's-
as active for fighting early.
That's why I don't
compared to
expect
some
like
recommends.
massacres in like nuclear seasons before Meetup. I don't know. I just hoped at least like something would have happened though. So
And it wasn't the most interesting game mode too, so that's fair.
yeah. All right.
All right, next up we have TGF 12.
I know not
I
everyone
also
liked
think
that one. I don't think everyone likes that one because of that one team snowballing. But I honestly expected way worse considering what the 0-0 was, and so I ended up being pretty fine with that season considering it didn't go horrible with the fights.
It's also another Rocket Bay.
I know. I know Bobby and Fenso is like a very good team, and it doesn't surprise me that they did as well as they did because I think Bobby is just like generally one of the best 1.12 players. So he just has the he just has the UHC game sense in general from like both versions. So it's like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, bold statement. Bobby's pretty good at the game.
Yeah.
Just a bit.
Factual
bit.
statement.
One of the best moment of that was when I was just digging to Mav and I get into his cave, and Mav I'm like, oh, I'm here, Mav. And then Mav shifts, and I'm like, oh, where are you, dude? Then I hear a sound, and I go down the tunnel, and then just Bobby's just right fucking there instead of Mav.
I remember that.
It was so fucking funny.
He wanted to say hi to his bestie Wacko Flipper.
I got jump scared.
Bobby jump scared.
Right.
That was a good clip. All right. Next up, classification 8.
Infinite Allies moment. The ending is good. Like it's ended up being a very close season, but
Didn't it go
Infinite
episode
Allies
10?
moment. It went like a minute in episode 10.
This season is just like
Yeah.
traumatic with how long everything took.
Okay, the problem with what happened in that season is basically there was like 8 people left, I think, in the game, and like 3 of the people that were like pretty much full diamond allied together, and all the rest were like full irons, and they just targeted all of them. And they were all allied together, so we couldn't do anything.
Also, I would like to say...
So basically what happened after is I backstabbed most of the full iron to get them dead, and so they could finally split up and start fighting each other, and that's what happened. And then after that it became interesting.
Yeah, I want to say real quick in regards to like the Ep10 thing, I feel like the main reason why I went to episode 10, or one of the reasons, I shouldn't say the main reason because it's multiple reasons. One of the reasons why I went to episode 10, I think, is because I don't know why classification does Ep7 meetup, because I feel like there's very few rounds nowadays that do Ep7 meetup.
And it's still a pretty big meetup, even if it like was Ep7 or Ep6.
And like I feel like for rounds like WMC and Pathfinder it works just because they're like older rosters, but I feel like classification, which especially nowadays is a more like modern roster, it's like it confuses me why they do Ep7 meetup. I don't know. That's really
the
all I have
season
to
was
say
just
about it.
tragic though, with all the failed attempts. That just wasn't.
There was a lot
like,
of server
it's just
problems.
there's like the 4th attempt. Yeah, you kind of just had to keep.
There
I mean,
the season was fine. It's just more like, there was 2 attempts that got scrubbed because of the server problems, which sucks.
And then one just bad season.
And before we go to something else, I have to mention the fan clipping Maxaa. And right
she
before that,
robbed the hell out of me.
Villain Maxaa.
No, the funny part about it is right before that, Maxaa's like, "Oh, I'm gonna be the villain" or something.
I
And then he
messaged
just
Jay.
gets
I'm like,
destroyed.
I see Fang. I'm gonna be the villain.
Why be the hero when you can be the villain?
She rods the hell out of me, as she would say.
You did that to
All right.
yourself.
All right.
I did do
Okay.
it myself. I deserved it.
Move on now.
Next up, we
Mute Wacko
have.
real quick.
Mute Wacko for that
Oh,
one.
you good point. Hold on.
What?
Okay, I've locally muted Wacko. Next up, we have International 19.
He muted
I
you.
didn't
Like,
get
It means he
That's
can't
right now.
hear you, Wacko.
Yeah, I cannot hear you, Wacko. All right, fine. I'll unmute him. There we go.
I won this season of International.
Oh.
my god!
Too late.
This fucking guy.
I won.
Dude.
Did you? Wow.
Yeah, I did.
I
You
think
would
it's
have expected
guys,
this.
did you know that Fluesmaker won this season though? I think that's pretty good.
I think that's
That's
more
base.
awesome. That's more
base.
awesome.
Yeah.
No, I remember
loves
the
Fluesmaker winning.
I remember there was one stat about it. I think it was Joey's first death, or first
that's
death in a
first
round.
Oh, yeah.
death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Joey's never died in a round before.
Yeah.
It's his first death ever.
I think International 19 is probably one of the better international seasons as of recent, even if it like wasn't a great season.
It was
it's probably one of the
interesting
better
because
ones.
it was interesting because people went for like netherite, and there was a bunch of fancy stuff happening with the new version. So
Yeah.
it did help showcase that version. So that was cool.
And I think the fights like were pretty decent and me up and yeah.
Don't help that Wacko and Flus had 2 notch apples.
Yeah, we got them both in episode 1 as well. We got really lucky with temples.
Jesus.
Yeah. We honestly won the game because of that.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, next up. Moving on from Wacko, we have Alignment Season 1.
Ooh.
This is a funny
okay.
season.
I watched
because
this. It was pretty
This is a strange one. I was gonna say that fight. There's a lot of good fights this season. The winner is
good. Rich Mad.
definitely not somebody-
Surprising.
I was literally saying it's not somebody you would expect.
The
So
winner
bad.
wins because someone at Te double kills while holding 12 gaps on them, and,
Oh,
and yeah,
who
the
was
stuff
that?
gets found.
Yeah. I do think this it was a decent season 1, and I feel like the one thing is though is one of the parts of the game mode broke, and so you were supposed to get like there was 2 routes you could take, and one of the routes you would get like I think like a tier 1 or a tier 2 book from healing people. People were getting tier 8 books.
What the fuck?
They got
So
what?
there was a bunch of people that had like power 5s and like fraught 4s and shit like that, and it's still ended up being like decent, which is like kind of beyond me. So yeah,
It's kinda
that
wild.
happened. Yeah, people had bonkers shit. So all right.
Huh. All right, next up we have Past Glories 3.
It's a good season. It's very close. My only problem with it is the roster was even smaller than the previous season.
Yeah, this roster is painfully small.
I remember that, yeah.
Did we get a Garcia kill this season?
Ted Garcia did get a kill this season.
All that needs to be said.
Yeah.
He did a kill.
Perfect how it is.
Joey, he killed Joey.
Very blessed. All right.
Yeah, it was a good season overall. Next
up we have Absorbed 9.
BBT Hardy fan played.
Oh, yes, TBT Hardy
That's so
fan.
true.
The newest up and coming member of Party of One.
I would like to mention
When he accepts Gavin's friend request.
Oh, did he not actually accept it? I thought he did. Oh, it's so sad.
this is yet another season that had bonkers gear. Cause I know Brink this season had a sharp 5 iron and pots.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So
Yeah, he said he made manual
yeah.
short 5.
yeah, like wasn't I don't remember what the game modes were. I think one of them was like beta terrain or something. I forget what they were.
It was beta 1.7 terrain, bleeding sweets, blood cycle, fast melting, hasty babies. So literally just a public game. This was a public game.
Yeah, pretty much. All right.
Awesome. Wow.
Not much that needs to be said about that then. This one's a banger, chats.
What is?
Hey,
Oh,
we got
this is
Astrology 7.
Yes, sir.
This has to be Tanner's best POV. Like
easily. Tanner's and Ripper's best POV.
His meetup is pretty much snowballs the beginning of meetup, goes out of healing, his teammate dies, and then goes into clutching the end of the season. So like he ends up getting a lot of kill and doing well in fights to clutching the season. So he ends up doing both. Like Nuclear he clutched the end of the season, but he didn't do well. He didn't do anything else before that because his team got destroyed.
Yeah, that's the difference between the
So
new
that's why
POV
Astrology
and the
7 is his
Astrology
best POV.
Yeah, there's just no reason. There's just no reason that Ripper and Lord should have lost this. Apart
No,
from
they lost because they were drunk.
Because that's the only reason. It's so funny.
I think
You
they
still
fought,
think they could land one shot though, right?
no,
They can't. No.
they fought Blur in a 2v1 for like 15 minutes and they could not land any shots. They missed all their shots for like
The last
15
episode
minutes.
is so funny because
It's
it's
awesome.
Tanner half a heart and like Blur and a heart and a half, and just these 2 drunk idiots that can't land any shots.
Yeah, they can't do anything. Like that was funny to watch, but I'm not surprised they lost, even though they had quote unquote the advantage.
When they went to Ep7, I was like, oh yeah, they don't win this.
Yeah, no, because like if you go into Ep1 and you think about it, you're like, okay, maybe them being drunk won't make them that bad, but then you watch it and it's like, okay, yeah.
It affects them just a bit.
Slight
Also,
problem.
the game mode is a game mode that's like, you could say it's boring, but when you think about it, it has
I
a
liked
lot
the
of
game mode.
it has a
The
lot
game
of
mode was,
potential.
like, wasn't it like grudges or something? Where it's like
Grudges.
if
Pretty
you
much,
kill-
if you kill someone that killed one of your teammates, you gain gold.
Yeah, I think it was a really good game mode actually. And it helped like a lot of people that because
It
normally
sounds boring, but it has
you
a lot of uses.
take like because like if you take a 3v3 and you guys like fully drain each other, normally you'd be fucked afterwards. But if you're like a solo, you actually be able to like get stuff.
Well, you need to lose a
We
teammate
didn't
for
even
that.
know.
But yeah.
I mean,
Yes,
yeah,
the season had a game
lose
mode.
teammates,
Ripper.
but you get
Yeah,
heal
uh,
at least,
interesting.
so.
I don't know if you figured out a point, Ripper, but yeah, the season did have a game mode.
I would have figured Ripper would have coded it for astrology, but maybe not.
So yeah, that was one of the best RO seasons of the year, I think.
Oh yeah, I think
yeah.
I personally think that is one of 2 S tier seasons this year, and I think everybody knows.
Damn,
what the
only
other one
2?
is.
Damn.
There hasn't been many like S tier ones. There's been a lot of like A tier ones this year, in my opinion.
All right, next up we have Apocalyptic 14.
Ooh.
Ooh.
All right.
Ooh.
For the quickest rundown of this season ever,
Mm-hmm.
this starts with my teammate Chrome and I is getting backstabbed by two people who I think had already lost a teammate. Kill them. Keep in mind, this is World Jumper, so every episode we go into a new world. But in the same world we got backstabbed in, we find, like, who was it? Like Theo, I think, and we killed him.
Theo and
we
Dylan.
killed
also
Forbit,
Dijo and Forbit. Dijo and Forbit, yeah.
We killed Peace, and then we go into a city world. We find Plushy, CJ, and Tanner. Cody dies. All three of them die. I'm left with like a stack of gaps.
Over a stack.
Over a stack of gaps. And then the next time I fight somebody, it's Strav, and we fight in the bottom of a temple. And Strav also had 40 gaps. And died with most of them.
What
So
the
it's me
fuck?
final fight with a stack and 40 gaps against like
A team with no
team
healing.
of 3 with little to no healing. And I jump off a cliff. I hit the MLG. I shoot someone that's jumping after me, and then they land in the water. I try to pearl on them to try and kill them, and then I die.
You threw?
With all of that healing.
I was like 90 something gaps.
Yeah,
You threw?
yeah. The
Yep.
team won with no healing.
What the fuck?
I would not say that someone dying with 90 gaps final fight is winning with no healing, but
Yes, the team had no
I
healing. They
mean,
won with no
yeah,
healing.
Firm loves to say that the other team had 90 gaps because they would have picked them up after killing them.
But it wouldn't have been any use to them because they won.
Yeah, they won
Exactly.
with no healing. They didn't win with 91 gaps. They won with no healing.
I don't know. I think just like my main issue with that season is just like because with the World Jumper stuff, I know Faust had mentioned to CJ, it's like, oh, it's like some of the rates for the worlds are going to be pretty broken. And I think CJ was like, oh, I don't really care. And then Kel ended up getting like nearly 2 stacks of gaps. So I was like, that's probably why you should care.
I completely agree that like the World Jumpers did not work out well at all, but it was really
It's a cool
fun
game mode.
playing it. So.
Yeah.
Can't believe you threw that. What the fuck?
Yeah. It was like, I don't know.
I have a
it's just kinda
habit. I have a habit of throwing final fight because I feel like if I win, it'll be a dog season, and I don't
Oh, you're
want
such
that.
a nice guy.
It was gonna be dog anyway. I'll be real, Kelawesome.
That's fair.
You're
No, that's
such a
completely
nice
fair.
guy. Throwing for content.
Next.
Any,
season.
anyway, next up, from the drudges of hell, Conception season 7.
It's finally released.
After a year and a half of production, yes.
And it was actually a good season, and I actually ended up having good rates.
Oh, that's me on the phone.
Ring ring.
I'll be right back. Give me a minute. I
Alrighty.
said what I have to say about this.
All right, now it's my turn.
Oh shit.
It's just a
Uh-oh.
generally good season. I think that's
Oh.
really all I have to say about it.
Oh,
It's-
so-
it's-
oh,
It's
this
getting
is-
5 kills.
You're hyping it up for what?
It's good. It's
I
it's
don't
good.
really
It's
have much
good.
to say.
But I don't know if I'd say it was. I don't know if I'd say it's worth sitting on a year and a half for. Good, but
Oh no, I don't really think anything is worth sitting on a year and a half for unless it's like Astrology 7 type shit or like the other round that's gonna come up soon.
Oh?
Oh,
No, I mean no, I'm talking about the one that okay, we'll get to
I
it
don't
eventually.
all right, we'll get to it.
I hope it's my
that's a
Ari
fun
talking
moment
about.
this season. With
Right,
I think
whatever.
it's Paper Vinny is the funny moment, right? Where he's like, "Oh my god, I'm totally blanking on what happened." It's just,
Yeah.
but it's a really funny moment. I'm totally blanking on it. It sucks. It was he needs to get like items back because he got unfairly killed. I think by the Kurt J. Macklich, right?
Oh yeah.
And the spectators, like he didn't realize that they were trying to give him his items back. So he spent a couple minutes like running away from them because he didn't realize they were spectators trying to help him. He was just hearing voices.
Oh my god,
It took him longer than necessary to get his stuff back.
that's actually funny. All right. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Next up, we have Solitude 8.
Oh, the funniest part of this season is Germa Minor. It's obviously Solitude's a Momo round, and Germa Minor died to a team and then told them to kill themselves. So
Oh.
Oh.
You always love to see that.
Firm. Best behavior. Best
Switch
behavior,
TOS,
Firm.
Come on.
Best behavior.
He's lagging out.
He hasn't mentioned Yveltical yet, so I mean, we have a.
No,
pretty good track
he's already brought him up. Best behavior. Anyways, Solitude Season 8.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, you know.
That's it. Yeah.
All right, you know. Okay, fuck it. Okay, sure. All right, next up, Journey 2.
Clip of Quill backstabbing like an entire team off of a building is so. They literally like lined up and fucking.
Oh, it was so funny.
It's fucking hilarious.
It was like something out of a cartoon.
So good.
It's so fucking funny.
Screams
Actually,
too.
such a funny clip.
It was Ryan's "oh shit," Gus's scream, and Ford's complete silence that just make the clip.
It's so funny. It's so fucking funny. It's so good. It's so fucking good.
One thing I'll say about Journey is that both the seasons have just been so stupidly fun to play. Like the Meetup is so like fun to play for no reason at all. Like everyone, like you can tell during the Meetup that everyone's just having a fucking blast playing it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but the bad thing about this season is that it has a really sad ending, but it's not.
Both
like,
seasons, I think.
It's not. Yeah, that's true actually. But it's not. It wasn't the winner's fault really. It was just an unfortunate situation. Yeah, it just happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just I remember watching that and I was like, it just kind of ends like okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's like wow. I think Wizard when he won was like, oh, what the fuck.
Yeah, he was arguing.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome
Okay,
back.
where are you at
Can't
now?
even blame the
We're
guy.
talking about Journey.
I think we just are we done?
Journey
Actually,
two.
I don't know.
I guess we're kind of done with Journey, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll just add to Journey. Will still doesn't have a win.
Yeah.
William
I
was
felt-
robbed.
Will's pain.
Yeah.
It's because you won your 9 wins this year. We get it.
It looks
I
like
get it. Yeah, he
it looks
threw
like
the
a-
game and I could have won. I get it.
it looks like a free win, and it's just unlucky lava.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, we have WMC 29.
Spaghetti!
Noah Spaghetti.
I wanna shout out Ripper for the hype towards this season. It was absolutely insane. I've never been hyped for a round this much
That
for
was,
so
it was
long.
perfect.
The
Drop
new
phone
art is
number.
really good as well. I like the
The
new
new
art.
art's
I
insane.
also want to shout myself out for being the only person
Oh,
who
okay.
missed Gay
We do
about
not care.
2 minutes before the
Okay.
intro dropped.
No. I'll give you that. That was pretty impressive.
I do not want to give it
I'll
to
give
him.
you that.
I will not be giving Rack a Flipper anything.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I like this. I love the game mode. The game mode was really fun to watch, and I enjoyed watching all the teams. Like the commentary was really good.
Yeah.
But the meetup wasn't the best because of the arrow situation. Like they were all going around in a circle, which was a shame.
I know the final fight was like, I don't think many people had fun playing like the final fights because they're just like a 3-way with like nobody having arrows. But like,
Yeah, freeways are tough.
Yeah, it's
And-
definitely not the best recent WMC season, but it was still enjoyable.
Who did the Spaghetti do the contest with again?
Brandman.
Brandman,
Waiting for that.
please
WMC
show up
30,
at
Ripper.
WMC.
I hope.
We'll see.
It's all on you.
I for 29, I was just so pogged about how my team did. It was just absurdly
that was
well.
great.
I watched your team
I haven't-
actually. Sorry, go ahead.
I haven't felt as much adrenaline in a fight in RR, like as
That
much
first-
as I did with that second fight. Yeah.
That was a great
Dude.
fight.
I was watching your team like the whole way through, and I didn't think that would be a team that would work like in any circumstance. And then you guys just started popping off, and
It was great. I don't know how literally just the prevailing thought after we win the second fight. Like, how the fuck did we win this fight? None of us died. We just kind of killed them. How the fuck did that happen?
Mm-hmm.
I was just, oh my god, I was going absolutely apeshit. All right.
All right, next up.
Next up, we have Calamity 15.
ooh, the astronomical season.
I will say one of the few good things about the season is that there's now a canon 78 Ford top frag.
Let's go.
You
It was like a
absolutely-
6-person tie for 2 kills. We'll take
7.
it. 7. Okay.
You know, it doesn't matter how it happens. You still love to see it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I was saying this was like it was the RVBVGVYVA season, and the A is Austin.
The A is astronomical.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Honestly, only way to balance.
Yeah, I think the main thing was that one team just kind of like ended up winning with these. It was kind of
Yeah, it was, the other three teams all took each other out, and they kind of just weren't there when it was happening.
I mean, that's just giant team games.
Yeah.
So it's very rare to see a giant team game where one doesn't just stomp the other. Next up, Amalgam 2. Next up, Consumption 8.
I'm completely fine with that.
Unless one of you really wants to say something about Amalgam.
One thing I'll say about Amalgam 2 is why the fuck did Merc play both seasons?
They also had a good winner
Why
team.
was he organized?
He organized.
Is the better question.
What? Dude, that's so weird. It's like they just picked a name out of a hat.
Did
I
you
hate
organize?
how Amalgam actually had decent. Well, actually, Amalgam 1 was good, and Amalgam 2 was like all right, other than like the excessive toxicity. Just kind of happens with a roster like that.
Yeah, I mean the most did nothing, so or not that much.
Oh yeah, that actually is true. Brent. I
Superhero
didn't know
Survivor.
that.
Oh, I
makes
had
sense,
no
man.
idea.
I didn't know that.
That'll explain it.
Oh, that does actually explain a lot.
All right,
Okay,
Consumption.
now we can move on to Consumption 8.
Yeah.
It was an alright consumption season. I don't think there's actually. I remember watching Captain's
I heard
POV.
it's good.
Yeah, I know. Captain had a good POV. So
I've not seen it, but I
know,
heard it's good.
I do also find it funny how fucking Michael left episode 1 and then won.
What team size was the season? 3, right?
3. It was 3. Yeah. All right.
You'll have to see
I
it.
don't think there's really
Any
much
more
else to
food
say.
on our comments?
No more food. Flip the Switch 7.
Hey, I did well in this.
Was that the FFA season?
It was the FFA that
Yeah,
me and Cypher got a lot of kills in, and then Cypher
Because-
won.
I didn't watch
Pretty
much
much
of it, but
everyone expected it to
I
happen.
like the Cypher win.
Oh yeah, no. FCS 7 is like your stereotypical FFA season. Like it is about what you would expect from like any FFA recorded round ever. So
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of knew Cypher would win unless Fcrm pulled something or someone else that was in
yeah.
the top.
And my mouse was kind of acting up the entire game, so it was like I knew I was gonna kill him.
I got first blood, so I'm fine
Unlucky.
with that.
Congrats.
All right.
All right, next up we have Insistent 7.
Where's Torin? Is he here?
Pink Torrent.
We have to tag Torin. We have to get him back in.
Always
here.
He's
gotta
gonna
pick
miss
Torrent
it
every
by
single time.
like 30 seconds again.
Oh yeah. I think he's
Fail.
missed it like every fucking time.
Full season
I
Randy
finally
didn't
got to play after winning the draft.
Yeah, you're.
I won
somewhat
the
right.
draft for this season.
We don't care.
Yes, we do. We love Birdie.
I was gonna say the main.
Good
I think the
win.
main problem with the season was just final fight, because I know the final fight for this season was I think it was a team of 3 that had taken a 1v3 against Welsh and had gotten absolutely rolled, and so they were all on like 2 hearts each. And I think there was actually another solo live because Kel had 1v1 them and
Alex.
drained them. Yeah, it was Alex. And there was a team of 2 that had taken like 1 fight the entire meetup. And I think they pretty much just won by getting like 4 different 1 or 2 taps.
What
And it
was
like-
what was it? What was the team?
I will not be mentioning the winning team of this UHC recorded round.
Okay.
All right, that's all I
Alright,
need to
okay.
say.
Now we have Pathfinder 15.
I hear the winner for that is awesome.
Oh my
I
God, we
didn't.
don't-
I did not hear
Oh.
Talon Raker.
that. Okay, no, that's right. That is right.
Talon Raker is pretty cool. Fancy
Flame-
pretty cool.
Flame bows.
Yeah, that one's cool. The other
The
one.
beep.
Flame bows.
We may or may not have caused
Flame
anarchy.
on.
We may
This
or may not
season-
cause problems.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
season looks like the billboard is not great, but then you watch it and it's like, oh, this is really good.
The fact Talon did when I
Like,
went into
It was
2021, I
awesome
was
season.
like, okay,
As
getting carried by just Nolan, okay, I can see that. Getting carried by Drake numbers, alright, sure. Getting carried by Talon Raker, I did not expect for 1 second.
Double his kill total.
Talon
Yeah,
is really fucking good at bow.
We're in the good timeline.
The best.
True.
one.
The very blessed
yeah,
timeline.
it's one of Pathfinder 15 is another one of those seasons where if you look at the kill board, it looks shit. and then you watch it, and it's like, wow, this is actually decent.
Wow.
Wow.
Watching a round is better than just assuming based on what you see.
I know, it's
That is
incredible, I know.
insane.
A little bit menacing.
Do you have any more thoughts, Tom?
The fact that we got full Infinity Flame and we got 1 kill is actually kind of embarrassing.
Yeah. It
So-
happens.
I think it was the whole armor thing. Like, you guys could have won that, but your armor was just so terrible.
Yeah, we could have actually
Yeah.
like really caused problems, but we only caused minor problems instead.
You just got targeted. You just
Yeah.
you just put up a flare. But hey, everyone shoot at me.
Yeah, look, we got flame. Kill us, please.
Basically. Oh, Jacob just tweeted. Can anyone send me the UCR?
I was just about to mention.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone get it. Someone get it too.
I'm getting it.
Someone get him in there.
You guys need to do that because I need to start the next break.
I'll do
The
it.
next break.
So this is the
Wow.
so this is our last
Break moment?
This is our last break. However, I'd like to mention that's not the end of the teasers we have. You might want to tune in for the end for that one. But for the time being, I'm gonna get the mutes on the go. I'm gonna get the clips on the go. I think we're ready to watch these last couple trailers in this break. Hint, not last actual trailers. Hope you guys enjoy these ones.
Man, I'm up to something. Woody-la-dee-do, thank you all for coming.
All right, everybody, and welcome to AP Season 10.
Entomphobia.
What
is that?
You
My
might
stream is so behind.
hit the Google with that one.
Entomphobia.
I've been sitting on those trailers for ages though. Shout out to Jake
How
for
do you-
making those.
how do
Fucking
you spell
incredible.
it?
Just
The
you not gonna
fear
use Google?
Of an abnormal or persistent fear of insects.
Dude, I'm googling it and it keeps on trying to autocorrect to xenophobia.
It's autocorrecting me to the fear of vomiting.
Yep, that's it. Yep, fear of vomiting. You got it.
Imagine,
Yeah,
imagine
but-
doing podcasts 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, that would suck. And, it's like especially after you do one that's like 4 hours.
It's
long.
okay. I don't have to, so I'm.
I mean,
good.
we're not going over like so many rounds, so it will be shorter.
Light, please don't drop.
We'll see what happens. All right, we're coming in the final stretch here, and I couldn't think of a better way to start off the final stretch than with UHC Canada 2.
I did not go in 2021 expecting a UHC Canada revival, but I was happy to get invited to that. I mean, you had the Spiral J showing up for the first round.
That's
Fire
awesome.
Team is cool.
That was
I
And
will
awesome.
then got killed up to by Space Phoenix.
I must say though, I think the correct take of UHC Canada 2 is that it is not canon because Parker Mice did not win.
And Josh, you two died like multiple times.
Yeah, well, a lot of people died multiple times.
Wait, there's actually multiple people that got that bug.
I think Marcus had it as well.
I think there was a weird bug with on Arctic that day. Or maybe it's a game mode, but when people were dying, they were kind of respawning where they died. So they were just getting killed again.
Oh fuck.
And then the other problem with that season, I remember, is I'm pretty sure there was 5 roles. Wasn't the feel that worked well with doing teams of 5, so we went with teams of 4. And there's 2 wingers, so you could just set the roles so there would be 1 winger. Except we couldn't set the roles, and I think we figured out you needed to be like in spectator mode to set the roles or something.
Interesting.
So that way it wasn't working.
Very funky.
Yeah, so there was a team that had no goalie, which was pretty much like a guy with 20 yards.
Oh wait, that really sucks.
Yeah.
Wait, what team is that?
The light team.
Oh, wait, they still did so well.
Yeah, exactly.
God, Parker Myers is actually robbed. This sucks.
Built insanely different. All right. Next up, we have Razlika 5. The end of Razlika.
The same as every other Razlika season.
Wacko Flipper, did you know I won the season?
Wacko Flipper didn't play.
I did not.
I won the season. I won the season.
Yeah, you and Christopher Mess got to hit the town. Yeah.
You killed half the roster.
Yeah.
I overslept this season as well.
It's certainly a Razlika season. I think that's really all there is to say about it.
I was today years old when I realized that when I teamed with Saya, he named his episodes Teaming with an Elitist.
That's awesome.
Right. Thanks, Saya. Appreciate it.
Oh, I should go rename my Geo episode.
Everyone who's ever teamed with me.
We've teamed
with. Every time someone's teamed with me, just make sure you rename your episodes.
Oh, actually, I need to rename my Phobia Spec POV.
Oh, that's true. Spectating with an elitist.
Spectating
Spectating with an elitist and Mark.
I need to rename my Geo episode to Killing an Elitist.
Oh.
No!
You asshole! All right, E24.
L Cypher Cut.
I killed Kelawesome at this
Natural 44 showed up.
Toxic?
Natural
You did-
44.
You did technically kill me.
Oh yeah, this is a natural 44 moment.
That's all I have to
Moment.
say. I'm very happy that he came back and played.
Yeah,
Among
that's
Us.
a crazy person to come back.
I
It's
had
not someone you
zero
expect.
clue who he was when he
really old
came
player.
back.
It took when I watched the intro. It took a minute for it to set into my brain. Like, oh, like that's the same natural 44 from like years ago.
He subbed and he joined a Sarah. I'm like, dude, is this real? Like, that's natural 44.
Yeah, I was so surprised. Like, it took me so long to actually realize that's who that was. Like, oh,
Imagine
yeah.
if you played another season.
Yeah, how do you get someone like that to sub?
Apex Twinkie.
Apparently,
Apex Twinkie.
him and Twinkie got into contact like recently to that season, and they were like, they need a sub. So Twinkie was like, hey, do you want to play this? And yeah, it just happened. Just coincidence, really.
It was awesome. Another case of me watching the montage and seeing my team do well, and then just Cypher Kai rolls up and is like, "Yeah, you lava bucket in Dom's head, kill him."
Yeah.
And I'm like, man.
Yeah, it was one of the better Elo seasons as of recently. So
That was alright, yeah.
Yeah, that was decent.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, we have World Cup 2021.
USA.
I did well then.
I have no idea how like anything else could have happened, considering the American team.
Yeah, what happened is the Dutch team got flamebows, right? The Dutch team, right?
Dude,
They got
I don't know why they didn't just fight back. They literally just bent over and died with like all of their healing and flamebows, and it's like, you know you can like use your mouse, operate a mouse challenge. Like,
All right, firm.
Best behavior.
Yeah. Add the best Canada team. Like, did you ever expect the team of? Did you expect a team of me, Polky Reeves, and Josh Gerald?
And he got a kill as well.
Can we
Yeah,
talk
we
about
got a kill. We did it.
the huge blunder in team creation that was somehow overlooked?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
what
that
you
one.
mean?
and
Israel.
Irish team with Fleb.
What a bestie.
That one just slipped under the cracks. It seems.
Unlucky.
Also,
yeah.
Alex getting a top 5 was a bit weird as well. Of
Oh,
all
that was
people.
crazy, yeah.
Also
Team
realized
Scotland
that, also realized in order for Scotland to do well, it turns out I just didn't have to play.
Yeah.
That's more Coco
Harsh
than
reality.
Although my teammates didn't upload, so
Ooh.
one of them's in the chat actually.
Oh yeah, one of them is in the chat.
Hello,
I
Scott
can't
Perry.
believe that. Oh, actually, I can't believe that. Never mind.
All right, World Cup, awesome. Next up, X-Files 5.
I mean,
Michael Robert didn't win. He didn't win. Yes.
Kelawesome, you're on a
Kelawesome,
laptop.
your PC was
so-
great.
I
You
won
lie.
something. It's been years.
We're gonna give you the third best person in the round. How does that
No.
sound?
I mean, okay, to be fair, Calasome's team was busted, but Kelawesome did save the season. That
Did he?
season sucked. Yeah. Like, the only good thing about that season is the end.
The final,
Yeah,
I was just saying, it's one of those seasons where it's like the final fight is the only good part. The rest is just
Okay, I mean, it's probably, like, my least favorite POV, so I might have a little bias, but, like,
It was
the
a bad
game,
season.
the game mode was completely broken.
The game mode just
we
didn't
went,
work.
we went after
It
the
didn't have any
city.
impact.
No, we went after the city, and it was very small. Like, it wasn't it like you could like loot it and like search for stuff hidden in it, and it was pretty much nothing. And then the trades were not worth. We spent more gold getting there
Yeah.
than actually doing the trades because we couldn't get any gold. And then we tried to fight teams because our only way to gain gold, according to the city, was to bring back player ads. So we needed to get kills, and both teams we tried to fight ran away from us. The first team, spoiler or gear in chat, and the second team ran away forever and went to die to Kel's team. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So
we
I
Wacko, you asshole.
Hello. What?
You said you couldn't fight us right now for some other bullshit reason, but
what
you're
happened-
just splitting arrows.
Okay, so we were just splitting out. We were generally just splitting arrows, and then we see you, and then we're like, we just say stop, and then we just say stop, and then we're just standing there looking at you guys, and you guys think we're like lagging or something, and then Saya splits the arrows, and then we're just like, and then we say, okay, we can't fight, and then we just run away. What I was gonna say is, I was the person who suggested this game mode, but my idea for it was like there'd be like a big city in 0-0, and they could do trades, and yeah, I don't know. I wanted like the terrain to be more impactful, but it was just a tiny pyramid in the corner of the map.
Like it wasn't the best, but Kill clutched it and made it a better ending. But like, no, it was Cypher that helped actually.
Yeah, Cypher clutched it.
Yeah, it's
Not
Cypher.
Kel ruined the season.
Kel ruined the season.
Kelawesome did ruin the season.
Oh,
Well,
guys, I
at
found
least,
a capitalization error on the.
At least Kel wasn't like
real.
Kel at least wasn't toxic about it. Like I feel like there's a little too much toxicity, and it kind of annoyed me while playing.
There was some toxicity, but I think it was overly toxic.
Well, it annoyed me because most of it went against our team, so it's probably why it affected me more than like your team. But it's definitely the things I'm like, yeah, it shouldn't happen to begin with.
All right. Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, the game just wasn't executable. I think that's really the main thing, the main issue.
All right. Next up, we have Adlib 4.
Oh yeah,
This
self-diagnosis.
is the nice Kai Smarty Pants stuff.
Yeah, I was
self-diagnosis season.
Oddly a decent self-diagnosis season.
Yeah, it was actually really good. I don't know.
I remember
Kai,
I was.
did not like it. Oh, never mind. We're good. He does.
Oh, I remember I was doing commentary with Kel on his POV, and then Kel died to Austin, and I was like, okay, well, Austin's gonna win. And then I came back.
Yeah, but Austin didn't have healing left. Yeah.
Then I came back an hour later. It was like Kag Smarty Pants wins with 4 kills. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck happened?
Didn't like Kirby kill my lights or something?
Oh yeah, no, this was the round where fucking Flame Orb and Not My Lights were the Flame Orb was the main player, and then Not My Lights every even episode would get on his account and play for the episode, and Kirby ended up killing Flame Orb, but it was actually not my alliance.
Yeah.
So Kirby killed the Dex player. Let that sink in.
It's true. This is true.
Let's go,
Maybe,
Kirby.
you know, after all we said, I think maybe we are actually living in the worst timeline. After all that. All right. Next up, we have Around the World 6.
The Scotland season that was played at 2 a.m.
Oh my god, it's the other space pod John CSGO weapon skin.
It is. Also, surprisingly, another like good King season. Although to be fair, this wasn't Arctic Kings like the rest of the Kings rounds that were this year. This is like actually like a better version of Kings.
Mm-hmm.
That was a pretty cool one.
It was a pretty good season, I think.
Robert got quite a few kills. Love to see that.
Yeah.
The winning team in general got a lot of kills, but it was close. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. I like that. I like this one. Good season. Next up, Ambition 27.
Oh yeah, this is a good season as well.
This
I
is-
actually
yeah,
like
it's
this
a
one.
cool season.
Actually, I just want to quickly say about Ambition. So the All Stars Ambition season was played on the exact same day as Cinema 10, and this Ambition season was played on the exact same day as Cinema 11.
That's crazy.
You want to be ambitious. You actually want to be
like,
ambitious so
There-
badly.
Yeah, I just love being overhosted by Ambition, I guess.
Besties?
Even the Discord is just waiting for a day. It's not scheduled on the same day, you know?
Just like I need to overhost Ambition. My devious plan. Yeah, this is what this is.
It's.
Yeah, it's a cool season.
It
It's
was
like to see people playing those versions. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I enjoyed this season quite a lot.
Yeah, it was actually good. It was one of those. It was yet another Perpdan win where he had absolutely zero rights to win and then ended up winning, and I was like, "What the fuck?
How does he keep getting away with this?"
Yeah, I was like, literally, like, how does he keep doing it? Like, it's that he's just genuine. He's such way too fucking good at the
Oh,
game.
yeah,
His first fully organized.
Yeah,
That's
this
an
is,
interesting.
first
Oh,
full,
yeah,
full
right,
Bobby
true.
season.
Fully automated Bobby the Turtle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, did pretty well. Like got 2 seasons very fast, close together. That
Yeah,
was
this
pretty cool
intro
to
was
see.
2 days or something as well.
Yeah, that was pretty cool to see. Like after
Teacher
like the,
Russell.
I think like the previous year it was more a gap between season, and this year got actually 3 seasons. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the future of Ambition. If they can keep up this momentum.
Is this Perp's last win of the year or
Oh, actually,
Now there's another one.
another one?
We still got Phobia.
So if you look at the list of what we're covering, you can see.
Oh, thanks.
Read challenge?
Thanks. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Fission 15.
the winners were insane. I
another
love
Perpdan.
Oh, this guy.
I will never understand. Oh yeah, this actually wasn't even the one I was talking about, but this is in fact another Perpdan win. I don't understand.
That carried me.
I don't understand. I don't understand how.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. Okay.
That was not even me, by the way.
Who
That
passed
was
the
not even
fuck
me.
out?
Not me, what the hell?
I don't know who thought it was a good idea to put Perp and Bobby on the same.
Chloe. It was
team.
Chloe. It's Chloe.
And they're like, oh no, don't worry, these two are real strong, so we'll nerf them with Wacko, Wacko who isn't bad, and Megan who caves well.
Yeah. I would say that's not
That is
the greatest idea.
To be fair, Megan didn't actually cave that well. Bobby caved like fucking everything for our team. He caved like fucking everything.
oh Megan shit then.
Yeah, Megan is shite. But, you know. I thought the season was okay, though, despite all that. I thought it was alright.
It was better than 14 at least. I think 14 was worse.
Yeah.
So.
What else about this season was there? Had a really good rocket intro.
Oh yeah.
I liked the
That rocket intro is good.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything else to say really.
Well, in that case, let's talk about Battle Scene Season 1.
Battle Scene
yeah.
Season 1
The
is
best
pretty
concept
much
of
it's
the
pretty
year.
much legacy, but I can't believe it will happen again.
It's legacy but better because, like, I was gonna say,
It's
well,
also
now it's
more
like,
clear,
it's-
yeah. It's more
It's
clear on
teams instead of
how to
FFA,
get.
and I think I was gonna say it's a combination of Stranded and Legacy, which I think is a really good combination. And I think the season itself, like the first impression of it, was actually quite quirky because most people ended up treating it like an Infinite Allies game, and I think that actually it was actually pretty funny. Like a lot of people ended up having fun with it. I don't think it's like a thing that should be like normalized, but it was cool to see like a one-off instance thing.
Like just a one-time thing. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or every once in a while.
And the season itself like ended up being decent because there's a lot of funny interactions, a lot of funny moments, and yeah, I think there was just a couple close. I know Final Fight was pretty close.
Also, battle scene is like more clear, like on how to like play again. I think the only way to play again is to win.
Yeah, it's like yeah.
Well, like Legacy,
Yeah,
like
for Legacy
more
a lot,
less
really.
obvious. Where like, oh, if you like maybe like top frag or something
They were
dominated.
very vague about it with Legacy. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's better like that too. Either you win and you can defend your title, or
I am curious to see how battle scene goes on in the future because I know it's like because I'm pretty sure it's one of those things where you like can't really redo unless there's like a drastic server issue. And also, I do also want to see like I also was gonna say I do want to also see like the rosters like branch out more.
They could get like into so many different groups in the community and like do actually a very weird crossover.
I was gonna say if you get like multiple groups, that would be that'd be banger.
Yeah, I would love that.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
Agreed. This is a good watch. Next up, Apocalyptic 15.
It's a recorded season.
Oh.
It's.
I mean, there's a funny CJ moment.
Oh yeah, he died to Overcook because it was Overcooked.
Oh my god, who would?
I forgot that it was.
This motherfucker also had to look up during the game how to craft an enchant table.
What
That's
the
awesome.
hell? What?
Did he craft it with cobblestone?
Oh my god.
I don't know. His brain
I
works
thought
in
I read that
mysterious
somewhere.
ways. His brain works in very mysterious ways. All right, I don't really have much else. I don't really have anything to say about Apoca 15. It's a season.
Good, Duncan. Next we go to Calamity 16.
Oh, I want this season.
Yeah, I mean,
one cares.
It never.
I mean, it's actually it's actually one of Wacko's best POVs. So if you're a Wacko Flipper fan, it's probably the POV to watch.
For the one Wacko Flipper fan out there, they probably enjoyed it.
Singular.
Yeah,
the singular Wacko
Actually, yeah, the one Wacko Flipper fan called Wacko
one?
Flipper.
There's one.
And Crow
Oh, and Crow and Change. Crow, Change, and Blue Sparks. That's
Oh,
it.
I think
that season. That season a cool thing because what's the Elf Donor actually got used, which I've played multiple Elf Donor rounds and a bunch of them just everyone forgets about it existing and not getting used, and actually got in a fight where it got used.
Yeah, you died because of it because Foss went big brain.
Yeah, no. We had the same idea. We just meleeed each other. I was on higher health, he was on lower health, and we both told our teammate to spam the Elf Donor. Except my teammate was too slow, and he did not have time to give me a single Elf donation during the time I was mailing fast, while Downsy was just spamming the Elf donation. So it just
I liked the what was I gonna say? I like the game mode combinations a lot.
But it's cool to see the game mode being used.
The way Change and I talk about this season is it's a good recorded round season, but we don't love it as a Calamity season, if that makes sense. Because, like I said earlier, Calamity, we don't go for the best seasons ever, so to get like a season that was actually really good, like felt weird to us almost. It's not a bad thing that it happened; it just felt weird to us to get an actually good season.
I mean, there's not a lot of interactions I like within this season compared to some other Calamity season that are maybe not the best. Like compared to like 13, like we talked earlier, where that one has a lot of good interactions, but isn't the best season. But this one has a lot of good fights, but doesn't have all the very funny interactions.
Exactly, yeah.
I'll shout out my fight against Fran Kai's team, and
oh, that's such a good.
That was a really good fight.
Yeah, that was a really good fight. We had Kai.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I do not know if this is an unpopular or a popular opinion, but I'm gonna say it. I didn't like the intro.
I love the
It's
intro.
very mixed opinion.
It's very hit or miss. It's very hit or miss.
A lot of people are like, "Oh, it's one of my favorite intros ever," and a lot of people are like, "That intro is garbage. Why do you make that?"
That's what team was aiming for, to be honest.
I did not like the intro. I have to be real.
It definitely went for something unique.
It's unique, yeah. I'll give it that. It's certainly unique.
Yeah.
Anyway, next up we have Agency 17.
I'll let you
AKA
guys have
when
fun
no
with this
name
one.
tags
I'm in
kill
the
me.
minority. I'm in the minority in this one. I'll let you guys have fun.
Yeah, I think it's the best. I think it's the best agency season this year.
Hey, Brody, what episode did you die?
2.
Awesome, good to know. Thank you.
But
I don't think you,
okay,
I don't
okay,
think you
that-
needed theirs.
Okay, I mean, to be fair, I got trapped. I mean,
Well, that's still your fault.
Brody, you saw Twip, and we're like, oh, I'm gonna 1v1 him, and then Light just came across.
no, I
came
no, I
over
saw
that
Light.
hill.
I knew Light was there.
Then why,
I
why'd you walk
Why
up?
did you go?
I thought they were both running away.
Why would they run away from you? No
He
offense,
actually just does
Brody.
it to himself.
It was no name tag. I didn't know he was there.
Oh, Brody.
Then I tried to run away, and I clicked a villager.
Oh
I
no.
got stuck in the villager.
I
Oh.
didn't watch much of this season.
I don't know if you watched Darren's death right after that, but he was having a very close 2v1 against Light's team.
His death was
And-
very funny.
And a creeper just backstabbed him off Savannah Hill, and he just fell off of that. It fell right in front of Light and just finished him off. That was very sad for my team. But the fights in the season are actually pretty good. There's actually a lot of pretty good fights and interactions. And actually ended up being close. So even there's only an audio winner POV or something like that.
Which I've heard the one person in particular is really mad about that.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's a very good
I
win.
didn't talk about this one.
Because it's a very good win for them.
I know I'm in the
So it's
minority
definitely
on that
frustrating.
opinion, but yeah.
I'm glad.
the
I'm
only
glad to
bad
see you on
thing
your
of-
best behavior.
The bad thing about the season is that Size on top ranked, but
Fuck.
I don't know, let that happen.
Lamb's desk.
That was not even me, by the way.
Oh, I know.
Was it you?
I like
No.
the teams a lot. There were a lot of like really fun teams.
yeah, there was a lot of funny teams.
All right, next up we have Conjure 8.
Mute wacko. Mute wacko. Mute wacko. Mute wacko.
Okay, I'll say it for him. It was great to see Java Javelin return.
Very true. Very true.
Big fan of Java Javelin.
Big fan.
Big fan.
It's really unfortunate that he died like Ep 2, but it happens.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes these older players don't
I'd like to see
do
Java
too hot
Javelin
for some back.
maybe play another season, maybe
Yes,
get
I-
another redemption arc.
What happened again? Is it Saya that saved the season or something? I thought you said that.
Saya
We'll go with
did
that.
save the season-ish.
I think Paul. Oh, I say Paul did, but then Paul went on to get 8 kills and just.
Yeah,
he
no,
cleared-
I
cleared
think
based on, like,
I think he just
all the bad
like with
players.
that game mode. He just went after the bad players, which is kind of the
Yeah.
sucky part. Like I was having fun with Man Merrick, and then
your best friend.
yeah, best friend, and we just got jumped. Wow.
I think John saved the season by not seeing me and Wacko strolling up.
And that's
after
Wacko's
having her
like Wacko's 8th win or something. By the way.
That was my 8th win. Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Disgusting.
Actually,
Guys, I didn't know when this was recorded that he had that many. I would have thrown like I usually do. If
I mean,
this
I'm
was
just
played in, like March, so
I'm
you also
just saying.
trolled on change final fight. What the hell?
Yeah.
it was funny.
Just saying, 8 wins, 1 top frag.
Ooh.
That does say a lot. All right.
hold on. I'm just telling people that this podcast is never going to end. Next up, we have Cinema 11.
Yeah, we're going to 2020 rounds after that.
Cinema 11. I organized that.
I watched that.
Whoa!
Cal, shut up.
Wow.
I like the
What?
I like the
What?
ideas with the
What do
eyes.
you mean?
He just has 8 wins but 0 bitches in the chat.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyway, Cinema 11. Yeah, I like this game mode a lot. It was Chloe's game mode idea.
I like the ending a lot.
It's a nice way to play with Alliance and UHC. And I think
Yeah, we figured out the team size like the week before. We had no idea what to do with the team size.
it kind of works better like that than like with FFA. To be fair, I kind of like it like that because I think there's like from doing it like that. I feel like there's less ways of having playstyles that could like make it go forever.
Yeah.
Like you kind of remove that part of allies, and you kind of keep the part of interactions and the trust.
Yeah, I was happy with how the teams because there's so many things that could have went wrong with this with it being allies and stuff, and I don't know with everybody starting in the middle, PvP being on 3 minutes in, but it turned out all right. Yeah, I like the turnout for this season as well. People actually wanted to play this season for a change.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know. I like
Change?
the game mode.
Shout out to Change.
I know that guy.
You're so
Shout
funny.
him out.
Yeah. I had fun in this for the time I wasn't throwing, so it was a good time.
The ending
Ended
getting
very
0 kills was funny, and Ripper, his teammate getting 2, and then Carr got 1 as well. But Ripper getting 2 and Evan getting 0 was pretty funny. What else? Hannah's triple kill was also pretty insane in the last episode.
I love Carter going in the water under the
Oh my God, yeah.
cornucopia.
Carr almost drowning to death while he was getting
Yeah.
killed by that team.
That was a
In
very
the final
interesting
fight, or
play.
the double kill
Just
runner
lots
up
more
was
cinema
nuts.
moments.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The double kill
That
runner.
was the ending was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
yeah,
the first double kill. I think that was the first double kill runner up since like modified.
modified. Yeah.
In a hot minute. Anyway, Mythical 8.
Sorry, we're lagging out.
So,
I'm
Mythical
literally
8.
not.
There's
I think
so
they're
many
lagging out.
funny things that happened in this. It was a good season besides all these things happening. But
There's some good and some bad.
Yeah, there are some good and some bad things. But this episode had Gunnar getting ghost killed.
Why is Ethan giving you an
Ghosting
entire
Maxaa?
list?
Rice Creek Gamer lives because of an Endermite comboing Maxaa.
Don't mention the bombing kill.
I basically beat hopped on a boat that somebody was swimming in and started critting them out while going across a river. Fcrm killed someone with an ender pearl, and Bro had a massive rage that was really funny.
I think that season was pretty good. Like the end was pretty interesting, but I feel like the early meetup was the part where everyone dang was frustrated because the world was the worlds were stacked in gold, and the amount of people that dropped with a ton of healing was insane, and that made a lot of people not happy. And then the meetup went also for a long time because of that, because it was a lot of healing.
It
So
was like
I'm actually
a long meetup, but a good one.
yeah, it
Only
ended
good
up being
again.
good, and it's kind of surprising with that amount of healing because someone could easily like do a Kelawesome and get a stack of gaps, and you know.
That's true. That's true.
Kelly, you forgot Tyrone, the cable guy.
Oh, I'm
yeah.
sorry. Yeah, Flub's internet was ruined, and he had a cable guy called Tyrone come and fix it.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
become
Creeple's
a running
got
joke.
5 kills that season in that
Creeple's
roster
also got
somehow.
5 kills, and Nolan got like none.
I'm
It
sorry, I
was
had
the
to
Fcrm
take
redemption
away,
arc.
take away
I think it was
Creeple's
one,
top
though.
frag. I'm so sorry.
You did. Oh, also, Sam was digging straight down. He was like, it's a full water world. There's like no lava on the map. Digs straight down like 5 blocks, finds lava, has 1 block in his hotbar, and quickly just scrolls over to it and blocks it off like perfectly.
God damn.
It was awesome.
Sam.
Damn.
All right, next up we have Geology 10.
Who?
Your intro.
of the year.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of amazing that like Higgy keeps asking to make intros and just do stuff like that because, as some people know, I definitely don't go for the best intros or like, I definitely not the one that cares the most about production. I mean, you can see with season 1. I mean, I definitely, try to get something a little like more pleasing for the community at this point, but just I think Higgy asking to make the intros like that is just amazing, and the fact that he takes the time to do them every time is great.
And then the
especially-
band commenting on the intro.
Especially season
Yeah.
10, because season 10 is such a special season because we're literally, it's kind of like a season 1 redemption in some ways.
Yeah.
And like the game mode literally makes reference to that one video of someone making a fake Geology season 1B when it released, and it was the Woolly Lands, and that is the entire concept of that season where we just destroyed the Woolly Lands.
Shout out Donkey
quirky.
for bringing the Woolly Lands into existence.
Yeah, it's now part of the Geology lore.
Shout out, good kid.
One thing, this season was so funny because my team was so fucking hilarious. It was me, Hickey,
Your
and
POV is amazing.
yeah, I'm really sad I can't upload the full of it yet, but it was one of the funniest teams I've ever had.
Yeah, you can still watch Higgy right now. It's amazing, though.
Yeah, our
so
episode 1
funny.
is fucking hilarious. So if you wanna,
I got Chris back from season 1.
Oh yeah, Chris missed
Season
out.
1?
Yeah.
Why'd you say Virus?
No, Chris.
Oh, I thought you said Virus.
It's funny because I got a bunch of gap, and Chris only played the 2 concrete wall season.
I think the season was like pretty decent overall. It wasn't like amazing, but
It was like mid.
I was happy with it. There was a lot of funny moments and cool interactions.
Oh yeah, the Higgy clip in the
I'm happy
finale
with it.
is really funny.
So funny.
And most important, Stenstone top frag.
Stenstone did top frag.
Stenstone's top frag. We skip that.
Always appreciate a Stenstone W.
But I also
never sleep.
I also did my worst mistake I could do in a round. I really like the idea of bringing back all the weapons from rounds. And like, I think most people agreed it was a good idea, but it also led up in people giving terrible names to their weapons in that season. And if they did that expecting their weapon to come back at some point in a future season, I'm not doing that again for that exact reason. Like some of those weapon names are terrible. I mean, you can literally go look on the Geology Reddit post. There's a link to the doc, and I have a dev order for all of those, and I do have the weapon names used for that, and some of them are pretty interesting.
All right. Moving on now to Casino 4.
But I think no one argues about that. That's the best
season of the year.
Easily unmatched.
That final fight is insane.
Yeah, this is
Old Bacon RR buff.
And this is the second of 2 S tier seasons to release this year. It is actually a banger season. I don't think I've ever actually it's like one of the best final fights I've seen.
Did someone claim it for the montage, or?
I think Zebby's doing it. I think.
Ooh, that's good.
That's gonna be a good montage, yeah.
Oh, Lake's death was awesome. Yeah.
What was Lake's death again?
I think he pearled. Didn't he pearl and get shot or something like that?
Yeah, it was him and Hannah were chasing Fruit, who had speed, I think, right?
He killed someone and got fast getaway and instantly running an F5.
Yeah. And so, yeah, that's what it was. Okay, yeah. And Lake pearls closer to him, and then Hannah's shot hits Lake instead of Fruit.
Oh God.
Unfortunate.
And then also there's that funny John clip where he just digs up next to Colin's entire team and just
gets destroyed.
I think it's shot POV where he just turns and he's just standing there looking right at him, just standing still, and it's so funny. It's so funny. I think Cold made an edit of it.
He did.
And if you watch Wang's POV, he just dug up next to him. It was so good. That's the only thing of that season I've seen. So yeah, because I've not actually watched the season.
You should. It's a really good season.
I need to. I heard it's. Well, obviously you guys are saying it's the best hour of the year so far, so it's got to be great.
It's very good,
yeah.
It's a banger.
I think when it gets a montage, it definitely helps.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, next up we have Flip the Switch 8.
Okay, Fcrm is muted on that one.
Fcrm's Malden.
It's only one part that annoys me. I think the rest of the season's fine.
What is it? Please let us know.
No, he doesn't need to talk about it.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'll let you guys address the rest of the season first. It's fine.
CJ in college won. That's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly. We love CJ wins.
True.
But we could have had a Jared win.
Welko, you want to talk about your POV?
Okay, whatever.
I did not want to discuss my POV. Faust may have been under some substance, and he had a lot to say. He had a lot to say.
Faust is very talkative.
He is very talkative. I don't know much. I heard the season was like pretty mediocre, but because there was one team that was really broken, that was kind of
people didn't like Cody's team, yeah.
Yeah, and then the winning team was a bit lame, but it was alright. I heard it was
in college.
Oh, CJ in college.
Is he in college though?
Yes, he is in college.
Oh, right.
Yo.
Yeah, otherwise
nice.
it'd be
That's it.
CJ something else.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like, I feel like I think the pre-meetup was really good. Actually, I didn't realize until I made the posts like how like actually decent the pre-meetup was. I think the meetup was the main like faulty part of the season though.
Right.
Yeah, next.
All right. Next up, we have Ceviche 3.
Ooh.
Kelawesome, you have things to say about this one.
No, I don't.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, never mind.
I shut my mouth. I say
Oh,
nothing.
okay.
Okay, you can say it though.
All right. Nothing. Okay. I guess we'll move on to
Next.
ladies and gentlemen then.
Yeah.
Ted
Uh,
Bond,
roster for
love
this.
to see him
Yeah,
pop
the
off.
roster is insane for that. Like, there's some
They got
people I
some
didn't
really good people, yeah.
expect to show up, and there's like some teams are just very fun to watch, and I think everyone was very chill about this, and like just like having everyone being like so happy when they died, and for the most part was just great.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing is, I think test team got a little stacked when they killed Kalina, and they got like 2 stacks of gold or something. So at that point, it was kind of predictable. And with team elf, it's kind of impossible to tell when someone's out of healing.
Yeah.
So, we may have targeted the wrong team, but Kinako still managed to drop Nora or something, but did not lead the gaps in time. And at least he got one of the team out, so Ted still got a good win in the end.
Yeah, but like Katie won, so is it a good win?
And yeah,
This was really fun to spectate in my grandparents' house on an all-in-one computer with a built-in microphone and speakers.
These were still the only stack to upload episodically.
There's a lot of very funny kills from like watching multiple POVs. Like the Joey kills are a funny one that I remember because he's mentioning it right now. But also I got a crazy long shot, and there's
Also
like a
the
bunch
change
of
moment,
great
the
kills.
change
Yeah,
stutter.
and just Zeph building at 0-0.
I also can't believe I was the only perspective until the last episode.
I mean, who did you want it to upload that?
Huh? Oh, when did I upload that? Is that what
No,
you asked?
who do you want it to upload that? Other than you, like
somebody else. The people who weren't on an all-in-one computer with awful audio quality.
I mean, Change as a combined POV.
Yeah, he had the full footage. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just Gus and Ryan that didn't upload. But still 2
graceful.
POVs. I think that's cool. No, but that roster is great. I think like the one thing I keep liking about that run when I see it is just a roster. It's like not a roster I expected to happen.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the roster was like definitely like something that people hadn't seen before. It was like something. Yeah, there was a lot of Reddit debuts actually from it, wasn't there?
I think so, yeah.
Oh yeah, because it was weak until 17.
Like I think the
Yeah.
part was like I think that was around. I think that was around when Venus season 8 released, and like that's when like the roster got to its lowest, where like a bunch of the active people were no longer in the round, and Feng was organizing that with Jay, and I was talking about it with me, and like I was like, how are you gonna get enough women for that when like a lot of them left, and like there's not a lot in the community. And then they just managed to get a lot of people that I just never heard of, and
Pulled them out a hat.
yeah, and just some people that I was like, yeah, why weren't they like in Venus or something like that?
Yeah, it was actually pretty funny to me how Ladies and Gentlemen did a better job of getting like a shit ton of like women UHC players than Venus did for like most of its seasons.
I mean, I get that in some points, but I still think in some parts it's not that accurate. But yeah,
I wouldn't necessarily say one did better than the other. It's just Ladies and Gentlemen managed to kind of unlock a whole
think
side of
that
the community that Venus never did.
Yeah, I think it had a better diversity.
Mm-hmm.
And a more consistent skill gap too.
Oh, definitely. Yeah,
Oh yeah, no, the skill gap for Ladies and Gentlemen was like much lower, or like yeah.
Yeah.
Or like the skill cap, rather. Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can move on.
All right, next up, campaign 8.
Oh yeah, this was the Terraria craft reference I was making earlier.
Yeah,
with Calamity.
just
They
Ari's
did-
POV is great to watch.
Ari's POV is really good.
Ari
They
popped off.
did Terraria craft like the Evo 18 one where it's like 2 lanes rather than 1 lane.
Yeah.
I know they actually had a much smaller border than they were supposed to. Like I think the border was like 1,000.
I think it was
but it's
just
usually
1K.
supposed to be, like... Yeah, it was just 1K when it's usually supposed to be like 2K. And
A
I
lot
think
more,
the season
yeah.
still ended, I was saying the season still ended up being like fine, and there's like a lot of like funny moments that happened
Mm-hmm.
and shit like that. I think the winning team like deserved it. I think. I mean, it was kind of a steamroll, but they did well. They deserved it. They didn't do anything wrong. Like I think it was definitely still all right. And as the campaign also has had like consistent like production as well. Like I'm pretty sure like seasons like 6 through 8 for campaign in terms of production have like all been good.
I
And
didn't
feel
like
like
5 in that.
5 is actually pretty good as well. But I think like 6 was like really stand out. Like 6 is like probably one of the best. Or I shouldn't say it's like top 10 of this year. I'd say for intros probably.
That's fair. Yeah.
But yeah, and then also what was I gonna say? Yeah, I think there was just a lot of funnies that came with it, and I'm looking forward to see what some of the future campaign seasons are as well. So,
All right, next up, Conjure 9.
I think this was basically pretty similar to Contra 8, where it was like not a good season, but not a bad season. But I think it was I think it was better than 8. But
The game mode, I really like the game mode.
Oh, the game was really good. Yeah.
The game mode was great.
The game mode was good. The season was a recorded round season.
Yeah.
I felt very weird having. I remember at one point I had to like make sure my teammates were aware. It's like, no, crafting regular golden apples is straight up just not a thing you should do. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're like, oh no, we can use some of our spare gold to craft like a regular golden apple. It's like, no, just make like a resistance apple.
Yeah, they're easy to
Yeah,
craft.
the res apples are just so much better than like they would buy for the best gap. I'd say.
It's like
Yeah,
don't even bother with a regular golden apple. Only make custom.
We
I
get
know
a
there
few
was-
permanent effects, and then we just all go.
I was
in
gonna
towards
say, I know
res.
there was one team that stood out in the intro, and it was like the A-Rich Fleb and Wizard team, and then they ended up crafting. All of them ended up crafting all of their healing into normal gaps.
Oh,
I
really?
remember my
Yeah.
team.
They only crafted normal gaps.
I remember my
Okay,
team
they deserve the
basically
loss then.
We basically
Yeah.
suicide for that team because that team was like not doing anything on Mayup, and we were like, okay, we're just gonna fight them so this season isn't ruined. We just suicide for them, and they just had so much healing.
Yeah.
Yeah, brutal.
Alright.
All right, next up we have Consumption 9.
This one was actually
Honestly,
pretty good.
this-
8 was the final one.
It was actually a pretty good season.
I was gonna say this
So-
honestly probably is the best consumption season
I
realistically.
heard it's good, yeah.
I watched Mike Mino's POV of it, and he actually had
And
really
that
POV,
original player.
Super Jim, yeah, and what was the other
Core
one?
Dragon.
Oh yeah, it was Core Dragon. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Super Jim, yeah, is like X Diversity's IRL friend, and I think Core Dragon is like Brink's IRL friend or
It's
something. I
Brink.
don't
He's
know.
Brinks, yeah. He's Brinks.
Why is Brink's Iron friend not team with Brink in a team of 2?
Oh,
Corey did a team with me and Calamity. I don't know.
But what team size was
Well,
it?
well, now he's only gonna play if he teams with you, though.
Oh yeah, that's true. That happened. Season 12 was team of jail. He did team with me. Yeah,
That's
that's
kind of
true,
weird,
though,
though,
you're right.
I guess. If they're fine with it, I guess that's fine.
I mean, he's like, if they're like Core Dragon and Corey, like both have talked to people outside of just.
Okay, that makes more sense
rounds.
then. Yeah, because
Yeah.
if you say just IRL friend and you just never talk
Well,
to
that's
anyone in
true,
the
yeah.
community, and then you just put them randomly with one person like that, it's kind of...
Yeah, because Core Dragon has talked to Connor before, I assume. He's been in expansion for a while. And then Corey is an ape, so he's talked to like Gunner and stuff, so it makes sense.
Okay, well, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Next up we have Amalgamation 4.
It's an FFA season.
It is an FFA season.
Insightful commentary.
I actually spectated this, so I can say
That's my other round,
PC
actually.
is showing.
I like the game mode. Like, the game mode works well for FFA.
I made this game mode, by the way. Smile.
I kind of helped you with it.
Wasn't it Faust? I think it was me and Fox.
No. Pretty much we were talking about how I made the Geo8 game mode and how like it just like went. Oh, it took the what's the name of Blood Cycle and just modified that. And like
and then
I said amalgamation should combine something with Blood Cycle, and then
and that's how it was born.
Yeah, we tried this as Team of 3 originally, but because people didn't want FFA, like I did a vote on it. I was like, this is more of an FFA game mode, but if you guys don't want FFA, we won't do it. Team of 3 won, and then
so we did Team of 3, and then the Team of 3 season ended up being a lot of Teams of 3 findings going after solos or like having a lot of 2v1s, 3v1s, or 3v2s, which ended up making a lot of people salty.
We kept it for like 3 weeks, and then we were like, you know what? It's probably better to just redo it.
Honestly, that's fair, because I think that game mode works way better for FFA.
No, it's absolutely an FFA game mode, yeah.
I thought the season was pretty decent. I thought the winner was deserved. I like the winner a lot.
The winner I was going to say, I don't know how good the season was before I think the finale... I mean, the finale did kind of drag out a lot, because it was like... It almost lasted like an entire episode, because... It was just like 3 people playing like pretty passive. And then the pre-meetup was pretty much just like Colin just kind of like snowballing and accumulating healing. Like I think he had like 20-something gaps in full diamond.
I like the return of SF eats your hot dog.
Yes, that was a big return. Need him back and more things.
Yeah, I remember I got triangle formation in that. Like I literally went up a mountain, started getting shot up by Ribble, wall up, start getting shot up by Andrew from behind. Go into a forest, get instantly one-tapped by its column, and I die with all my healing.
Beautiful.
Just incredible, really.
Yeah. Next?
Next up, we have Team Sonic Season 1.
This is a funny one. Like, I watched a season, and it's actually very funny. I just watching Final Fight, and I think see Pelly meleeing, and just Brock just flies away. Just flies away mid-fight. This is so funny to watch.
Wait, why does he fly away?
Because he was tails. With tails, he can just fly away for 5 seconds. So he just flies away from the fight the second start losing. It's just so funny, just because of the speed of the fly. You just see him dipping.
When are we getting a bird recorded
around? Just start fly hacking.
I wish. The Team Sonic is like... I think it has potential. It's just they use superheroes.
It has potential. Well, the game mode I think was all right, was it not? Or
I think it was mentioned in the disc.
I think it was kind of just superheroes, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was mentioned in our Discord, but
they definitely could expand. They could definitely expand upon the concept more with the game modes. I think the roster could definitely expand, because I feel like it is a very just generic roster.
I think it's the same as Hunter X, where like they don't have much experience in the game mode, and releasing the first season kind of is the realization. Okay, what can I do with the game mode next? And how can I expand on making them better? You know.
I think the season overall was decent, though. I don't think it was.
Yeah,
I think it was
fun to watch.
Yeah. Next up, we have Calamity 17.
It was a season of Calamity.
It happened.
It was a season.
Yeah.
It was a Calamity season, yeah.
I had a really weird team for this. The teams were pretty weird because what was it? It was pick teams, right?
Really weird. Season 17. No, I think it was just rigged.
It was just random, wasn't it?
I think it was. I think we did the
randomized. No, it was rigged. It was rigged.
Whoever rigged my team was a fucking weirdo. My team was.
Whoa.
You literally had zebra pants. Like, you're so mad.
I'm not mad.
You and Zebra should have done much better in that roster.
I'd never spoken to Zebra before.
You know besties?
We played pretty well, but nobody just wanted to finish fights, I suppose. But I thought the season was fine.
I was gonna say, looking back at the season, it wasn't as like bad as I originally thought it was, because I originally like kind of hated that season when it finished. I'll be real. I think really my only one OCD is just how Gunnar did nothing for like 25 minutes, then just won.
Yeah, that was the main problem. Gunnar just sat in a tree for like 25 minutes of me up, and then just came out.
Yeah, I feel like especially when it's armor comp, it's like I get if it's a normal game, and it's like everyone's pretty stacked, but it's like all the team of 4s are like one piece in your full diamond. So
Yeah, like there's not much he could have done, to be fair. But at the same time, it's like, well, you just win now because everyone's not
I was gonna
getting
say,
anything.
I wouldn't mind if even if he like just went around and just like just like wandered around and just like even if teams didn't want to fight him, that's fine. But at least give people the opportunity to fight you if they want to. So I don't know. That's really all I have to say.
Tough situation, but it did make the season worse, sadly.
All right, so we finished off amazingly the ones from the global R list. However, there is still a handful of ones that have come out in recent times that aren't fully out yet. We can give some quick thoughts on so far.
Spoilers.
So, yes, this is spoiler territory if you haven't finished watching some of these rounds. But we'll start going. We're gonna keep going in chronological. So we're gonna start off with my favorite word out of all time: modified season 2.
Oh shit! Forgot about modified. Is that? Wait! Hold on. Let's backtrack.
Let's not talk about the intro.
Well, wait, hold up.
We will be on our best behavior.
It's doing an order wacko of intro date, not even though.
Should we talk about fission though?
Intro.
I'm going by episode date.
Because it's still
just
a spoiler.
because fission's finished uploading.
Oh my god, we'll get to it.
I'm going by episode date. Episode 1 of Modified Chem before Fission. We'll get there.
It just makes sense, is all.
No, it doesn't.
Anyways, wow, Kazmik died in
From what I've
Modified
from what I've watched from Modified, it looks fine for now. I feel like some of the weapons are kind of weird.
Yeah, one second. Let's check what the what's the most recent episode that's come out?
It's the one where you die.
Oh, I die. Oh yeah, spears are. I hate spears. Spears are shit.
Like you get blindness mid-fight or something like that.
Yeah, that was. I can't remember what that was. But I know that was the maul. That was like the mace. Turns out the war axe is actually insane.
Yeah, you did so much damage.
Yeah, as soon as I started switching to the war axe, I actually started demolishing, but it was too late for me to actually do anything.
Shot me.
Yeah, it was actually. It's actually ridiculous. If I had known that, I would have told Okanya and he might have lived.
It's a cool mod, but it kind of looks unbalanced. And
I wasn't a big fan of the game was for modified. I'll be completely honest.
We'll see how the season goes from there, but it really looks like if you have the right weapon or you know what you're doing barely, you might have a huge advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes into meetup.
All right. Okay. Next up, we have, because we're going in order of episode 1.
Sorry, I was confused.
Now we're talking about Fission 16.
I thought you've missed it. Yeah, Fission 16.
Fission 16.
What do you have to say, Wacko?
I do it by kill.
And
Awesome.
And then you said evented.
Yeah, you were hyping. You were like, oh my god, guys, do something really funny, and then it's just you. I'm like,
just
wow,
jumping
that's
an
crazy.
event.
It was funny.
I was disappointed. It was overhyped.
Yeah.
I said I do something. I have a clip and it's funny. That's all I said.
Yeah, I thought it was
wasn't
funny, and then I watched it and it wasn't funny.
Yes, it was. I have zero taste in humor.
Watching the
You need to be humorous
yeah.
to have any kind of taste to begin with, but yeah.
So yeah, the full season has released for this.
Yeah, it is
so-
the first. It is the first Lego Beast Alive one.
A Lego Beast
that's a
Alive
W.
win
Let's
and a
go.
Ghost Top Frag are pretty
That's
cool.
a huge W.
okay, this is dope.
Watching
said was-
the finale though. Oh, go ahead, Marco.
So, no, you say first, back then. I've interrupted you.
I was watching the finale. Max 50's long shot, one tap on Tiago.
He got
very
two.
impressive.
He got like 240 or 50 block
Yeah.
one tap long shots, and I was like,
Still
damn.
Tiago. He still got it.
Yeah, let's say, I don't know. I definitely saw the Bobby team winning going into meetup, so I was just kind of just like, it's a recorded round season. It happened. I don't think it was like it. I think it was better than 15 and 14, but it's a recorded round season. It happened.
I think the game mode combination was really weird. It was what was it? Balance, right?
It was
Balance,
balanced.
health donor,
Balance.
team health, bleeding sweets.
Yeah, but it made. I didn't like the combination very much because it kind of fucked me and Cell over really hard. But it turned the game upside down so hard. It was like good to watch, I think, but it was so cancer to play for us too. Because
That kind of makes sense.
people would just chase you for the bleeding sweets loot, so we were just running for the entire game. But yeah, I thought it was an alright season. Yeah, I think I agree with him. I think it's better than 15 and 14.
Oh yeah, it is.
Well, I was gonna say something else, but I forgot.
L.
That's okay.
Yeah, I liked all the teams. I don't know.
Good for you.
Yeah. No, they were cool teams.
Good for you.
Why are you guys being so mean to me?
Because it's been
Great.
5
You deserve it.
hours.
You
we
deserve it.
have been here for 5 hours.
Next.
Next up is refrigeration.
This is the best name
Hilarious.
for a round.
I forgot
Creation
about
of
that one.
refrigeration is such a weird name. I saw that, and I was like, okay, you're creating fridge now.
Finally, society has invented fridge.
It's the funniest.
I
thing.
did not expect creation to go there, but it's such a funny thing to see.
I wasn't gonna play this season, and then I did. I was like, "Oh, this game looks awful." Then I played it. It's actually pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie, I actually enjoyed it.
I wouldn't
The
say
wall-
it was
the
fun,
wall
but it
looks
was
cool.
funny.
It was funny, and I enjoyed it. Yeah.
From watching it, the world looks cool. Like, it's kind of like another custom world like the previous season, but except this time, the ore rates are fixed. So,
Yes.
so we're hoping for something that is broken this time.
Okay.
Which
Yeah,
it
there
looks
were
like
some
it.
Not as bad as Creation 3.
Yeah,
Also, shout out to Gavin and stuff for the map. The map is actually pretty good for it.
Oh,
yeah, it looks good.
I like the map.
Oh yeah, by the way, Cryphobia, you're welcome.
Oh my god, stop talking.
Anyway,
Alright.
Pathfinder 16.
Oh, the game mode for this looked really cool.
Yeah,
I haven't, like,
there was
I
a
actually
lot of
haven't even-
work.
I would say I haven't even watched like too much of it so far, but from like what I looked at of it so far, it looks like really sick.
The game
Yeah,
mode's
there's a-
game is batshit
Like,
insane.
Like I looked at like some of the episode ones, and the terrain looks really cool, and just like the concepts in general. And I also saw they had the like voice actors for the NPCs, which
Yeah, that's
Yep.
a cool, that's a cool idea.
actually
Yeah,
so
that's just
huge.
insane.
That's actually
crazy.
yeah, I would say that's actually phenomenal.
Yeah, that requires a lot of work, and
It was all done by Sid, by the way.
yeah,
He's built
yeah,
different.
it's a great job from Sid. And like,
Shout out to Sid Garcia.
yeah,
Yeah, Sid deserves everything for that.
Sid's an insane human being. He's to be cherished.
The only thing that was mentioned, I think, from Joey after the episode is like how the ore rate is pretty much impossible to control because
Oh yeah, I saw the.
I think
people
it's pretty
mined
much
a
like
lot
there's
of
no
stuff.
there's pretty much no lava pools, I think, or something like that. So
Oh yeah,
Can't
it's
do
like
much
lava.
about
Oh, yeah,
that.
there's-
I'm hoping that.
There was some nightmarish test games for this when it came to caving.
Yeah,
was,
I'm hoping, I'm hoping that like everybody caving well doesn't affect things too much because
There's no-
I do actually like the game mode.
I don't think it's gonna
Yeah.
affect people unless someone drops,
Yeah,
which
unless
isn't
like
guaranteed to happen.
people full send each other and like it should be
Yeah.
fine. Hopefully.
Which I think Pathfinder is more bow based around.
yeah,
so,
I'd say it's a more like laid back roster, so I don't think people are just gonna be full sending each other
yeah.
unless people decide to like go on drugs that day or something. I don't know.
I think me and Soul VG decide to be evil.
Uh-oh.
We're the
Oh,
villains.
As long as
Soul
you,
VG.
as long as you don't get
Soul
flame
VG.
bows again.
Can't believe you have the Soul VG villain arc. Why
Like,
be the hero
don't-
when you can be the
don't-
villain?
Don't
As
let
long as
him
you
get
don't
flame
get by
bows.
Fang.
All right, what's next after this one? Episode 1, Exploration 2.
Okay, this one I'm really sad is not fully out for this because
It has a lot of interesting ads.
I was gonna say
Some very cool ads with
I'm-
some team balancing.
I want to
that
admit
really
there was a team of
desired.
Wrinkles, Edvin, Siphon.
oh
and
yeah, that team
who
is
was there for? Slime Brother.
Yeah,
Weirdest.
that is one crossover done.
I was gonna say I'm really excited for this to fully release. I will say that. I think that's really all I can say about it because it's
What's
not
the-
fully released.
Was it rain this season?
They did Desert.
Desert.
Yeah,
Desert.
it is definitely one of my favorite spec POVs though. So yeah.
Yeah, looking snazzy. And then finally,
There's 2 rounds left, not one.
This too.
Oh, is there 2? Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh no, I missed one while I was scrolling.
No,
Oh
no, I have them noted. I'll tell you if you missed it.
Okay, well, the one I was going to mention was oh no, okay, no, I've noticed it now. It's Gateway 6.
Gateway 6.
Oh yeah,
yes,
Gateway
intro
game mode
released.
also looks really cool. It's like
That was
they did like a
insane, yeah.
throwback to the terrain from like S2 or whatever.
Yeah, it's cool fun.
And-
I think it's definitely the one game mode that it's cool to have a throwback. I think they actually did more to it, which is cool.
Yeah, I know the elytras are like going to be a big factor in like the second world, and it's also like the newer combat. It's 1.12, so
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
that'll be interesting to see. Hopefully that goes.
Rates are really good too.
all right.
I don't know if it's a
Wacko.
I don't know if it's a
Okay.
1.2. I don't know if it's a 1.12 one time like it was mentioned
Click
earlier.
audio. To be fair, it's not just Wacko Flipper.
Don't blame Click a Cat.
Sorry.
Yeah, don't blame.
No, but I don't know if it was mentioned. If it's the only 1.12 season, or like if it's a one time or stuff like that.
I don't think
But-
they ever mentioned that.
But like
Yeah, I don't know.
Gateway is definitely a roster where people will show up for a 1.12 season if they do
Yes.
just one of them, or if they do it again and again. So yeah, that's cool
Before our
for them
next
to
round,
try something different.
One more.
Can we give a quick rest in peace to the round that was supposed to release today, but then had to get pushed back 2 weeks because
It was
No.
I
yesterday.
suck at
It
organizing.
was yesterday. It was,
Rip.
Well, episode
yesterday.
1 would have been today, so
Oh wait, yeah, right.
I suck at
Imagine,
organizing.
imagine
Let's quick
scheduling
round up
your.
until season 18.
It's your
Can't
problem
believe-
if you ping people in the void to upload.
Can't believe this guy didn't give out the not uploaded role. Like,
Oh my god.
It's okay. December 15th.
How,
It'll
how
be-
do
it'll
you
be
not?
here.
How do you not realize you're not pinging people?
I don't know.
It's kind of embarrassing.
Get over it. It's very embarrassing.
Finally,
Yeah,
actual
last
finally, we have Agency 18, which episode 1 came out during the podcast, which was
I did
4
the-
hours ago.
Yep.
I did the R gaps today for it. And, I don't know if anyone saw the gap for. Yeah, I don't know if anyone saw the gap for Acorn, but it's number 7 in the gaps.
I like the
Ooh.
roster a lot for this season.
Wait, roster's
Alright, they're
Yeah,
all
there's a
season
lot,
roster.
a lot of old players there.
Yeah, it's a great roster for that season.
It's a good roster because I'm not there.
Hey,
Yeah.
you have to watch my POV if you want to see if I
Oh
survive
yeah,
past
That's
this.
really
Super
good.
Fast episode 2 challenge.
He won.
I'm
Hey.
believing in Birdie.
Is it success or fail? We'll find
We'll
I
out.
don't
out
believe in
in
him.
We'll find out in 2 days.
I
I
mean,
have
if,
absolutely zero faith in him.
if you watch my episode 1, you see at the end of the episode I'm enchanted.
Ooh.
Don't care.
And
Yeah. Okay.
Well, definitely I'm enchanted.
I just went to the post, and for the Paradox Night, he doesn't have an episode up, but it just says Iraq. in
Iraq,
italics.
yeah. I have had the post pulled up for the past 4 hours, so I can watch it when we're done.
All right. So, it took us 5 hours, but
Oh.
we are
Ooh.
finally done talking about every round that came out in 2021. Because we're insane.
Except for the ones after this.
Yes,
Except
we
for the ones
did
that are
it.
coming out after this, yeah, which is going to be awful. So, just quick thoughts, because I don't want to keep you around much longer. Thoughts on the year as a whole?
There's
Not a lot of
definitely-
season ones.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
I think 2020 was a year where I think a lot of people had a lot more time, so they tried a lot of new stuff. And 2021 is kind of a year of making all that stuff more consistent. Or like the level of rounds is way more consistent. Where same with the production, where it's way more consistent. Like just production as whole, with like renders being reused, and then season quality like kind of reach. There's not as much bad lows as last year, but it doesn't have as much like highs.
Yeah.
Middle ground.
But it has a lot more of like a nice like middle ground to it. Like
Yep.
it's just consistent everything. I think people are having less time now, returning to their a more regular life, and in some kind of ways, I see it as a way to just try to maybe keep the rounds alive as long as possible. And like with a lot of moves, I think there's a lot to expect
Oh, yeah.
for next year to go in the same way, where there's definitely going to be new people that shows up with non-rates moving, and we have to expect a lot of new rounds.
Yeah,
Well,
that's-
not maybe new rounds, but just rounds moving.
I think
We're definitely
this
gonna have some
year,
changes.
I think this year is definitely going to be defined by the quote unquote death of non-Reddit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
it definitely is a big game changer. I think a lot of rounds that were close to Reddit, or like his roster was pretty much all people that plays on Reddit, and maybe a few unique people have been there forever. And it's kind of a fact that they didn't want to deal with some of the Reddit ways, either with there's definitely been some previous year where the community was way more harsh on stuff, and
Oh, people were assholes, yeah.
yeah, a lot of stuff that could push back people. And from non-Reddit dying, I think, and from non-Reddit dying and people realizing, like, I think a lot of the bad stuff changed. I think it pushed a lot of people to actually try to move it around. It kind of creates this insane wave of rounds has been existing forever. There's a part of the people that already knows everything about them, and there's a part of people that needs to learn what are those rounds. And it's kind of what's happening right now. Which is kind of cool. I mean, there's definitely some of the rounds that I'm happy they moved because they were doing great things, and I think them getting more like recognition from being posted on Reddit is great.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, no,
I think moving to Reddit is like, I think for pretty much most rounds, I would say it's like a good idea because like
I think
the
it's
thing
good
is,
for the
like,
future.
I was gonna say, yeah, the thing is, being on Reddit just gives you more recognition, period, than if you were non-Reddit. Because during like the final like 4 to 6 months of the non-Reddit Discord, stuff that was advertised in there, even if it was like stuff that is like praised like pretty high, would get absolutely like zero recognition, zero views, just zero like deserved attention whatsoever. And I feel like stuff that like deserves it, like after it like moves to Reddit, will like get that attention. So I think it's good.
Like 3 months in 2021, like the non-Reddit Discord hit a very low point. Like there was very few interactions, and most of the interactions were people that were constantly getting warned and stuff. It went bad, and
yeah, non-Reddit Discord was a mess.
a lot of the admins dropped, and I was kind of controlling it in the background while not very like working on it. I was just adding new moderators, new admins to do work for me, and they were all dropping one by one, so I had to get new ones. It's kind of been a cycle like that. Until this stuff happened where I just like I could try to make it work. I could try to let something happen, but I think there's actually a lot of gain about killing the Discord, and so that's the way we're going now.
Everything worked for the best.
All right.
Yeah. I'm all about uniting both communities, and
here
we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes next year.
Yeah, 2021 has been a hell of a year for rounds, and we're here 4 hours 56 minutes in. We've chatted about them all for way too long. I remember being like, oh, it's like, oh, we might be hitting 2 hours because Fcrm's here. It's like, nope, we're hitting about 5. So yeah, that's okay. I think that wraps up the discussion. So I just want to sit here, give a big thanks to all you guys for sitting down, chatting with rounds here for a stupid amount of time. Greatly appreciate you wasting your time like this. It has been a hell of a ride. Thanks to everyone who's in chat, who watched all this, who took part in the discussion, threw shit our way. Averaged probably about 50 viewers for most of that, which is crazy for 5 fucking hours. Blew my mind. It's insane support throughout that.
Thanks, Light.
Yeah, thanks, Light, for not being here. And as I promised earlier, there is one last trailer to end on, and this will be the absolute last thing after the end of the show here.
Fuck you, Chloe.
Obviously, as you do with a direct like this, you save the best till last. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Banger. So, without further ado, let me drop the mutes ready here. Thank you very much for watching. I will now send you over to the last trailer we have installed for the day, and I hope everyone enjoys the rest of their night. See y'all later.